Chapter 2601. Latest update. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Brother Mofan, isn't that a little inappropriate? Xinxia blushed instantly. She could feel the people around staring at them occasionally. It's fine, I don't feel tired. Mofan was carrying Xinxia in her arms and walking casually through the school. Somehow, Mofan seemed natural and carefree, while Xinxia had to dig her head into Mofan's arms so people would not recognize her. They finally found a deserted corner. The bench had plenty of space, but Mofan insisted she sit on his lap, claiming the bench was too cold for her. Xinxia had been paying the price for being too obedient to Mofan since a long time ago. She could not find any words to rebuke Mofan's illogical reasons. The city has changed so much, Xinxia said in a worried tone. Their homeland situation was quite worrying. Xinxia had already done everything she could to send disciples of the Parthenon Temple to China. She had even established branches of the Parthenon Temple in the 5 headquarters cities. Unfortunately, they did not have enough healers to treat the injured. After all, it was a disastrous war. Did we already lose the coastal cities? Mofan asked her. We have a serious problem. Xinxia plucked a frozen leaf off a nearby tree and continued, the weather has been like this since the people along the coast started moving inland. It has been snowing even in summer. It's snowing even in the subtropical cities, like Guangdong. The temperatures along the coast were supposed to be fairly constant throughout all the seasons. Even a city like Dalian in the north was warmer than other cities inland because of its geographical location. The further a city was from the sea, the greater the change of temperature. The coastal areas barely got any snow since the temperatures were not low enough. However, the whole country had entered a strange cold season. Even the coasts, from Hainan to Qinhuangda, were starting to get snow. The inland cities were even worse if the coastal areas were already snowing. Mofan had noticed a lot of frozen ponds and lakes when he passed Dongting Lake. Cold weather was worse than hot weather. Crops would not survive if the land was covered in snow. It would also severely impact transportation, thus slowing down the migration of the people from the coastal cities. A huge snowfall was enough to cripple the roads, the railways, and even seal off crucial routes to and from certain cities in the mountains. Mofan had been gone for a year. A lot had changed to the coasts in that time. Many cities and towns had disappeared. Only 5 cities and regions were available for human activities now. They were the 5 headquarters cities. Even though the 5 headquarters cities had more space and bigger safe zones than other cities, the space for human activities had reduced significantly compared to what it was before. Migrating inland was a better way to counter the sea monsters' invasion. People had started to abandon the coasts, but the cold weather had taken the country by surprise. A lot of vegetation in the mountains, forests, and valleys had died from the extreme weather. Greenery had reduced by 70%. The inland regions and the west were just as inhabitable as the coasts. To the east was the sea, where the sea monsters were invading from like a red tide. They had devoured most of the coasts, leaving only 5 headquarters cities that were stranded like islands. The west of China was facing harsh weather. The forests were covered in snow, while the rivers had frozen. There was a serious shortage of food and water. The crippled transportation system had only made things worse. The cities to the west were already struggling to look after themselves. How were they going to take care of the migrants from the coasts? People used to believe China had a lot of land available. Even if their cities were taken by the sea monsters, they could just move inland and preserve their strength until they were ready for a counterattack. But now, the people had found themselves in a pinch, caught between the natural disaster and the invasion of the sea monsters. Everything was different when Mofan returned. It felt like the era of human cities had already passed. They were greeted by an apocalypse, being castigated by the sea and ice. Mofan had been gone for a year. He did not expect to return to such a different world. However, Mofan knew it was the reality of the current situation. The battles in the past were only the sea monsters' moves to sound out the humans' response. A real clash had yet to occur. The real fighting had obviously begun, and humans had lost miserably, without a doubt. Their biggest problem was not to beat the sea monsters. It was how they were going to survive. Every country in the Pacific Ocean is in the same situation as our country, Xinxia informed him. Mo Fan was struggling to calm down. He wondered if everything had happened all of a sudden, or he had been gone for too long. He was having trouble adapting to the situation. Is everyone all right? Mo Fan asked. That was his biggest concern. For now. They are doing their best, too, Xinxia reassured him. Xinxia, you must know something about the direction the world is heading from your role as a saintess. Are the sea monsters really unstoppable? What's causing the cold weather that is sealing off the people's escape? Mo Fan asked her. Mo Fan rarely asked Xinxia about her domain, but he could not turn a blind eye anymore after learning the current situation of the world. She had to know something about the truth as a saintess of the Parthenon Temple. Many truths were kept hidden from the general public. What the public knew and the truths that the people at the apex of society knew were often completely different. I don't know much about the sea monsters, but there's only one thing that can cause the temperature across the world to lower at this scale, the South Pole Emperor, Xinxia declared. The South Pole Emperor. He was the reason why the sea level had risen. The sea monsters were able to invade human cities blatantly because the South Pole Emperor had melted the icebergs that were initially blocking the sea monsters' paths. The South Pole Emperor had now chilled the entire world to further compress human territory. Not a single drop of the blood that was shed so far had leaked out between the gaps of his claws, but he was responsible for so many deaths. Most importantly, the human leaders already knew what was going to happen, yet they were still busy fighting among themselves. Xiaozheng was forced to resign, Xinxia went on coolly. Mo Fan dropped his jaw, lost for words. Chairman Xiaozheng was an impressive man. Any leader would be helpless to stop such a disaster. In contrast, Chairman Xiaozheng was the one who had proposed to the Magic Association not set up a defensive perimeter along the coastline before anything happened. Chairman Xiaozheng deserved all the credit when China had sustained the lowest casualties after the invasion of the sea monsters began. And yet, he was forced to resign. Were the authorities of their homeland no longer united? Brother Mo Fan, Xinxia felt lost too. She had once considered whether she should continue to compete in the election. She had to make a lot of sacrifices in order to win the election. However, she realized she could not give up after seeing her homeland state. Compared to the goddess of the Parthenon Temple, a saintess did not have a lot of say and power. Even if she could not change what had already happened, she could at least minimize the suffering. Chapter 2602. Female Knight Waris. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Let's visit the Magic City, Mo Fan proposed. Sure, I have to see someone from the MUI clan, too, Xinxia nodded in agreement. Mo Fan was a little lost after hearing about the sudden changes. For now, he just wanted to meet his friends and let them know he was still alive. Hangzhou and the Magic City had been connected as a headquarters city. The railways between the two cities greatly shortened the journey between them. Mo Fan could reach the Pearl Institute quickly with his space magic, but he was going to take a look around the city after hearing what Xinxia had said. The city was still standing. It seemed like the plan of establishing headquarters cities was a success. The tall dam guarded by the military and mags was preventing the sea monsters from invading their territory. Mo Fan was a little relieved. The food stalls and restaurants he fancied were still operating. It's very close to the battlefield, Mo Fan said after checking out the dam. The sea monsters have brought us resources that are scarce on land, helping the research union invent stronger barriers and magic formations. It's a relief that more innocent people did not have to die in the war, Xinxia sighed. Your Grace, someone has recognized you, the female knight with a straight face whispered to her. Mo Fan looked around the cabin and saw a few women looking in their direction occasionally. They were also searching for information on their phones. They seemed shocked and excited. Perhaps they recognized me. I'm quite popular in the country too, Mo Fan smiled. A tall woman in the group came over to their seats nervously before Mo Fan could finish his sentence. Excuse me, are you Yi Xinxia? The woman stared at Xinxia. Mo Fan was left speechless. Did he have a common face or something? The things he had done had shocked the whole world, yet most people that came up to him were only looking for trouble instead of asking for his signature. Can I help you? Xinxia nodded calmly. My friends and I are thinking of enrolling in the Parthenon Temple. You will have to work hard, then. You have a solid foundation. You should be able to pass the test if you are able to handle it calmly. Thank you. Can I take a picture with you? I'm afraid I can't do that for now. Then. The female knight, Waris, took a step forward like a bodyguard stopping fans from disturbing a celebrity's privacy. The woman smiled apologetically. She asked for a signature instead and went back to her seat to share her achievement with her friends. Have you ever met some fans whose faces would change instantly? Mo Fan asked her. She hates me, even though she seemed quite friendly, Xinxia sighed. Who? Oh. Mo Fan had almost forgotten Xinxia was a talented psychic mage. She could easily read someone's mind through their fake expressions, even when she was not using magic. She mentioned she wants to enroll in the Parthenon Temple. Is the Parthenon Temple Institute open to the public? How come I never heard of that before? Mo Fan asked quietly. Xinxia was able to join the Parthenon Temple because someone had planned it on purpose. In reality, the conditions to enroll in the Parthenon Temple were stricter than most institutes in Europe. It recruited most of its members among the locals in Greece. It never opened the registration to other countries. The Parthenon Temple Institute is indeed restructuring. We referred to the Alps Institute structure and decided to take in brilliant students from different countries through our branches across the world, answered Tata, who'd had her eyes closed throughout the ride. She added arrogantly, but a lot of people are too narrow-minded. Her Grace has put in a lot of work to open the door of the Parthenon Temple Institute to people of other nationalities, but some people still complain that the spots are too limited. You can never please everyone, Xinxia could only agree. It seems like the relationship between the Parthenon Temple and the Alps Institute has improved while I was away. Mo Fan was pleased to hear that. The Alps Institute and the Parthenon Temple shared the same purpose. They both aimed to deliver the world from suffering. It was unnecessary for them to remain hostile to one another. After arriving at the Pearl Institute, Mo Fan was glad that his apartment was still in perfect condition. It had been his first home in the Magic City, and he had purposely chosen an area he liked. It was away from the busy streets, but close to the bustling Jing'an district. Since the apartment was located on the school grounds, it was common to see young students in fashionable and exposing clothes. Mo Fan enjoyed meditating on the balcony. He would look around to see if he could find any surprises whenever he was taking a break. The MUI clan has a wedding tonight. Brother Mo Fan, are you going? I'm invited, Xinxia asked. Who? She's getting married. Mo Fan exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the 2 golden sparrows in his unit were gone. They had taken all their belongings, so they must have moved out. Mo Fan had to admit he was a little sad about it. Mo Fan had preserved his integrity and avoided being devoured by the 2 women's charms, but he was feeling a little down when he realized he would no longer hear their voices. In the end, she was going to marry someone else. It's MUI Nushin's wedding, Xinxia pouted when she saw Mo Fan's reaction. It doesn't matter whose wedding it is. The MUI clan has been working together with Fanxue Mountain for a long time. I should congratulate them. Mo Fan regained his smile. Ningxue is going too. Does she know you are back? Xinxia inquired. I didn't dare to tell her, Mo Fan replied awkwardly. Mo Fan had not let Lingling tell anyone about his trip to Dubai. Xinxia and Little Flame Bell were sharing a heart, thus she was able to learn how Mo Fan was doing through her, but Mu Ningxue was completely clueless about his whereabouts. Mu Ningxue must have learned he had left the Dark Plane from Mu Bai. He was wondering how he should explain why he had left without saying a word. He did not think he could explain it clearly on the phone. But I already told Ningxue. Xinxia waved her phone. Mo Fan's face twisted. Great, he had committed another serious offense in not giving Mu Ningxue a call as soon as he came back. When will she be there? Mo Fan asked, resigned. She's already at the MUI clan. Fine, we should be going now. The others should be there, too. Brother Mo Fan, it's the perfect time for you to reunite with them, Xinxia said. Chapter 2603. When did you become blind? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sea breeze was chilly at night. Certain parts of the streets were frozen due to the humid weather of the Magic City. It was rare to see the Magic City covered in frost. It was a dazzling sight under the colorful lights. The MUI clan was bustling with noises. The car park was already full, and it even had 4 people directing the traffic. The MUI clan had planned a grand wedding, and had invited almost every big shot in the Magic City. It also invited its business partners from other cities. The MUI clan had been doing well over the years, gradually securing its place in the Magic City. Even its sworn enemy, the Mu clan, had sent some representatives to attend the wedding. MUI Nushin was a businesswoman, the one controlling the MUI clan's finances. She had been the first to adapt to the modern world. She had greatly expanded the MUI clan's businesses in a short period of time. Mo Fan was not too familiar with the details. He had only heard bits and pieces about MUI Nushin from Mu Ningxue at times. Is the Parthenon Temple doing business with MUI Nushin, too? Mo Fan asked curiously. It was strange that Xinxia was invited to the wedding. Not everyone could write the name of a Parthenon Temple saintess in the list of guests for a wedding. Brother Mo Fan, you have known MUI Nujiao for so long. Don't you know what her job is? Xinxia smiled. Mo Fan knew the younger sister, MUI Nushin, was a businesswoman. As for the elder sister, MUI Nujiao. Right, she had focused on education. Does that mean the Parthenon Temple Institute? Mo Fan suddenly realized the answer. Yes, she's a very determined woman, Xinxia confirmed. Xinxia rarely came back to her homeland. She was keen to establish a branch of the Parthenon Temple Institute in her country, so she needed someone to handle that matter. To Xinxia's surprise, MUI Nujiao was close with the Alps Institute, too. It was impossible for the Alps Institute to let go of its grudge toward the Parthenon Temple right away. MUI Nujiao happened to be the mediator between them. MUI Nujiao was receiving guests at the entrance when Mo Fan arrived at the MUI clan. She was wearing a light red chipao. MUI Nujiao saw Xinxia first, and greeted her with a smile. She was stunned when she saw the man behind Xinxia. Many people had assumed Mo Fan was dead. MUI Nujiao was speechless when she saw Mo Fan well and alive in front of her. Ahhhhh, it's the Demon King. He faked his death. Ari Tutu's voice immediately arose behind her. MUI Nujiao quickly covered her mouth. The Lord of Darkness didn't want to keep me, so I had no choice but to come back. I wonder if I'm welcome here. Mo Fan smiled in greeting. It seemed like they had moved out because they thought he was dead. Mo Fan felt a lot better. Hang on, that did not sound right. Come on in, it's cold outside. MUI Nujiao led the way. Ari Tutu ran around Mo Fan in circles while touching him and pinching his face. She soon looked at Xinxia, as if she had realized something. The spell of resurrection. I understand now. Ari Tutu exclaimed. The spell of resurrection doesn't work on those who are targeted by the Lord of Darkness, Xinxia denied immediately. Who? How did he come back, then? I watched a lot of clips on the internet. The black tide dragged almost the whole city into hell. I was getting goosebumps just from watching the clips. Ari Tutu could not stop talking. It's a long story. I heard old Zhao, Mu Bai, and everyone else are here, too. I'll tell you my great achievements in the Dark Plane once everyone is here. You cannot imagine how scary the other side is. Mo Fan proclaimed proudly. The fact that he had made it out of the Dark Plane alive meant he was perfectly fine after meeting the King of Hell. They are already here. I'll bring you to them, Mui Nujiao said. The huge hall was decorated with fancy lights and decorations. Mo Fan walked past a few tables and saw some familiar faces. Humph, when Zhong Xiaohu and I were trapped in the Forbidden Curse, we thought we were going to sacrifice our lives for the country. I also slew the Dragon King Krill by myself. They have not been a threat to our coast since then. You all should really thank me. If it weren't for me, you won't be able to enjoy your dinner in peace tonight, since the dam would have fallen. Zhao Manyang was standing behind a chair, leaning forward while boasting about his past deeds. Impressive, Mu Bai agreed indifferently. Hey, you think you are so good just because you played chess with the Lord of Darkness? I've spent a productive year, too. Have you ever been to the southernmost waters of the Pacific Ocean? I did. I was with Baxia. Zhao Manyang declared proudly. Mo Fan's expression froze. Damn it, that son of a b***** ch Mu Bai. How could he already have told them about the game of chess? What else could Mo Fan tell them? He had already prepared his speech on the way here. He could not possibly tell them he had slept in the same bed with an archangel and a saintess after they were drunk. He could not even remember if something happened that night between them. Ari Tutu ran to the table and yelled, "Guess who's alive?" Mo Fan was planning to surprise them, but Ari Tutu promptly ruined it. Everyone looked at him. Mo Fan was dressed in simple clothes, but somehow he was giving off an unusual temperament under the spotlight with his unique dark aura. Holy crap! Zhao Manyang was the first to react. He immediately went toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan thought the guy was going to give him a hug. To his surprise, he went up to Xinxia and exclaimed, "Our goddess from the Parthenon temple, Yi Xinxia is here." "Old Zhao, since when did you become blind?" Mo Fan asked. Zhao Manyang patted Mo Fan on the shoulder and burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, it looks like you and Mu Bai stink wherever you go. Even the Lord of Darkness is unwilling to keep you." A young woman came out of nowhere and kicked Mo Fan in the shin before he could join the laughter. Mo Fan turned around and saw Lingling standing there with puffed cheeks. "Oh my, you have grown so tall." Mo Fan was surprised when he saw Lingling had already reached his nose. He seriously wondered if he had been gone for several years instead of just 1 year. The little girl he knew had already grown into a beautiful young woman. Chapter 2604. Just in time. Translated by Zephy's, edited by Aelrianth. Lingling did not say a word. She kept staring at Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt uneasy. He could only smile at her. In the end, Lingling stomped on Mo Fan's foot and sat beside him like she had finally vented her anger. She folded her arms in front of her with a cold harumph at him. "Here, let's give Mo Fan a toast for making it back alive." Zhao Manyang raised his cup and did Mo Fan a favor by alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Everyone raised their cups for the toast. "Sir, it's great to see you here." Bai Hongfei's voice came from behind Mo Fan. Bai Hongfei was dressed in a suit with a red bow tie. Mo Fan blurted out as soon as he saw Bai Hongfei, "Bai Hongfei, are you here to snatch the bride? Why are you dressed like the groom? Won't Dong Fanglai have anything to say about it?" Mo Fan's words left Bai Hongfei speechless. Everyone else looked at Mo Fan like he was retarded. Mo Fan was puzzled. Did he say something wrong? "Mo Fan, do you seriously not find out who the groom is before coming to the wedding?" Zhao Manyang raised his thumb at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was such a genius. What did he mean by saying the man was dressed like a groom? Bai Hongfei was the groom. He has always been so humorous, Bai Hongfei smiled wryly. Mo Fan looked at the screen in front of the hall. He finally noticed the groom's name was Bai Hongfei. Bai Hongfei and Mui Nushin are getting married? Hang on, didn't the MUI clan plan to set up a marriage with the Dongfang clan? MUI Nushin was supposed to be engaged to Dongfang Lai. Did I miss out on something interesting? MUI Nushin has long broken up with Dongfang Lai. Initially, the planned marriage was meant to help the two clans fend off the Mu clan together. The MUI clan now has great power and reputation. It's the second wealthiest clan, after my family, in the Magic City. MUI Nushin was quickly no longer interested in Dongfang Lai. Zhao Manyang whispered into Mo Fan's ear. Is she that pragmatic? Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. Sir, don't you worry, MUI Nushin is still devoted to her career, Bai Hongfei said confidently. It seemed like Bai Hongfei had done a good job taming his wife, or he would not have brought the topic up so casually. I'm not worried about you. I'm happy for you. MUI Nushin is a nice woman. It would have been a pity if she had ended up with Dongfang Lai. You two are the perfect match. Mo Fan patted Bai Hongfei on the shoulder reassuringly. He was being very honest. Young people could change very quickly. Many who got married had even gotten a divorce the very next day. Mo Fan was not too fussed about it. At first, MUI Nushin was only engaged to Dongfang Lai to help her clan. Now that the MUI clan had gone on ahead of them, the verbal promise and agreement of the elders did not count anymore. Mo Fan. I'm still here, a voice spoke up from a nearby table. Mo Fan looked in the direction of the voice and realized the person was Dongfang Lai. The atmosphere suddenly felt weird. Dongfang Lai's face was twisted. It was all in the past, and he had even come to give Bai Hongfei and MUI Nushin his blessing, yet Mo Fan, who had lagged a year behind, had to bring it up and apply salt to his wounds. My bad, I'm sorry for pointing out the truth, Mo Fan said. The engagement was terminated before Dongfang Lai even had the chance to hold MUI Nushin's hands. However, the Dongfang clan, MUI clan, and Bai clan had maintained good relationships between them. Mo Fan looked around the hall again. No wonder there were so many people from Fanxue Mountain. It turned out to be a marriage between a member of Fanxue Mountain and the MUI clan, yet he acted like he was just a normal guest of the wedding, when he was actually the host. Sir, you should say a few words later. I thought you were going to be absent, but you came back just in time. You are truly the role model of every man. Bai Hongfei kept complimenting Mo Fan. The groom was obviously in a great mood. Congratulations, I just came back, so I had no idea it was your great day. I didn't even get to prepare a gift for you. Mo Fan scratched his head. Mo Fan was not particularly close with MUI Nushin, so he had only prepared a red packet for her. He basically came to see his friends. However, it was different now that he realized Bai Hongfei was the groom. He was one of the students Mo Fan had mentored. He had also helped Fanxue Mountain a great deal for many years. Mo Fan felt bad for not preparing a gift for him. However, Mo Fan did not really have anything suitable for Bai Hongfei with him. He felt quite embarrassed. Teal, let you all talk first. I'll be back later. Bai Hongfei heard someone calling for him. He filled Mo Fan's cup with wine before taking his leave. Mo Fan exclaimed, who would have thought they would end up together? So, did I miss any other important events while I was away? Mo Fan was gone for a whole year. A lot of things had changed in that year. Mo Fan immediately looked at the others. He wanted to know who else had married while he was away. Does my dog giving birth for the second time count? Zhao Manyang asked. It only counts if the child is yours. Go to hell. Mo Fan looked around the hall, but he did not see Mu Ningxue. He had missed her a lot, but she did not seem to be around. Xinxia pointed at a closed door and said, she's in that room. Should we go see her? Sure. Several elders of the Bai clan were seated at the table in the room. They had grim looks on their faces. Mui Shan and Mui Yi were furious. Mui Yi's hand was red after he slammed it on the table. Mu Ningxue was also sitting there quietly. Xiao Yu was standing beside her. She looked across the table and snarled, "The Mu clan is purposely messing with the wedding. Why don't I take a few strong mags of Fanchua Mountain with me and get rid of them?" Mu Fangju and Fan Ning came with them. I doubt any of us could threaten them. Mui Shan sighed in defeat. It was supposed to be a day of celebration. The Mui clan, Bai clan, and Fanchua Mountain were officially forming an alliance today so they could help one another out in this disastrous time. To their surprise, the Mu clan and Jiao clan were trying to mess with the wedding. "It seems like I've come just in time." Mo Fan greeted everyone with a smile. Chapter 2605. Doing it the Primitive Way. Translated by Zephys, edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningshue's eyes glittered. She was about to stand up when Mo Fan suddenly appeared beside her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Mu Ningxue put her hand on the back of Mo Fan's hand. She could feel his body heat. He was not an undead. Mo Fan! Mo Fan, everyone in the room yelled. "I bet none of you have told the newlyweds." Mo Fan asked them calmly. "Not yet, we wouldn't want to ruin their day," Mui Shan acknowledged. "Well, I didn't bring a gift, so I'll deal with Mu Fangju and Fan Ning for them," Mo Fan declared. "I'll go with you," Mu Ningxue lifted her head. Mu Fangju and Fan Ning were two of the strongest mags of the Mu clan. Mo Fan would have trouble taking them on by himself. Besides, Mo Fan had just come back. He had yet to even catch his breath. "I can handle it myself. All of you are the VIPs of this wedding. None of you should be absent, since it's going to affect how the others will see you. As for me, I just happened to make it back in time." "It's fine if I'm a little late," Mo Fan stated. "Boss, we now have many strong mags with us. I'll ask them to go with you. We must teach those bastards that they shouldn't mess with us." Mu Linqing exclaimed. "That won't be necessary, I'll be back soon," Mo Fan said airily. Mu Ningxue wanted to stand up, but Mo Fan held her down and kissed her forehead in front of everyone. "Just wait for me here," he reassured her. Mu Ningxue blushed. Mui Shan, Mui Yi, and the elders of the Bai clan were speechless. Did they have to display their affection in front of everyone? Why couldn't young people be more mindful of others? Mo Fan no longer had any trouble traveling great distances now that he had the wings of dawn and dusk. He crossed the mountains and arrived close to Bayou Mountain. The Bayou Enforcement Union no longer existed. The area was no longer a part of the safe zone, either. Mo Fan could hear the cries of demon creatures nearby. Mo Fan did not alert the demon creatures while he was flying across their territory. The competition between renowned clans had intensified after the safe zone shrank. The little clans had either joined the bigger clans or were taken out. Only the powerful clans remained. Fanchua Mountain was lucky enough to survive during the restructuring. Even though it was considered a powerhouse in Faniao headquarters city, it was still incomparable to renowned clans that had been around for a long time, like the Mu clan and Jiao clan. The more limited human territory became the fiercer the competition would be. It was easy for conflicts to escalate into full-scale battles. It was common for the clans to fight one another in order to survive, completely disregarding the laws. The Magic Association, Enforcement Union, government, and military were busy fending off the sea monsters. They had no time to mind the renowned clan's business. "What a pity, the clans you have sworn loyalty to are so ruthless. They weren't even willing to negotiate with us. They have abandoned you in the cold wilderness." Mu Fangju stood in front of a group of people dressed in grey outfits. The people were restrained by a plant spell. Sharp tongs had stabbed into their skin. Their faces were brimming with anger and fear. "Bury them, but don't make it too bloody. Otherwise, people will say our clan is full of lunatics." Fan Ning waved his hand to signal his men. "This Luchuan mountain is now ours. We should be able to train many super water mags with the resources here," Mu Fangju agreed. "You scum, you are going to pay for this," Bai Zhangfeng yelled. "Ha, it's not our fault. The weak are always prey to the strong. It's just how the world is. We might have gone on you before the sea monsters show up, but it's either you being eaten by demon creatures or by humans in a time like this. Mu Fangju pulled Bai Zhangfeng's hair and smashed his head into the mud. Bai Zhangfeng's face was soon covered in blood. Mu Fangju was pressing Bai Zhangfeng hard into the ground, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bai Zhangfeng struggled fiercely, but his cultivation was no match for Mu Fangju. He was being stepped on like a young puppy. Clean it up. We'll cut off their thumbs and send them to the MUI clan as a gift for the wedding. Ha ha ha, that B*****CHMUI Nushin deserves it for targeting our properties, Mu Fangju snarled. It's a pity that we didn't get to take out Mu Ningxue, too. Otherwise, we could slowly take control of Feiniao headquarters city. Fan Ning nodded along. All of them will soon become our prey in a time like this. To be honest, I actually like the situation now. I no longer have to avoid the enforcement union and government and make sure no one knows the Mu clan is responsible for the things I do. Everyone who dares to oppose us is going to die. Fan Ning agreed heartily. They no longer needed to worry about reputation and humanism. Only the strong had the right to survive. When there was a serious shortage of food, the deaths of the weak would make space for the others. They had gone back to their primitive ways after they were no longer restrained by morality. The Mu clan could finally take out every faction that was opposing it. They would either surrender or die. As a matter of fact, I like the situation now too. A voice suddenly came out of nowhere. Who is it? Who's there? Mu Fangju and Fan Ning both looked in the same direction. They were able to pinpoint the uninvited guest's position right away with their outstanding cultivation. The others were still looking around searching for Mo Fan, who was hiding in the dark. Mo Fan walked out of the darkness. His eyes were as cold as the moon. Mo Fan. Mu Fangju was surprised when he recognized Mo Fan. It's you. Shouldn't you be dead? Fan Ning chuckled. I thought it was some formidable enemy, yet it's just a petty clown. If this time had come earlier, you and Mu Ningxue would have died on Mu Clan Mountain. Mu Fangju declared. Fangju, he has double innate elements, Fan Ning quickly reminded him. Mu Fangju's eyes immediately glittered like a weasel. Chapter 2606. Perfect Immunity. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Icelwan's innate talent was powerful, but his double innate elements' advantage was much more obvious after Mo Fan achieved the super level. After enjoying the Icelwan's innate talent, Mu Fangju was treating Mo Fan as the most wonderful thing in the world. His desire to claim Mo Fan's innate talent as his own was all over his face. He did not expect to lure out such a big catch when he was only planning to take care of some small fish from the Bai clan. Wouldn't he be unmatched if he could claim Mo Fan's double innate elements? Keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Mu Fangju ordered his men. Fan Ning also closed in on Mo Fan. It seemed like he had made up his mind. They were currently in a plundering era. They could just rob anyone as they pleased, as long as they were not doing it in the headquarters cities. They just needed to throw the corpses of the people they killed to the demon creatures. Who would know what they had done? That being said, Mo Fan was extremely precious to them. They would kidnap him and slowly experiment on the way to transfer his innate talent to them. Icelwan stared down. Mu Fangju immediately made his move without wasting any time. He began by using Mu Failwan's innate ability. Pillars of ice appeared in the night sky and transformed into an enormous bird. It was white and crystalline, bearing a formidable aura. His fire element is pretty strong. Use the ice seed of wood forest to render his fire magic useless. Fan Ning did not underestimate Mo Fan's strength. The Mu clan had brought 10 strong men. They were all ice mags. The Mu clan was known for their ice mags. Their expertise in ice magic was significantly higher than normal ice mags. Huge cedar trees soon emerged around Mo Fan. Their trunks were thick and hard, and soon surrounded the area with an icy aura. Mo Fan felt like his throat was freezing, making it difficult to breathe. Ha ha ha, do you think we have sent the invitation because we really wanted to negotiate with you? Do you seriously think we don't dare to hurt you? The weak deserve to die. You idiots! Mu Fangju burst out laughing when he saw Mo Fan being trapped in the ice cedar wood forest. Mu Fangju stood on the ice lawn and stared down at Mo Fan from a great height, acting like an emperor. Learn to adapt. It's the way of survival in a time like this. Mu Fangju dove from the sky. It felt like the sky was collapsing while he was diving from the sky. The shadow of the ice lawn was huge enough to cover several mountains. Its momentum was strong enough to flatten the whole mountain range. Mu Fangju's laughter echoed throughout the mountains. Mo Fan had to admit Mu Fangju had grown a lot stronger after claiming Mu Failwan's innate talent. Not many people could match his strength in the ice element. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and looked at the enormous bird. Realm of Dawn and Dusk. The wings of Dawn and Dusk suddenly spread apart on Mo Fan's back. They summoned forth the enormous shadow of a black dragon hovering in the sky. The shadow of the black dragon was several times larger than the ice lawn. It looked like a little sparrow in comparison. The ice lawn immediately shattered into pieces, breaking apart before it could even reach Mo Fan. Mu Fangju also plummeted to the ground after losing his stability and his ride. Phoenix Flame. Mo Fan established his domain. Fire magic was scarce in the ice cedarwood forest, but for some reason, Mo Fan's Phoenix Flame was still able to set the huge chunks of ice on fire. The people of the Mu clan were bewildered by the sudden change. The icy forest turned into a blazing forest in an instant. The dazzling crimson flames spread several kilometers in seconds. The mountain was scorched red. The ice mags of the Mu clan and Fan Ning were working hard together, trying to suppress Mo Fan's fire element. In the end, their ice simply became fuel to the fire. Not only did they fail to suppress their enemy's fire magic, they were struggling to use their ice magic. Mu Fangju, look out, something isn't right. Fan Ning yelled in warning. Mu Fangju realized he was surrounded by scorching flames after he got up from the ground. Mo Fan was walking confidently toward him through the fire, as if he was the real emperor. Die! The ice magic was somehow restrained by the flames. Even Mu Fangju was struggling to use high-level ice spells despite his innate talent, let alone the others. An enormous sword pierced through the sky and dove at Mo Fan with a destructive aura. Mu Fangju was indeed a powerful mage, having cast a third-tier super light spell. His heaven-grade light seed had the power of slicing everything in half. His heaven-grade light seed was the light of destruction. It was capable of increasing the damage of his light magic. His casting speed was surprisingly fast, as he had managed to finish a complicated star palace in only a second. However, he could only use the ability once. He mainly used it as a surprise attack. The Heaven Glow Sword was the strongest single-target spell. An enemy had no chance of preparing their defense. It would surely inflict serious damage on an enemy if they somehow survived. The Heaven Glow Sword sliced the mountain in half. It broke through the surface and left cracks all over the ground within 5 kilometers. Mo Fan was standing right in the middle of the impact area, but he had put on a dark glowing armor at some time. The lines on it were emitting a mysterious energy, nullifying the damage from the sword. Mo Fan was unharmed, even though he did not do anything, yet everything around him was destroyed by the impact of the sword. The dragon scales were covered by a thin layer of light that was immune to Magic! It was like a blessing from the heavens that humans had no chance of breaking through. Mo Fan grinned as he looked at the armor he was wearing. Magic immunity! It was immune to all elemental magic under the level of A. Forbidden Curse! The third-tier super light spell, even strengthened by a heaven-grade seed, was nowhere as strong as a Forbidden Curse. The magic immunity had also nullified every other force that was applied to him. He was completely immune to his enemy's attack. Are you even human? Mu Fangju screamed in disbelief. Chapter 2607. Black Dragon Magic Equipment. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Realm of Dawn and Dusk had manipulated the order of the elements, allowing Mo Fan to suppress the ice mags with his Phoenix Flame. Mu Failwan backed away in fear. How had his light spell not inflicted any damage on Mo Fan? There was no way he was human. Mo Fan threw a punch forward. The flames around him took the shape of a dragon, which spread its wings and spat out a fiery breath at Mu Fangju. Mu Fangju panicked. He used everything he had to avoid the dragon breath, but he was still caught by the flames. He was soon screaming in agony. Damn it, I won't allow you to behave atrociously in front of me. Fan Ning snarled. Fan Ning was an experienced mage. He had noticed Mo Fan's armor was immune to elemental magic. He decisively switched to the curse element. The sky suddenly turned red. An eerie shadow was moving around. Mo Fan looked up and saw a heaven-cursed scorpion glaring down at him. Its stinger was slamming down at him like a red lightning strike. The heaven-cursed scorpion's tail stuck into the ground Mo Fan was standing on. The whole area began to wilt and rot away under the influence of the curse magic. Mo Fan felt a sharp pain from his head, as if the heaven-cursed scorpion had stabbed his head with its stinger, instead of the ground. He tried to use magic, but he immediately felt the pain spreading throughout his body when he tried to control the stars. You won't be able to use your magic. Fan Ning landed beside Mo Fan, right where the heaven-cursed scorpion stinger had landed. It felt like he was the heaven-cursed scorpion stinger. His gaze was torturing Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan took a few steps forward. He felt like his mind was about to explode. Fan Ning harumphed coldly. His eyes were fixed on Mo Fan's chest. Only a limited number of materials were immune to elemental magic. The black armor Mo Fan was wearing was obviously the reason why he was unharmed. Is that armor made from the scales of a real dragon? Crossed Fan Ning's mind suddenly. The scales of certain inferior dragons were also immune to magic, but most of them were only immune to spells below the super level. Only the scales of a real dragon would be immune to a super light spell. If it was really made of a real dragon's scales, Fan Ning swore to steal it, even if he had to kill Mo Fan. They had already figured out a way to steal someone's innate talent. Surely there was a way to steal someone's magic equipment, too. Fan Ning's eyes flickered with greed. This young man was full of valuables. Mo Fan suddenly turned into a black ray of light, and instantly appeared in front of Fan Ning. Fan Ning remained calm, several layers of colorful barriers appearing in front of him. Shockingly, Mo Fan was even faster. He managed to cross the barriers before they were established. The land was cursed by the heaven-cursed scorpion. Mo Fan would not be able to use any spells unless his mental state had reached the level of a forbidden curse. There was no reason to be scared. It did not matter how fast Mo Fan was. As long as he could not use any magic, he would not be able to hurt anyone. However, Fan Ning still summoned his magic armor as a safety precaution. It was a flexible armor made from the skin of a blue sea monster. It was more than enough to protect him from Mo Fan's strange attacks. Mo Fan's right hand was suddenly engulfed by a black energy, and a gleaming claw burst out from his gauntlet. The black dragon claw was the sturdiest material in the world. The sharp claw instantly tore through Fan Ning's armor. The claw sliced off a huge chunk of Fan Ning's flesh. He subconsciously backed away. He felt a great burning pain in his chest and neck. He tried to feel them with his hand, and was horrified to realize there was a huge cut extending from his neck to his clavicle. Fan Ning could not believe it. He looked at his hand, now covered in blood, before looking at Mo Fan's arm in shock. Fresh blood was pouring out of the gaping slash. Fan Ning had to cover his wound with both hands, but more blood was pouring out between his fingers. You? Fan Ning could feel his life draining away. He had already been very careful. He had even put on his magic armor to protect himself from any of Mo Fan's attacks that he could use without magic. Unfortunately, he did not expect Mo Fan to have some special magic equipment that could form a claw. It could easily tear through an enemy's defense at close quarters. Dragon Claw. Fan Ning tried hard to say something, but he did not even have the strength to speak. The scales and claws of a real dragon. Mo Fan's magic equipment was definitely made from the body parts of a real dragon. There were only a few real dragons in the world. How could anyone possibly kill a real dragon and claim its dragon soul? Mo Fan raised his arm and looked at the claw after Fan Ning collapsed to the ground. He could easily kill a peak super mage at close range now. The curse was lifted after Fan Ning's death. Mo Fan looked to the other side and saw Mu Fangju had risen to his feet amid the flames. Ice crystal feathers were surrounding Mu Fangju. Their numbers were constantly increasing. They were sharp, long, and flexible, like the leaves of an ice forest. Die! Mu Fangzhou's ice element was oddly powerful. He was most likely the strongest ice mage in the country. The ice feathers poured down like a deadly rain. Mo Fan did not bother defending himself. He simply stood there and withstood the rain of feathers with his magic armor. Even without the magic immunity, the scales of a real dragon were extremely tough. It was a great opportunity for Mo Fan to test out his new set of magic equipment. He did not bother defending himself with magic. Mu Fangju continued to summon ice spirits. He was using several secret arts that only the elders of the Mu clan had access to. Meanwhile, Mo Fan stood there like he was watching a 3-year-old swinging his fists around. Just a little OP. As needed by someone with 8 elements. I guess that dead Mu Ice Forbidden Curse Mage gave up his seat to this guy. Chaos, Fish's Sky? Chapter 2608. One dead, one surrendered. Translated by Kefis. Edited by Aelrianth. Meng Fangju looked behind him. The hills there had turned into broken pieces of ice. He looked at the sky that resembled an ice cave tunnel. Mo Fan was right at the bottom of the cave. Mu Fangju was one of the strongest ice mags in the world. A year ago, Mo Fan would not have stood even a chance against him. The man could have beaten him easily. But now, Mu Fangju could not even hurt Mo Fan. His face was filled with despair. Impossible. This is not happening. Mu Fangju yelled. Blue veins were covering his face and neck. Mu Fangju was soon worn out and fell to the ground feebly. He still had burns left by the dragon's breath fist Mo Fan had used on him. Mo Fan was already standing in front of him. He did not use any magic. He simply lifted his foot and stomped on Mu Fangju, forcing him into the soil. Mu Fangzhou's face was broken, but the sense of humiliation was hurting him. More. TM going to spare your worthless life. Go back and tell the Mu clan, if anyone dares to trouble the people around me. Including the people of the MUI clan, by clan, and Fanxue Mountain, TM. Going to visit them again. When that happens, you will regret how a time like this has given the strong the right to kill as they please. Mo Fan did not end Mu Fangzhou's life. He only slammed his face into the dirt, so he could reflect on his actions. Mo Fan was no longer a minor character that the renowned clans could bully. He had even left the chairman of the Asia Magic Association in the Dark Plane. Forever. Most importantly, he had never been a nice guy. He would pay back tenfold what his enemies had done to him. Mui Clan, the Magic City. Delicious food was being served at every table. Most people were enjoying themselves. It was quite difficult to feel so relaxed in the current times, as there had been fewer joyful occasions ever since the sea monsters had started invading their territory. However, no matter how bad the situation was, they could not give up on pursuing good times. The wedding had to be grand and romantic, leaving everyone with some fond memories. Where did Mentor go? Why haven't I seen him around? Bai Hongfei had gone around the tables, but he still could not find Mo Fan. Well, he might be busy with some business. Hongtae, don't worry about him. We will make sure everything is all right. Mui Shan patted Bai Hongfei's shoulder with a smile. However, he realized he had accidentally spilled the beans. Mui Nushin was right beside them. Her thoughts were very sharp, and she immediately looked at the elders. It seems like they are hiding something from us, Mui Nushin noticed. It's not anything serious. TT's indeed nothing worth mentioning. I just came back from another plane to attend your wedding. I must say that fate brought me back in time. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you two officially. Here, I've brought you two a gift. Mo Fan had suddenly appeared. A man in ragged clothes was standing beside Mo Fan. His hair was disheveled, and even his face was bent out of shape. The man quickly put on an ugly smile with the remaining muscles that were still functional on his face, after Mo Fan nudged him with his elbow. The older man brought his hands together and mumbled, "T have come on behalf of the Mu clan to congratulate you." Mu Fangjol Mui Shan and the elders of the Bai clan stood up with surprised faces. It's me, it seems like there was a misunderstanding between us. After listening to Mo Fan's advice, I sincerely realize I was too arrogant and ruthless before. I have made a lot of mistakes, so I have come here to apologize. Please accept my apology. Mu Fangju kept glancing nervously at Mo Fan to judge his reaction while speaking. Mui Nushin and Bai Hongfei were left speechless. Mu Fangju was an established elder of the Mu clan. He had threatened to take out every other clan that dared to oppose him not long ago. How come he was apologizing to them now out of nowhere? Ah. Please have a seat. Either way, you have come as a guest. We are glad to accept your apology, Bai Hongfei said politely. The truth was, he had no idea what to say. The man was already asking forgiveness on his knees. It was inappropriate to punch a smiling man. It would not look good if Bai Hongfei threw out someone who had come to apologize. It's fine, I have other things to attend to. I won't disturb your wedding, nor would I dare to ask the rest of you to treat me as your guest. Mu Fangju turned down the offer. Then, Bai Hongfei looked at Mo Fan. He could roughly guess how Mo Fan had advised Mu Fangju, judging by his swollen face. Mu Fangahu looked at Mo Fan pleadingly. He had completely embarrassed himself. However, it was necessary if he wanted to stay alive. He was a flexible man. Fine, you may leave now. After all, some of the guests might see you as their enemy. I wouldn't want you to ruin their fun. Mo Fan patted Mu Fangju on the shoulder. Mu Fangju immediately rose to his feet and ran away like a stray dog being released. Everyone looked at Mo Fan as soon as Mu Fangju had left. I really like your gift. Thank you very much, Mui Nushin said with a beaming smile. The gift would affect the fate of her clan. Mu Fangju definitely had the power to destroy a renowned clan. If Mo Fan had not lent them a hand, they might not have been able to finish the wedding. Mui Nushin was sincerely grateful. Bai Hongfei was utterly impressed, too. Mo Fan was only away for a little over an hour, and the dinner was about to end. It was ridiculous how he had beaten Mu Fangju up and dragged him here to apologize to them in such a short period. Just how strong is Mo Fan now? Mui Shan, Mui Yi, and the elders of the Bai clan were also thinking the same. Question. Mui Shan drew closer to Mo Fan and asked, "So, what happened? Did Mo Fan somehow reach a deal with the Mu clan and convince them to let their people go, rebuilding the relationship with their clans?" "I killed Fan Ning and his men, and spared Mu Fangzhou's life," Mo Fan answered succinctly. "You killed Fan Ning, the great elder of the Mu clan?" Mui Shan almost dropped his jaw on the table. They were supposed to be several hundred kilometers away. Mo Fan had fought Mu Fangju and Fan Ning by himself. However, he had killed one and forced the other to surrender before the dinner came to an end. Was Mo Fan still human? Chapter 2609. Securing Benefits with Trickery. Edited by Aelrianth. Eat something. Mu Ningxue had considerately kept some of the delicious banquet food for Mo Fan. She asked a waitress to reheat the food. Mo Fan had not been able to eat before he left. He sat down and enjoyed the food while drinking with everyone. One must never waste delicious food. The world had changed a lot after Mo Fan returned from the Dark Plane. The situation of their homeland had worsened too, but Mo Fan was very pleased that he was back. Perhaps he was treasuring his life more after paying a visit to hell. "Wow, there are so many people here. A lot of them are from the Magic City," a loud voice interrupted. The man's tone and volume had captured everyone's attention. "It's Councilman Zhuang. I didn't think you would come here in person." "We are honored to have you here." Mui Shan immediately greeted the man. Councilman Zhuang did not bother looking at Mui Shan. He went straight to Bai Hongfei and Mui Nushin. "I happened to pass by and saw the decorations, so I came without an invitation." "I hope you won't mind," Councilman Zhuang told Mui Nushin. "Of course not, it's a privilege to have you here," Mui Nushin said courteously. "Please have a seat," Bai Hongfei said. "It's fine, I'll be going soon. I just came to say a few words. I wouldn't want to disturb the grand occasion." "Well, I just want to tell you there's currently still a gap of 70 kilometers in the dam at the southern coast. Oh, the master of Fanxue Mountain, Mu Ningxue, is here too. It will save me a trip to visit you, too." Councilman Zhuang was surprised to see Mu Ningxue there. Mo Fan gave Mui Shan a puzzled look after this man who was acting like an official came out of nowhere. He's a councilman of the Magic City, the city's current maritime defense minister. Mui Shan explained. He then whispered into Mo Fan's ear, "Many officials of the Magic City were replaced after Chairman Xiaozhong was dismissed. This Zhuang Yu's influence is on par with the mayor of the Magic City. Most importantly, he's a strong mage, too. He's most likely a peak super mage." The man was a peak super mage. It explained why he was acting so confidently. "You all should help your country and city more instead of focusing on your own people. You have occupied many resources and lands without giving back to society. You should do your best to help the country at a time like this. The Mui clan and Bai clan are reputable in the Magic City. It's time for you to step forward to be a role model to others, and that includes Fanxue Mountain, too. Even though the Faniao headquarters city isn't a part of my jurisdiction, we should all work together now that our country is in trouble," Zhuang Yu went on loftily. "Councilman Zhuang, you already took many elites of our clans with you a month ago. Most of them are now either dead or were injured in the battle. How can you say we are not doing our part? We really can't afford to help you anymore." Mui protested. "What do you mean by that? Do you think the military and government have fewer casualties? If it weren't for us, do you think you can still hold a grand wedding like this for the guests to enjoy their evening?" Councilman Zhuang frowned in reply. Mui did not dare refute his words. Mui Nushin and Bai Hongfei seemed perfectly calm, but they were obviously feeling uncomfortable. Some people had done their best to serve the country. Chairman Xiaozheng was a great example. On the other hand, some people were doing everything to squeeze benefits out of others. They were squeezing the people, the clans, and the factions. Most importantly, Zhuangyu had never dared to act so self-righteously in front of other formidable factions like the Mu clan, Zhao clan, Hunter Union, Magic Association, and the Shoreline Alliance. He was bullying the weak, while being afraid of the strong. Mui Nushin had long found this councilman an eyesore. It was not his first time trying to trick them for his own benefit. She was even angrier at Zhuangyu for doing it at her wedding. It was the most important day for a woman. The Bai clan and Mui clan had sent their men to the front line to fight the sea monsters a month ago. They were treated as meat shields. Only a few of them had made it back alive. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had not lost many of his own men, but he had happily claimed all the glory. It was supposed to be an enjoyable wedding, but a shameless councilman had come and ruined everyone's mood. Mui Shan kept whispering into Mo Fan's ear, explaining Wang Yu's personality. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan did not have a good impression of Zhuang Yu the moment Mui Shan told him he was involved in the scheme to dismiss Chairman Xiaozheng. Mo Fan did not want to play the games of these dirty scum. He could not care less about their identity. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He was just about to criticize the hypocrite when Xinxia's knight Waris approached them, leading Xinxia over. Xinxia looked at Mo Fan, and her gentle voice echoed in his mind. Mo Fan thought about it and decided not to involve himself. Councilman Zhuang, Xinxia said with a gentle voice. It was difficult to guess her emotions from her voice. She had learned how to hide her feelings after all her years at the Parthenon Temple. Zhuang Yu turned around. He was impatient at being bothered first, but he immediately donned a smile when he saw Xinxia. Ah, the future goddess, I didn't think I would stumble into you here, Zhuang Yu greeted her. I was going to give the newlyweds my blessing, but you have come so urgently. Perhaps you have a better blessing for them. I'm more than willing to let you take over, Xinxia proposed. Zhuang Yu was stunned. What blessing? He was here to demand resources from their two clans. He had no blessing to give away. Of course not, I just didn't expect you to be here. I'm sorry for interrupting your blessing. I'm only here to enjoy some free drinks. Please, don't mind me. You may continue, Zhuang Yu laughed, as if everything he had said was just a joke. Please step aside, Xinxia encouraged him. Zhuang Yu could not find any words to say, and he did not dare disrespect Xinxia. He could only look at Mui Nushin and Bai Hongfei grudgingly. Councilman Zhuang retreated so that Xinxia to take over. He awkwardly moved to the side to find himself a seat. Can't you see the seat is occupied? Move away. Mo Fan rolled his eyes and scolded him. Zhuang Yu's face darkened. He looked at Mo Fan closely, as if he wanted to remember his face. Where did this guy come from? He did not dare to say a word when the saintess of the Parthenon Temple asked him to step aside, but who did this young man think he was? The young man was unworthy to even be his footrest. How dare he scold his elder? Chapter 2610. The Trio. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhuang Yu was about to lose his temper when a short-haired woman in a suit came over and whispered into the councilman's ear. Zhuang Yu's expression sank. He rose to his feet, glancing at Mo Fan before leaving the hall. It seemed something had happened that required the presence of the Maritime Defense Minister. Mo Fan simply ignored it now that the annoying man had left, and continued to enjoy his food. The meat of the creatures in the dark plain had been bad and rotten. Xinxia gave her blessing to the newlyweds. Mo Fan did not hear the details, but Mui Nushin seemed overjoyed. She kept thanking Xinxia repeatedly and sincerely. The dinner was coming to an end. The guests gradually took their leaves. Mo Fan was not in a rush to go back after he was done eating. He took a stroll along the Huangpu River. The dazzling lights were reflected on the rapid currents. In the past, the riverside was full of tourists. People would be taking photos of the magnificent buildings and leaning against the rail to admire the river. There had also been small cruise ships with fancy lights sailing the river. However, the area was now deserted. It was now a luxury to admire the view when mankind was in danger. Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and Xinxia were the only people walking on the promenade by the river. The cold and stern night Waris maintained a distance of around 100 meters from them, looking around constantly. Mo Fan was a few steps ahead while Mu Ningxue was pushing Xinxia's wheelchair. They were walking at a slow pace. It had been like this since they were younger. Mo Fan always rushed ahead as he was eager to show his new discoveries to them. It was a peaceful and scenic place with a river and an old tree. The leaves were falling slowly onto the water before they were carried away by the current. Mu Ningxue would keep up with Mo Fan at her own pace while having a private talk with Xinxia. She was not particularly interested in Mo Fan's discovery, but she was not necessarily disappointed either. Meanwhile, Xinxia was very curious about nature. The butterflies and fallen flowers would occasionally fall on her clothes. She would not sweep them away like most people would. It felt like they had gone back in time, to when they were still in Bo City. There were endless paths to walk, views to enjoy, and stories to tell. Unfortunately, everything was constantly changing. They could no longer go back to certain places and times. Mo Fan could accept the changes in other things, but he could not accept all the changes in people. As the world continued to fall into a bottomless pit and eternal darkness, it was Mo Fan's greatest relief to see Mu Ningxue and Xinxia just a few steps behind him. He would never lose the motivation to keep going forward, even when huge waves and the apocalypse were in his way. Nothing was permanent in this world. In the end, Mo Fan still could not fulfill the wish that was constantly in his mind. Not only did he fail to fulfill it, he did not expect that he would even go back to his deserted apartment alone. Mo Fan heard voices behind the door when he reached home. His heart began to race. It seemed like he did not have to sleep alone in the cold night. Mo Fan opened the door and saw the two men sitting on the couch with beer bottles scattered across the floor. The two drunken men were drinking like two warriors having a duel. The two looked at Mo Fan with wide eyes when they saw him coming back alone. How useless! Zhao Manyang mocked him. Mu Bai burst out laughing, too. He pointed at Mo Fan and scoffed, "That's what you get for mocking me all the time. I thought you were impressive, but you still came back here alone. Here, I have left you a seat." Mu Bai must have drank a lot. He was surprisingly bold and unrestrained. Mo Fan felt so embarrassed. He had the urge to kill the two idiots right on the spot. Mo Fan had left the wedding with two beautiful women. He was planning to take a romantic stroll so the three of them could enjoy the rest of the night together in the same bed. Unfortunately, the two women were too smart to give Mo Fan a chance to fulfill his shameless ambitions. They managed to get away and destroy Mo Fan's dream. "You are really hopeless. You should seek some advice from me. I might not be good at other things, but I have plenty of experience having a wonderful time with two women at once. How could you bring the two of them out for a walk together? You were only going to alert them." Zhao Manyang started giving him a lecture. "Piss off, if you are so good, why are you drinking with Mu Bai here?" Mo Fan scolded. He was so angry. Why did he have to be caught red-handed by these two pricks? After his plan failed? Most importantly, why were these two treating his place like theirs? He had used it to keep his mistresses, but the two had made his nice mealing apartment foul. Mu Bai pointed at Zhao Manyan's bottle and said, "Are you keeping the beer too? Keep some pet fish? What did you say at the wedding? If you don't make me drunk until I'm on the floor, you will call me your grandfather. I'm very much awake still. What are you so proud of?" "I'm just feeling sorry for Mo Fan. I'm waiting for him to finish a bottle first." Zhao Manyang immediately redirected Mu Bai's attention to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was in a bad mood. He grabbed a bottle and emptied it in one go. Mo Fan's face reddened after he drank the bottle of beer. The same question kept appearing in his mind: where did my plan even go wrong? Could it be that he was being too impatient, just like Zhao Manyang had said? Life never goes according to plan. Old Zhao, where is your true love? Mo Fan suddenly recalled the exciting relationship Zhao Manyang once had. Mu Bai immediately slammed his fist on the table and burst out laughing. It turned out Zhao Manyang was the one being conned. The woman already knew who he was. She was planning to take both the brothers. The heiress. Sacred Institute allows women to have 2 husbands. Mu Bai informed Mo Fan. It was a mutual relationship. What do you mean I was being charmed? How could a man like you who has never touched a woman's hand understand? Zhao Manyang rebuked me Bai instantly. Mu Bai, you're still single? It's been a year. Mo Fan was surprised. I'm good at being alone. Look at you two. One hooks up with every woman he sees, the other has a lot of paramours, but you are both drinking with me here. What difference does it make? Mu Bai shot back. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were left speechless. Mu Bai was not wrong, either. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang clanked their bottles awkwardly and emptied them. Zhao Manyang coughed and asked Mu Bai, "TM going to ask you seriously? Isn't woman you met during the battle at the Yangtze River pretty nice? Why are you keeping your distance from her? You never know what's going to happen in a precarious time like this. I don't want to grieve over someone's death, so I think it's better to be alone," Mu Bai replied. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang raised their thumbs at Mu Bai. The 3 of them continued to enjoy their drinks. Chapter 26:11 Prayer Lanterns. Translated by Kefis. Edited by Aelrianth. The lake in front of the apartment complex was starting to freeze. A woman with hair as soft as silk was seated on a bench in front of the lake. She stared at the lake for a long time, deep in thought. Her delicate figure blended perfectly into the cold night. After some time, she looked at one of the units in the apartment that still had its lights on. She hesitated for a moment, then rose to her feet. She walked away from the school, across the frozen grass. The cold sea breeze lashed the woman like a whip. Even the mink coat she was wearing could not keep her warm. "She's here," Councilman Zhuang, Dean Li reported. Zhuang Yu was standing upright with an expressionless face. His lips curled upward when he saw the beautiful young woman approaching him. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhuang Yu reached out his hand in a friendly manner. The woman did not respond. She only stared at Dean Li with cold, attractive eyes. His councilman Zhuang Yu, the person in charge of the operation, Dean Li introduced him. "I'm only doing this for the Pearl Institute," the woman replied. "That's fine. The Pearl Institute represents the Magic City, which represents the country, just like the soldiers who are fighting hard just to make sure their families can live peacefully in the walls of the city," Zhuang Yu replied. The Pearl Institute will remember you. All of us will remember you. Mo Fan went to the balcony with messy hair after he woke up. He was trying to clear his head with the cold wind. It was almost evening. They had drank until dawn, celebrating how much of a failure their lives were, then they had slept through the day. It had been some time since the magic city had any sunlight. The evening remained dull, as if the mist in the sky would not disappear for another several dozen years. Mo Fan could see the artificial lake from his balcony. The surface that had frozen at night would melt in the day. Lanterns were floating on the lake like tiny rafts. Is there a festival today? Mo Fan was puzzled. He did not put much attention on the lanterns, since he was starving. He quickly took a shower and headed downstairs. He had not eaten at the canteen downstairs for a long time. The canteen was very dark. Mo Fan was confused when he walked into the canteen. Were lightning element resources scarce, too? Why were they not willing to turn on the lights? The canteen was also decorated with little lanterns. The dim light they were giving off made the canteen look like a morning hall. Mo Fan felt uneasy. He happened to see a familiar man walking toward him. The man's face was visible, as he was also holding a lantern. He was grieving. Jonghua! Mo Fan called out to the man. Mo Fan still had a slight impression of the man. He was the shadow mage who had found the survivors hiding inside a bunker at Bing Town when he was fighting the sea monsters that had invaded the river. Jonghua was shocked when he saw Mo Fan. He almost dropped the lantern in his hand. Senior Mo Fan! Jonghua yelled. Shush! Mo Fan signaled him to lower his voice. He pulled Jonghua to the side. He looked at the lantern in his hand and asked, "What are you doing? Who are you mourning for? Didn't you hear what happened? Didn't you see the news? The media has been reporting the incident for the whole day." Jonghua exclaimed woefully. "I was cultivating in seclusion. I just came out," Mo Fan replied without blinking an eye. "Then, you should pretend you didn't hear anything. Otherwise, you will be saddened by it," Jonghua said slowly. Mo Fan was utterly confused. He looked at the words written on the lantern. It was a short blessing for someone who had died. Mo Fan was dumbfounded when he saw the name on it. Ding Yumian. The deceased was Ding Yumian. The lake, the school, and many places were full of lanterns that had been made to mourn Ding Yumian. She had left this world. When did it happen? Mo Fan asked grimly. Early this morning. Senior, I'm so depressed. She was such a young and beautiful girl. I stumbled into her a month ago in the library. She told me her greatest wish was to visit the renowned institutes across the world. She wanted to see the cold and beautiful Alps Institute, the noble and royal institutes in Europe, and the romantic and luxurious Eris Sacred Institute, but she no longer has a chance to fulfill her wish, Jonghua sobbed. What happened? Did the sea monsters kill her? Mo Fan demanded. No, Councilman Zhuang Yu announced it this morning, Jonghua shook his head. Ding Yumian's death was made public through an official announcement. Even if Ding Yumian was a super mage, her death would not be announced by a councilman, nor was it going to shock the magic city and the whole country. Mo Fan had a strong feeling it was something that would infuriate and sadden him. He took out his phone and browsed the news. Jonghua did not dare say a word. He could feel Mo Fan's breathing intensifying. Did she make the decision herself? Mo Fan asked after a prolonged silence. Yes, Dean Li has her last words, which she wrote for the school. It was her handwriting, Jonghua answered. Mo Fan took Zhongguo's phone and looked at the photo closely. It read, even. Though I can't leave the Pearl Institute, I love it very much. I hope my soul can return here. Ding Yumian was a known disaster bringer. She had been protected by the Pearl Institute. She was not allowed to leave the school because she might endanger other people. Unfortunately, someone had found her. They had treated her innate talent as a secret weapon to eliminate the sea monsters. Mo Fan had the same idea briefly when he learned Ding Yumian's innate talent, but he did not expect it would really happen. Ding Yumian's mental strength was stronger than ordinary people's. Her negative emotions could influence the people around her. The truth was, her emotions were able to influence every living creature with intelligence. She had found out that the sea monsters' minds were connected like a giant net. That net covered most of the sea monsters who were invading their country. Ding Yumian was able to influence the sea monsters with her emotions. Thus, she had become a secret weapon. She had ended her own life on an unknown island in the middle of the sea. Her strong urge to kill herself had spread throughout the army of sea monsters that was preparing its next attack. The sea monsters had ended up killing themselves. Since that morning, the vast sea had been covered by the floating dead bodies of the sea monsters and their foul stench. Chapter 26:12. Members of the Tribe of Sea Gods. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. A group of the Pearl Institute students, dressed in black outfits, was standing close to the dam. Each of them held a lantern decorated with a white flower. The warm light was shining on the petals, making them transparent. The reflection of the lanterns on the surface of the sea resembled blossoming lotuses as they were dropped onto the waters. The strong waves easily swallowed some of the lanterns and their lights, but many of them drifted into the distance like little rafts, disappearing into the mist. Senior, I'll give you one. Zhongguo held out a lantern to Mo Fan. Mo Fan shook his head and turned down the offer. He did not want to remember someone like this. Look, the sea monsters' dead bodies have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Our lantern should be able to reach that island, a female student exclaimed happily. Not long ago, the surface of the sea was covered by the dead bodies of countless sea monsters. They were all facing the sky with wide eyes, like they were complaining to the heavens indignantly. However, as the lanterns drifted into the distance, the dead bodies sank to the bottom of the sea. They would soon decompose into nutrients for the microorganisms along the seabed. It seems like even the heavens are hoping we can guide Senior's soul back. Zhongguo said with a wry smile. He then turned to Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan had already left. Zhongguo quickly went after him, but he only saw Mo Fan vanishing with a few silver flickers of light. He must be depressed too, but it was Senior Sister's decision. Zhongguo mumbled to himself. A lantern hung with a white flower drifted aimlessly on the sea. The sea was perfectly calm, like a lake on the mountains that was reflecting the blue sky and the white clouds. If the lantern had not ended up here, it was impossible to tell which side was the sea and the sky. The lantern suddenly touched the back of someone's hand. The person was sitting on the water, but her legs were soaking. It looked like she was sitting on a mirror of ice. Her hands were extremely pale and still. She turned around slowly after the lantern reached her and stared at the floating light for a long time. She picked up the lantern and put it on her palm, then opened the cover and blew out the candle inside it. She then opened the white letter inside it. The letter was rolled up. She slowly opened it and read the words, "Let the soul return. It seems like everyone is praying for my return. I shall grant them their wish." The woman started laughing. Her hollow voice echoed across the calm sea. Eerily. She slowly rose from the sea. However, her lower body no longer had human legs. An elegant dress made up of colorful corals was covering a long lower body that resembled a fish. Her long hair drifted in the wind. The calm sea suddenly became restless as dark figures approached the surface. They were ghastly and hideous. They were either covered in bloody spikes and had fangs like sharks, or their flesh was rotten and covered in pus, with swollen poisonous glands and venomous tails or stings. The sea was quiet and still just a moment ago, but now a huge number of demon creatures had gathered around the woman at their center. A few workers were preparing the battlefields on the other side of the dam. The first was the wasteland battlefield, which was stacked up with waste steel, concrete, junked vehicles, aluminum alloy scrap, and other things. It was one of the main battlefields, where the humans had once fought the sea skeleton king. Further to the south was another artificial land with an abandoned city, which several expert earth mags had constructed using an earth pistil. It was a copy of Japan's East Maritime Fortress. There were a great number of tall brown buildings without windows and doors, looking like a half-completed residential project. The people could easily see the grey sky on the other side between the buildings. Councilman Zhuang was in charge of the project, so the people had named it Zhuang City. It was less than 4 kilometers from the Pearl Institute. The members of the Magic Association could watch the place clearly from the Dongfang Oriental Tower. That evening, Zhuang City was suddenly surrounded by dark red seawater. The sturdy buildings that were designed to withstand the attacks of commander-level creatures all collapsed and sank into the water. The mags guarding the city all died before night had even arrived. Their miserable cries reached the Magic City. The councilmen and generals on the Dongfang Oriental Tower were shocked. They had no idea what had just happened. The sturdy maritime fortress had been taken out in such a short amount of time. Most importantly, the fallen fortress had exposed the dam, the last line of defense for the Magic City. Did anyone find out which horde of the sea monsters was responsible for the attack? It might be a new species. We have no information on them. Damn it, none of them managed to take a close look at the enemy. How useless. Didn't they say we would have a long time of peace after our recent victory? Why are the sea monsters attacking so soon? Was there a higher level existence, in addition to the powerful creature we took out? The trench demons were a kind of intelligent sea monster, and had the power to control many hordes of the sea monsters. They proclaimed themselves as prophets of the sea monsters. Even the imperious rulers leading the sea monsters had to obey their orders. However, hadn't they already killed the prophet? It should have died with the rulers and the rest of the sea monsters a week ago, after the disaster bringer ended her own life. How did the tribe of the sea gods recover so quickly? Was the information the Shoreline Alliance gave us inaccurate? They didn't even realize there's another high-level sea god. Zhuang Yu snarled. The Shoreline Alliance referred to the intelligent sea monsters who could command the sea monsters to attack their city recklessly as members of the tribe of sea gods. The trench demons that served as the prophets of the sea monsters were one of the tribes. The sea monsters did indeed have their own civilization. Chapter 26:13. Undead from the Bottom of the Sea. Translated by Kefis. Edited by Aelrianth. Councilman Zhuang, the sea level is falling, a battle mage circling up in the sky reported. The tide is falling. The sea level has only risen for so many years. When has the tide ever fallen? The tide was indeed falling back slowly. The dark red seawater that had destroyed Zhuang City had disappeared with it. The land that had been drowned by the water was gradually exposed. It was covered in sand and filth. Trash had piled up on the downhills and slopes. Late at night, the falling tide had revealed a huge strip of land leading to the east. The people were able to see the new Pudong once again. The seawaters had continuously taken up more human territory. Who would have thought the tide would fall rapidly one day, like it was not going to return? Again? The people could no longer see any water in the areas that had once been a part of the ocean. It felt like the seawater had been drawn away. Not only did it give the drowned areas back, it even gave them extra space. The sand, seaweed, rocks, and dead bodies that were still decomposing for 100 square kilometers of the seabed were now visible. The Shoreline Alliance soon assembled a few teams and sent them out to explore the dried land and find out the reason behind the falling tide. The tribe of sea gods had already won the battle against them by forcing them to hide in the 5 headquarters cities. There was no reason for the sea rulers to retreat. Is it a natural phenomenon, or a trick of the sea monsters? An explorer of the Shoreline Alliance picked up a smelly rock and inspected it. The seabed was covered in thick mud. Their B-0 would sink halfway into the mud as they were walking on it. The team of explorers was made up of elite members of the Shoreline Alliance. The Shoreline Alliance had been exploring the oceans and learning about sea creatures and their evolutions. They had to understand the world under the sea, so they could figure out how to stop the sea monsters' invasion. After the sea level had fallen, they had quickly explored places they had not dared to go to before, especially the cliffs and the trenches, as most high-level sea monsters enjoyed staying in the darkness of the deep sea, and they were more accustomed to the water pressure of the deep waters. The Shoreline Alliance could identify the species, number, and level of the sea monsters through the scales, skin tissues, fangs, and body waste left by the sea monsters. Don't you think that's strange? Dean Li asked. Li Shu was the dean of the Pearl Institute School of White Magic. He was also the vice chairman of the Magic City Shoreline Alliance. He had personally led teams in exploring the dangerous zone so they could understand the reason behind the unusual phenomena. This time, he had to find out where the dark red seawater had come from. A mysterious scholar had detected a new member of the tribe of sea gods, having appeared in the East China Sea. Therefore, they had to find out its ability, its power, and how many sea monsters it was leading before their first encounter with the creature. Is something wrong, Dean Li? Elder Yu Qing asked, sensing something off. Shouldn't there be a lot of dead sea monsters around? Dean Li quickly looked around. The whole place was covered in the filth of the seabed, but the dead bodies that were floating on the surface several days ago had all vanished. Dean Li clearly remembered the dead bodies had sunk to the bottom of the sea. It had only been a week. They would not decompose so quickly, yet the only remains he could see had obviously been around for ages. Where did the dead bodies of the army of sea monsters go? Did the strange tide carry them away? Why would they bother to retrieve their corpses? Elder Yu, take a look at this, a member of the team called out. Dean Li and Elder Yu immediately looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a red tide approaching them fiercely from the horizon. Run, quick! Dean Li immediately told everyone to retreat when he realized something was not right. The dark red tide came on suddenly, like a terrifying storm. Its bloody aura soon reached the team. Dean Li realized the dark red tide was not made up of water, but a huge number of ghastly sea monsters. Their rotten flesh and poisonous pus were giving off a foul stench. They were sprinting across the dried seabed, as if they were replacing the seawater. Undead. Ice the sea undead. The oceans covered massive areas, thus the presence of death that the oceans had accumulated was stronger. In the past, the scholars of the Shoreline Alliance had conjectured the existence of an undead kingdom at the bottom of the sea. It was formed by the countless dead bodies of sea creatures that had accumulated over a long time, resulting in insane numbers of undead. To their surprise, the sea undead had charged at their city as soon as the sea level had fallen, as if they had long planned it. Dean Lee, aren't these the sea monsters that died recently? They have all turned into undead. I am not sure. Dean Lee's expression fell sharply. He was starting to have a bad feeling about this. Dean Lee kept looking at the tide of undead while he was retreating. His scalp turned numb when he saw an aloof figure standing above the army of undead. She was looking down at them like the Empress of Darkness and Death. Her eyes were brimming with hatred. She was the new member of the tribe of sea gods. She was capable of commanding this army of sea monsters which had died and turned into undead. More importantly, Dean Lee found the outline and the pale face of the creature extremely familiar. The dark red tide closed in on them. Dean Lee and his men were still around 10 kilometers away from the safe zone. They obviously could not make it in time. The sea undead crashed into the team. The members of the team could not escape the fate of being annihilated by the sea undead. Dean Lee also gave up. He was surrounded by the sea undead, but for some reason, they were ignoring him. They had simply swept on past him. It felt like an invisible barrier was protecting Dean Lee from the sea undead. However, Dean Lee knew he was not under any protection. As he thought, the sea undead cleared a path for the figure with a colorful dress, pale face, hollow eyes, and long hair brimming with the presence of death. Ding ding yummian. Dean Lee could not believe his eyes when he saw the woman. Chapter 26:14. The Apocalypse. Translated by Zephes, edited by Aelrianth. The tide of undead immediately broke through the weakest spot of the dam in the south. The slain sea monsters that had attacked a week ago had been turned into fearless undead. The undead were scarier than the living sea monsters, as they could blatantly abuse their power without needing the unstoppable waves. The undead had taken the humans by surprise. They did not have enough light mags at the dam. The undead soon invaded the safe zone through a new hole in the dam around 200 meters wide. A dark aura poured into the industrial area. The south of the city was an industrial district. The factories were crucial to the city's operation. They were processing magic ores and turning them into sources of power and water to keep the city functioning. However, the undead destroyed the factories in an instant, rapidly closing in on the busy districts of the city. The soldiers had no chance of stopping them. Most sea monsters would back away from fierce resistance and look for other openings, giving the humans time to adjust and control the situation, but the undead were fearless. They were only focused on their target. They would not stop even if there were only empty shells. They were more terrifying than a huge wave of sea monsters. They were charging forward recklessly, bearing an overwhelming presence of death. After destroying the factories, the undead all headed in the same direction, the Dongfang Oriental Tower. The Army and Magic Alliance failed to stop the undead's advance. Countless buildings and mags were swallowed by the tide, which was moving inexorably toward the Dongfang Oriental Tower, close to the headquarters of the Shoreline Alliance and the Hunter Union. Many people on the veranda close to the beach were spooked. The buildings on the other side of Huangpu River were swarming with undead. They were climbing the buildings and covered the outer layer of the buildings with their hideous bodies. The sky was dark, and the sun was absent. The busiest district of the magic city had suddenly fallen into a deep abyss of destruction. The high-seaters and top-seaters were no longer in charge. The buildings were taken over by the undead. They were greedily eyeing the streets, houses, parks, and plazas. The shallow river there was not going to stop them. A blue light burst out of the top of Dongfang Oriental Tower. Several other buildings quickly followed up and emitted the same light from their tops. The lights combined in the sky, forming a sacred altar hovering above the buildings. Liquid light poured out of the altar like silver curtains and swiftly encapsulated the Lujiazu district, trapping the undead that were trying to cross the river. The silver liquid was half transparent, and the people could still see the undead through it. They were climbing the silver curtains, trying to find a hole in them. More undead were approaching. They had completely taken the other side of the river. The silver curtains and the sacred altar had merely kept them on the other shore. The magic barrier established by the silver curtains temporarily prevented the undead from crossing the river to the residential areas, but the undead were only several meters away from the people. None of them believed the magic barrier was enough to stop the undead. Once the undead reached the residential areas, they would cause a bloodbath in the headquarters city. Half of the Dongfang Oriental Tower was covered by the undead. The streets, alleys, plazas, and parks were already covered by the undead. They had used their bodies to flood the city. If the buildings had not been protected by magic, the whole district would be destroyed in an instant. Kill them all, Councilman Zhuang Yu snarled from a platform above Dongfang Oriental Tower. We have activated the formations on every building, but these undead do not have any sense of self-preservation. Their only goal is to destroy and kill. There's no way our men can take them all out. My men are dying at an insane rate, too. What's going on? Why are they attacking this place? The tribe of sea gods surely knows this tower is a symbol for human mags. If it's destroyed, it's like taking down the enemy's flag. They are demonstrating their power to us. They are trying to crush our will to fight. Several students on the balcony were struck as dumb as wooden chickens. They could see the skyscrapers clearly from their angle. In the past, the skyscrapers and Dongfang Oriental Tower had stood firmly pointed at the unreachable sky. Everyone would feel proud looking at them, as they symbolized humanity's power and status. But today, the skyscrapers had been taken over by other species. The undead were not large, but their front limbs were strong and deadly. Their eyes were sticking out of their sockets while their heads were like the skulls of dead fish. And their bodies were covered in venomous spikes. The people who had faint hearts would often collapse after seeing the hideous creatures. The sea monsters were no longer held on the other side of the dam. The creatures were visible from their balconies. They were witnessing the terrifying sight through their own windows. They were told that the apocalypse was coming. It was now happening right in front of them. Are we all going to die? A young man with curly hair was holding a book. He had been reviewing for an exam. The eyes on his handsome face were hollow. He had been going to officially become a mage tomorrow, but he was now unsure if tomorrow would even arrive. Even if he became a mage, could he really do anything to stop what was happening in front of him? He felt like a huge black wave was coming at his raft. The wave could easily crush him and the raft. Was there any meaning to becoming a mage? How long can the altar last? I heard it's a forbidden curse magic formation. Another skinny young man asked hollowly. Meanwhile, tiny cracks surfaced on the silver curtains as if they were responding to the skinny man's question. They were proving that the magic barrier was not unbreakable. The tide of undead could break through the curtains at any second. Chapter 26:15. The Buried Army of Sea Monsters. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. The young men heard some footsteps on the stairs. A man in his sleepwear walked over to the balcony with a toothbrush in his mouth and a brushing mug in his hand. The others were looking at the apocalyptic sight. He followed their gazes. Le took the toothbrush out of his mouth and poured the cold air in the mug into his mouth. Gargle, gargle, spit. Bro, why are you spitting from your balcony? Don't you know that's unhygienic? That's right. Do you think you no longer have to behave yourself because we are all going to die? Mo Fan casually put the toothbrush and the mug down and replied, I have never behaved myself. Mo Fan looked at the altar and estimated its durability. It was indeed a forbidden curse magic formation, but Mo Fan did not believe it would last for more than a day. The undead numbers were too overwhelming. Even if the people were stronger, it would take some time to eliminate all the undead. It would take the Military and Magic Association at least half a month to kill them all, without taking into consideration the casualties. If the altar was the last line of defense for the Magic City, the army of undead would break through the defense after 24 hours and massacre the civilians. However, it seemed like the undead were targeting Dongfang Oriental Tower. They were doing everything to climb to its top, like there was something they were after on it. The tower had plenty of mags. Their destructive spells could kill hundreds of the undead in an instant, but the attacks were nothing compared to the numbers of undead. Aren't you Mo Fan? The curly-haired young man recognized Mo Fan. I am, Mo Fan confirmed. You live here, too? The young man could not recall seeing Mo Fan here before. Yes. Aren't you strong? Can you take care of them? The young man asked. Hopefully. Hold your hand straight, Mo Fan told him. The young man was puzzled, but he followed the instruction. Raise your pinky and cover any part of Lujiazhui district. The area that your pinky covers is the most I can kill, Mo Fan informed him. The other young men came over and reached out their hands with the questioner. Their pinkies could only cover a tiny area of the district. It was nothing compared to the massive army of undead. You are so strong, yet you can only kill that much. The curly-haired young man looked at his pinky in disbelief. Doesn't that mean we are all going to die? More or less, Mo Fan nodded. Bro, do something, you are a mage. We don't want to die. TM more curious about where these undead came from and why they are attacking the tower. Are they really trying to crush our will to fight? If so, they could just target the city. Mo Fan rubbed his chin and thought aloud. Military force was not the key to resolving the situation. If the tribe of sea gods could regroup S0 easily after losing so many sea monsters, it was meaningless to put up any fight. It was wiser to abandon the city and move into the mountains. Mo Fan, an aged voice called out. Mo Fan turned around and saw Dean Xiao standing behind him. Silver sparkles were flickering around him, while his clothes and beard were still. They showed that Dean Xiao was an impressive space mage. Dean Xiao, the undead can only rise with a strong presence of death. Even though countless dead bodies accumulated at the bottom of the sea, the presence of death should have gradually faded away with the waves. I don't understand how these sea monsters that Ding Yummy and Kyled could turn into undead so quickly, Mo Fan said. We have gathered some people, but I hope you can come with us too, Dean Xiao answered. Dean Xiao had come to him in person. Mo Fan felt obligated to go with him. Time was of the essence. Mo Fan was surprised that Dean Xiao did not even bother holding an emergency meeting. He simply gathered several people and explained the situation while they were heading east. Wei Rong, the head of the fire school, was in the group with them. The others included a teacher with white brows, Professor Shu, and a professor of the undead element. Mo Fan knew all of them, except for the professor of the undead element. The teacher with white brows was a healer. He was known as Prince Charming. At the infirmary, he was the idol of many female students and teachers in the school. He was reserved and only focused on doing his job, but no one knew how strong he was. If Dean Xiao had invited him here, it meant he was also a strong mage with a Secret identity at the school. Mo Fan had met Professor Sha in the early days of his studies. He had stumbled into the man on the train to the Magic City when he first moved from Bow City. Mo Fan had also learned the information related to the totem beast with mysterious feathers from the professor. These people were obviously authorities of virtue and prestige from the Pearl Institute. Mo Fan was flattered to be invited along by Dean Xiao, since he had only graduated from the school not many years ago. Professor Sha stroked his beard and asked, "Mo Fan, I heard you have been to the Dark Plane. What did you learn there? Should I write a review of my adventure there?" Mo Fan replied with a wry smile. "You two can discuss it later." Dean Xiao interrupted their conversation and said with a stern face, "Take a look at this." The photo was printed on paper. Everyone put on a straight face after looking at it. "Is that her?" Dean Xiao asked Wei Rong. Wei Rong looked at the teacher with white brows, who looked at Professor Sha and the professor of the undead element. "That is Ding Yumian," Mo Fan declared confidently. Someone had managed to capture a photo of Ding Yumian being escorted by the undead like an empress. Not only was her face extremely pale, even her skin was completely white. However, her lower body was no longer human. Her legs were replaced by colorful scales that resembled a mermaid wrapped in a colorful dress. Her unique posture while she was standing bore some similarities to the sea monster prophets. "Professor Luo, do you think Ding Yumian's corpse was being controlled by an evil spirit or?" Dean Xiao asked the professor of the undead element. "Ding Yumian's fourth element is the undead element," Professor Luo replied. "Duly. Why is she doing this? The whole country has mourned for her and thanked her for her sacrifice. Why did she become an undead and send the sea monsters that were buried with her to attack us?" Chapter 26:16. Lingering Soul. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Should we approach her right away? I feel she's no longer the Ding Yumian we know," the teacher with white brow spoke up. "Her evil tendencies are too strong. If I'm not mistaken, she must have killed Dean Li and the others," Dean Xiao judged. "Dean Xiao, I still don't understand. Not many people knew about Ding Yumian's power. How did she become Councilman Zhuang's weapon against the sea monsters?" Wei Rong asked him. "Dean Li must have told Councilman Zhuang about Ding Yumian's power," Dean Xiao sighed. He added, "Dean Fu had been keeping Ding Yumian's information confidential, despite the pressure he was under. After he died during the battle at Huangpu River, the school struggled to decide on how to deal with Ding Yumian. Disaster bringers like Qin Yue and Ding Yumian were constantly on the Heresy Judgment Court's radar. Dean Fu used to be Ding Yumian's protector. He had made sure she could stay in the Pearl Institute without being harassed. After Dean Fu died, Dean Li took over his role, including the arrangements for special students like Ding Yumian. This is a forged document. The other schools never gave their permission, but Dean Li somehow prepared an official document that said Ding Yumian has been expelled." Dean Xiao took out a copy of a document. "It looks just like a real one," the teacher with white brows observed. "Exactly. Dean Li is in charge of the recruitment and expulsion of students with special circumstances. Even if we voted against his decision, he could still forge this document," Dean Xiao agreed. "Does that mean Ding Yumian was given the document before she became a weapon? Wouldn't that make her homeless?" Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. Ding Yumian had always treated the Pearl Institute as her home. It was the protection she needed from the biased world. To their surprise, someone had taken it away from her. It's not hard to guess that Dean Li forced Ding Yumian into a corner and suggested a plausible way to save the city on behalf of the school. He was pressuring her to sacrifice herself for the greater good. Isn't that the same as how the people in the past sacrificed innocent women to the sea of God? It made a lot of sense. The primary condition to become an undead was hatred. If Ding Yumian willingly sacrificed herself, she would not have any resentment. Even if the place she died at had a strong aura of death, she wouldn't become an undead, the professor of the undead element agreed. Dean Xiao, what are we supposed to do now? We must find out the truth. We should visit the place where Ding Yumian killed herself, Dean Xiao declared. Dean Xiao seemed to have a solid plan on how to deal with the situation. What about the tower? Wei Rong turned around and looked at the sea of undead that had swarmed into the Lujiazhui district. There's nothing we can do, Dean Xiao said decisively. The sea had fallen a great distance away. The group could walk across the area that used to be underwater. Even the sand of the shallow areas was exposed, and they could even see the slopes that used to lead to the water. The bottom of the slope had dried up too. Professor Shah was intrigued by the sight of it. Did Ding Yumian do this, too? Professor Shah looked into the distance. He could see the water had retreated several dozen kilometers away. The white waves continued to retreat like an army that had given up on invading human territory. TM not sure. Professor Luo, can you find the place where Ding Yumian turned into an undead? Dean Xiao was not concerned about unrelated matters. It's not far from here, Professor Luo's eyes glittered. They soon arrived at an area where the sea breeze was absent. The water was perfectly calm, as if it had frozen. They found an island of coral reefs. The part that was exposed above the surface was only ordinary rocks, but the part under the water formed huge colorful coral reefs. It was like a colorful tree hanging upside down in the water, dyeing the surrounding waters with colors. This is it, Professor Luo stated. The group went onto the island and immediately sensed a strong presence of death circling the place like a wind. It did not fit the tranquil scenery on the island. Spirit communication. Professor Luo suddenly raised a hand as his eyes glowed brightly, allowing him to see the tiniest details around him. A faint blue light appeared on Professor Luo's palm. It gradually spread out and revealed a wandering spirit. The spirit was glowing weakly. It was a wandering soul that had yet to evolve. It was like a timid creature that did not dare to leave its habitat, nor did it dare approach the group of human mags. Dean Xiao, it's a fragment of her soul, Professor Luo said softly, as if he was afraid of startling the spirit. The others quickly withdrew their auras after seeing Professor Luo's reaction, making themselves look friendly. The spirit was like a little girl whose mind had not matured. She was observing them timidly, like she was going to run away at any second. You guys were close to her when she was still alive. She will remember you if you talk to her, but make sure you don't scare her, Professor Luo said. How should we address her? Just call her name. Wei Rong was the first to approach the spirit. The tough and bulky bloke had suddenly become a gentle and compassionate man. He recalled the time when Ding Yumian was first enrolled at the school. He also mentioned the interesting things that had happened at the fire school. Wei Rong was Ding Yumian's mentor, and he had taught her most of the spells and abilities of the fire element. Wei Rong was fondly recalling the memories at first to convince the spirit he was friendly, but he teared up halfway. Wei Rong had watched Ding Yumian grow up as her mentor. She was quiet and shy at first, but she gradually became optimistic and was willing to join more group activities. She eventually became a super mage the school was very proud of. How did she end up like this all of a sudden? She was now a lingering soul, the soul that had remained in the world after she died. She could have shone as brightly as a blossoming flower at the Pearl Institute. Chapter 26:17. Multiple Soul Frames. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Wei Rong could no longer talk properly after he began sobbing. He sensibly backed away. The teacher with white brows stared at Ding Yumian. He could not find any words, even after a long time. He was simply staring at the spirit who was staring back at him. Can you tell us what happened? The teacher with white brows asked softly. I can't remember, the spirit spoke in a soft and gentle whisper. It was Ding Yumian's voice. Don't let her recall the scene prior to her death. It will only add to her pain. The harmless fragment of her soul might turn into an evil spirit too, Professor Luo reminded everyone. The teacher with white brows let out a sigh and stepped away. Ding Yumian was a kind student who would volunteer to help the school. The teacher with white brows often had patients and traumatized students whom he did not have time to attend to. Ding Yumian had worked as his assistant for time. The teacher with white brows was not a talkative man. He had only discussed the treatments of the patients with Ding Yumian. However, not only did he feel sorry for Ding Yumian after seeing what she had become, he was very angry, too. How could Dean Li do such a wicked thing behind their backs? Shouldn't he take care of every student as a dean of the school? How could he take away the woman's right to live so cruelly? Magic was humans' proudest discovery. Magic schools were treated like sacred places. And yet, Dean Li had forced a student to sacrifice herself in exchange for temporary peace, instead of using what he had learned for many years to fend off the sea monsters. Mo Fan went forward and inspected the spirit. The spirit instantly recognized Mo Fan. She smiled, turning the dark presence of death around her into a warm light. It's good to see you made it back alive. The spirit seemed pleased. Sorry for worrying you. Mo Fan was ashamed. He did not expect so many people were caring about him while he was in the Dark Plane. I told myself I could be like you and do something for the Pearl Institute and the Magic City, but I ran away like a coward in the end. I'm so useless, the spirit admitted. Then I must have left you with a terrible impression. The truth is, I would consider the odds of my own survival first before I do something. If I'm surely going to die, I wouldn't bother with it. Many people are wrong about one thing. They think they can die a worthy death by sacrificing themselves to help the others, but how can you guarantee that you couldn't make a bigger difference if you were alive instead? You have only seen my good deeds, but you have no idea how many times I've watched others die just to stay alive. If I'm only trying to enjoy my life in peace, but the whole world wants me to die just so they could live in peace, you can bet that I would choose to let everyone die with me, too. There were good and bad in the world. When the bad were in charge, it was not necessarily evil to let the world destroy itself. Ding Yumian was too kind. If Mo Fan was in her place, he would make sure everyone was going to suffer if they were forcing him to die. Ding Yumian's eyes glittered, as if Mo Fan's words had untied a knot in her heart that had troubled her for a long time. Mo Fan, won't you make her think her intention to get her revenge is right? The other half of her soul that has turned into an undead can already come. The Magic Association, Professor Xia said urgently. Mo Fan, you should be more positive, Dean Xiao coughed out. Mo Fan's words would seriously lead a lot of good students astray. I'm not a teacher. I'm just telling her as a friend what she should have done. When she was being threatened, Mo Fan shrugged indifferently. He added, I should have told her earlier. Mo Fan's words stabbed everyone in the heart. Yes, why didn't we tell her earlier? If anyone among them had realized what was happening and found out she was feeling hopeless because she had nowhere to go, none of this would have happened. They could still admire her beautiful hair as she was walking happily through the school. They would not be talking to her while she was in the state of a wandering spirit who had nowhere to go. What was the meaning of this war? Wasn't it to let a kind and beautiful woman like her live peacefully in her beloved school? Yumian, do you know your spirit has turned into an undead? Professor Luo asked her quietly. I do, but I'm not willing to go with them, the spirit said. Them? The others were puzzled. It means she has multiple soul frames. The one that is left here is her soul of kindness, Professor Luo explained. Soul frames. Mo Fan had heard the term before when he was going after the Red Demon, but in the case of the Red Demon, each its clones represented a soul frame, but Ding Yumian alone had multiple soul frames. Ding Yumian's metal strength was unusually high. It was already on par with the mental state of a forbidden mage, so it is normal for her to develop multiple soul frames, Professor Luo went on. Her mental state was already comparable to a forbidden mage when she was only a super mage? Councilman Zhuang and Dean Li were seriously retarded. With more time and training, Ding Yumian could easily have taken out an army of sea monsters on her own, without having to sacrifice herself. Every disaster bringer Mo Fan had learned of so far had unlimited potential if they used their talents wisely. Unfortunately, not one of them was treated fairly. The Heresy Judgment Court accused them of being heretics who would bring disasters to the people around them. Most people chose to believe in the Heresy Judgment Court. Were they afraid of the disasters they might bring, or were they afraid they would become too strong and grow out of their control? If only they were given proper treatment and training. Ding Yumian's unique power could even have been the most effective weapon against the tribe of sea gods, since she could sever the connection between them and the sea monsters. That way, the sea monsters would never be able to threaten the magic city. Can you come with us to Dongfang Oriental Tower? Your other soul frames have sided with the tribe of sea gods and invaded the city, Dean Xiao said. Minute, but I don't think I can convince them. They are in great pain and are driven by anger. Ding Yumian said. It's fine, just do your best, Dean Xiao said. If they could not find a resolution, the magic city would have to face a new enemy. She was the new empress of the undead who had risen from the bottom of the sea. She would continue to grow stronger over time. Chapter 26:18. The Skyscraper Fortress. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. No matter how many layers of magic barriers were covering the buildings, it still felt like the buildings would collapse at any second. On one side of the river stood the Modem City, but the other side was like hell. Tens of thousands of undead were crawling around it. Their greedy eyes were glowing like red stars in the sky. Half of Dongfang Oriental Tower was covered with the ghastly dark red-skinned creatures. They were using the tower like a pillar to build a black fortress. It was obvious they were eyeing the city greedily. Their terrifying gazes had already paralyzed the city, let alone what would happen the moment they broke through the barrier. Troops of battle mages had gathered along the river. They stood along the river like a wall, but each of their faces were filled with fear. Could they really stop so many undead that were at least as strong as warrior-level creatures? Even a forbidden mage would be devoured by the tide of undead in no time. Stay calm, the sacred altar won't be destroyed so easily. The people on Dongfang Oriental Tower and other buildings will have taken out half of them by the time they crossed the river. Our job is to stop them from reaching the streets. The voices trying to motivate the battle mages never ceased. When the war against the sea monsters first started, the battle mages were fearlessly charging into the battle. However, many people realized the motivating words were not going to make a difference. They were now familiar with how strong the sea monsters were. Otherwise, why would they only have 5 headquarters cities left along the coastline? And now, even the headquarters cities were being threatened. The silver curtains falling from the altar burned with a strong flame. Every time the silver liquid splashed out when the curtains were being attacked, it would burn the undead that it touched to death. 20,000 undead had already been bummed into ashes. They could no longer revive, but 20,000 was only a small portion of the army of undead. The Shoreline Alliance's headquarters finally reached its limit and collapsed to the ground in a loud blast. It was like an exploding ant nest. The creatures inside it began pouring out of the building and headed straight to the rest of the buildings. Many mags up on the altar were casting spells continuously. Bright lights were falling from the altar like a storm, but they were like mere raindrops falling into a lake. They could not even kill the undead on the outermost layer. They are filling the gaps as soon as we break a hole in them. These things are trickier to kill than the sea monsters. There must be a way to leave this place. We have to hurry. Councilman Zhuang had completely lost his will to fight. Could they possibly kill all of the undead? Of course not. Most terrifyingly, more undead was pouring in through the crack on the dam. They could not kill all of the undead, even if they kept fighting for several days and nights. Councilman Zhuang, how can we run away? The city is across the river. Many people are going to die if we abandon our posts, an elder of the Hunter Union protested. We should avoid unnecessary sacrifices. We are well aware of the situation. But there's no escape. Our only option is to take them out. Would other places be safe once the sea monsters took over the headquarters city? Are we going to wait until those monsters climb up the altar and eat us all alive? Zhuang Yu snarled back at them. The undead were stronger than anyone could imagine. The altar was soon like a stranded island surrounded by black water. Many powerful mags were trapped up on the altar. They were able to hold the undead off temporarily with the special magic formation, but they could not possibly escape unless several forbidden mags showed up right now. The magic city did have a forbidden mage, but his priority was to protect the other side of the river. Dongfang Oriental Tower and the other buildings there were the last line of defense for the magic city. It was like a magic fortress made up of several buildings which combined into an ancient magic formation. The fortress was still under construction, but the undead were already attacking it. The fearless undead were the most effective vanguards for the sea monsters. It took them less than half a day to break the dam and swarm the magic fortress. How did the buildings fall so quickly? Din Xiao, Mo Fan, and the others had just returned from the island. They gasped when they saw the undead had piled up like a huge living fortress. Can you find her? Leave it to me. Professor Luo used his special power again. In his vision, different undead were depicted in different colors. The weakest ones were gray, while the stronger ones were red. Professor Luo soon discovered a bright crimson-red figure among the undead. She was standing on an overhead walkway. The undead had piled up over 4 meters high under the walkway. The buildings nearby were hung with strong undead bearing long sharp claws. They were mostly commander-level and ruler-level creatures. Their numbers were simply terrifying. The woman's face was as pale as a blank paper. There was not the slightest color of blood on it. Her eyes were dark and hollow. Her red eye bags and black wrinkles further set off her devilish eyes. She's over there. Are we going down? Professor Luo asked worriedly. The headquarters of several had been taken by the undead. Human mags were no longer standing on them. They were occupied by the rulers of the sea monsters instead. These rulers were strong enough to destroy a city when they were alive. They had grown stronger under the influence of a mysterious power after they turned into undead, as if their power was enhanced by a dark energy. Let's go down, Din Xiao said. They are watching us. I'll cast a spell to prevent the undead from hurting us temporarily, but it won't last for long. Professor Luo could feel the rulers of the sea monsters glaring at them. Sure. Chapter 26:19. Pouring oil on a fire. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Professor Luo cast a special spell on everyone in the group. It attached to them like a thin raincoat made from crystals. An undead ruler whose backbone was covered under a shell was standing on the roof of a building. It generally resembled a huge crab, but its mouth and throat made up its entire body. It felt like its back and its stomach were its upper and lower jaws, while its stomach was its throat. The monster could swallow a 20-story building with a single bite. An undead cuttlefish was on top of another building. Its strange-looking soft body and its eerily long tentacles were made up of white bones. The magnificent building was struggling to support its weight. Its head was at the top of the building, but its tentacles were dangling halfway down the sides. The building was around 300 meters tall. If the buildings had not been protected by the magic barrier, the creatures could knock them down as easily as toy blocks. The two undead rulers were obviously the strongest among the undead. There were other rulers too, but they were looking at the other side of the river restlessly. They were waiting for the altar to be taken down, and the order of their leader on the overhead walkway. Mo Fan's group approached the overhead bridge. It was built in the shape of a ring. They could see the flowers that had been planted under the bridge. The strange thing was, even though the place was brimming with the presence of death, the flowers under the bridge did not wilt, nor were they destroyed by the undead. They were purposely avoiding the flowers so the person on the bridge could admire them. Din Yumian, Dean Xiao, Professor Shi, Professor Luo, the teacher with white brows, Wei Rong, and Mo Fan all landed on the bridge. The undead woman had obviously seen them too. She put on a weird smile. She had inherited Ding Yumian's memories, but her heart was filled with hatred and vengeance. If the spirit they had found on the island was Ding Yumian's soul of kindness, the monster in front of them had Ding Yumian's soul of vengeance in control. "You're not dead? How did you survive?" the undead asked Mo Fan directly. She sounded eager to learn the answer. It seemed like the vengeful spirit had a strong urge to live, even though she had turned into an undead. Mo Fan's head hurt. The soul of kindness and soul of vengeance were completely different. The soul of kindness was relieved to see him alive. On the other hand, the soul of vengeance wanted to tear his head open and learn the secrets of how he had come back to life. Mo Fan looked at the undead around him and asked, "I'm curious, too. How did you turn the sea monsters that had died with you into your soldiers?" These undead were the elite soldiers of the sea gods. They were the assault troops that were assigned to break through the magic city's defense, but they had turned into Ding Yumian soldiers. "We've already found out the truth about your death. Dean Li has paid the price for his actions," Dean Xiao said. "Did you come to change my mind?" Ding Yumian smiled eerily. She looked at the soul of kindness and asked, "Do you think you have Limed the truth because you found her? Do you think you can comfort me?" Ding Yumian pointed at the soul of kindness and said, "When people are alive, they are used to presenting their fake sides to everyone. The truth is, my heart was already full of hatred for a long time. Otherwise, why is she only a spirit, while I became an undead?" Ding Yumian was mocking their ignorance. The soul of kindness and soul of vengeance. Ding Yumian's kindness was only a disguise. The truth was, she had long accumulated anger and hatred in her heart, which had turned her into an undead. Her death had provided her with the conditions she needed. How could she never think of opposing the detestable and filthy humans after being abandoned, hunted, and trapped in the Pearl Institute for so many years? She was not trying to avenge her death. She did not have the thoughts to destroy the city and everything with it after she turned into an undead. Dean Xiao was too naive if he thought he could stop her revenge so easily. "You are in control, so you can say whatever you want." Mo Fan did not agree with Ding Yumian's soul of vengeance. It did not matter if a person was only acting kind as a disguise. If she managed to suppress her hatred and anger when she was still alive, she was already a kind person. Everyone would have some degree of hatred in their hearts. However, they were still innocent before they took any action. They could not accuse someone of being a murderer because they had an urge to kill another person in a heated argument. Only those who put the thought into action were truly guilty. Even if Ding Yumian was faking her kindness, she had done good things for the people around her, including her willingness to take Zhuang Yu and Dean Li's advice to sacrifice herself for the city. It meant she was not controlled by her hatred. If she had truly wanted to destroy the city, she would not have killed herself on the island. She would have done it in the city and killed everyone in it, too. "I like these flowers, the Pearl Institute, and the Magic City. I wouldn't mind accepting my death if the whole city could be buried with me." Ding Yumian looked at the other side of the river and smiled. "There are at least 2 forbidden curse mags on that side. You will perish as soon as you cross the river," Mo Fan warned her. Ding Yumian's expression turned sinister as soon as she heard his words. Cough cough. "Mo Fan, we are here to resolve the conflict, not to make it worse. Don't you agree?" Ding Yumian turned to the soul of kindness. The soul of kindness immediately nodded. She stood behind the undead woman, but she was not emitting the same aura. However, it seemed like the soul of vengeance wanted to swallow the soul of kindness and make herself whole. Without the soul of kindness, she could not have turned the sea monsters that had died earlier in the war into her soldiers. Professor Shah rolled his eyes at Mofan, too. Mofan was supposed to be the mediator, not pour more oil on the fire. Chapter 2620. A Tooth for a Tooth. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. How about this? The Revenant came up with an idea. She looked at the soul of kindness that was unwilling to surrender to her and then at the officials on the altar. If you convince Zhuang Yu to kill himself on the top of the tower, I'll leave with all the undead. That's a brilliant idea. Mo Fan immediately agreed. For every debt, there was a debtor. It was obvious that the undead's goal was to take revenge on Councilman Zhuang Yu. Otherwise, why would the undead surround the Dongfang Oriental Tower, instead of sending them to the other side of the river? That won't do, he's a councilman, after all. Professor Luo said with a frown. You can use the same words he used on me against him. If an ordinary student like me can sacrifice myself in exchange for temporary peace, why can't a councilman like him sacrifice himself to save the city? The undead laughed. L'agree. Mo Fan nodded. L'agree too. Wei Rong added. But how can we trust you? What if you continue to attack the city after he dies? Dean Xiao asked. It's simple, you can ask her to merge with me. You might not trust me, but you can trust that hypocrite. She has been suppressing her power. It's the reason why we ended up like this. I don't like my current lifeless body, the Revenant declared. Everyone looked at Ding Yumian's soul of kindness. The little spirit seemed timid. She was scared to bear the consequences of what was going to happen. Can you make sure she keeps her promise? Dean Xiao asked. Little girl, you won't be able to survive on your own in this world. The tribe of sea gods is incredibly powerful. How can you be sure they don't have a way to bring us back to life? Don't you want the man who killed us to pay for what he did to us? The Revenant demanded to know. Ding Yumian was a psychic mage. Her psychic element had grown even stronger after she was turned into an undead. She did not have to wait for Mo Fan and the others to agree with her suggestion. She had spread her words via telepathy to everyone in the city. The city became restless. Ding Yumian's death a week ago had shocked the city. Countless people had made lanterns to mourn her death and guide her wandering spirit. To their surprise, Ding Yumian's spirit had returned in the form of the terrifying tide of undead currently devouring the Skyscraper fortress. Most importantly, they had learned the truth behind her death. She had been cornered by the cunning councilman Undine. She had been forced to sacrifice herself so they could win the battle without losing a single soldier. Human minds were very strange. When a robber was holding an innocent passerby as a hostage, many people would accuse the owner of the shop of not giving the robber what he demanded, instead of directing their anger at the robber. Their minds were not necessarily twisted. It was just their nature of not daring to confront someone who had absolute power and was willing to bring everyone down with them. She was telling the truth and singing a melody to earn the people's compassion. While she was earning their empathy, they directed their hatred at Zhuang Yu. Many people were suddenly wishing for Zhuang Yu's death. Huge banners rose like they had been prepared in advance. They had Zhuang Yu's name and the word "dire" drawn in red ink. Zhuang Yu almost fainted in anger when he saw the banners waving in the air. Didn't I do everything for the sake of these pitiful parasites? And now they are demanding that I sacrifice myself to that ugly monster? You filthy animals, what right do you have to offer me as a sacrifice? Why would you believe the despicable monster's words? I'm your leader. Without me, all of you would have ended up as food to the sea monsters. Zhuang Yu was infuriated. Even though he knew the tide of undead was Ding Yumian's way of taking her revenge, he still despised everyone who was wishing for his death. Interesting, there are so many Zhuang Yus in this city, the undead giggled eerily. The people who wanted Zhuang Yu dead were doing the same thing as Zhuang Yu had done to Ding Yumian. She was amused by their shameful behavior. Every human is selfish, Dean Xiao could only sigh. Ding Yum started floating in the air. The air around her turned liquid. She floated above the buildings and reached the altar. The silver curtains pouring down from the altar had cracks all over them. They were obviously reaching their limit. There were forbidden mags on the other side of the river. If Ding Yum tried to break through with force, their forbidden curses would cause massive damage to the city. Not only would the city fall into ruins, there was no guarantee the forbidden curses would take out all the undead. Some of them might still sneak their way past. You two can play with them for now, Ding Yum ordered the two rulers who were on standby on the buildings. The white skeleton cuttlefish and the devilish giant crab immediately blocked the group's path and glared at them. My spell is no longer working, Professor Luo informed everyone else softly. Mo Fan looked at himself and saw the transparent aura that had helped him avoid the undead was fading away. The undead nearby suddenly turned on him with strong hatred. Let's clear a path and get out of here, Dean Xiao ordered them. She is determined to kill Zhuang Yu. Mo Fan, you are a shadow mage. We'll hold the undead off and clear a path for you. You have to stop her, Professor Shi said. The Spring of Darkness not only made Mo Fan stronger, but it also gave him a strong aura of darkness, especially when he was using black magic. He wove through the undead. They were not interested in him. Dean Xiao and Professor Shi had both noticed that, thus they had asked Mo Fan to leave first to stop Ding Yum. Mo Fan broke free from the surrounding undead and saw Ding Yum had already reached the altar. She was working to break through the altar's defenses, but she seemed quite patient. It was the same as when she and Zhuang Yu were on the island, but this time, it was her turn to slowly force Zhuang Yu to his death. It was her revenge. A tooth for a tooth. Chapter 26-21. Crossing the River. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Where did this monster come from? How dare she try to hurt our councilman? I shall kill her now. A mage wearing ice armor stepped forward and engaged the vengeful undead woman. Spiraling tornadoes made up of hard pieces of ice circled around the ice mage. When he sent the tornadoes after the revenge-seeking undead, she floated to the other side perpendicular to the ice mage. Her movements were unpredictable. It felt like the revenant was being reborn again on a different spot after she was shattered to pieces by the tornadoes. Her eyes had a vicious look to them, green flames erupted deep inside them. The loyal ice mage's mind was influenced. His eyes tuned green as blue veins surfaced on his face, which was now brimming with pain, hatred, and anger. The ice mage eventually wilted like a plant as his skin darkened and dried up. The rest of the mags on the altar fell into a panic. They had no idea what magic Ding Yum was using. The ice mage was one of the strongest officials in the Dongfang Oriental Tower, but he was as weak as a child to Ding Yum. He had died so quickly. My patience is running out. However, I do hope he will do it himself by stabbing himself with this dagger. Ding Yum slowly lifted her shirt and pulled a red dagger out from her heart. Many people felt their scalps turning numb when they saw the dagger. The dagger floated to the altar under Ding Yum's control and hovered in front of Councilman Zhuang Yu. Councilman Zhuang Yu pointed at Ding Yum and cursed angrily, accusing her of being a hypocrite. People treat you as their savior, but you have come to get your revenge. Have I slandered you after you died? I complimented your sacrificial act in front of the whole nation. Many schools are worshipping you like their mother goddess. I did not mention a single word about you trying to run away because you were afraid. I made you a hero. You should be thankful to me instead. Otherwise, everyone is only going to treat you like a disaster and avoid you in fear. No one will remember you after. You died of old age in this city. Zhuang Yu shrieked at her. The red dagger covered in Ding Yum's burning blood was still hanging in front of Zhuang Yu. He glanced around himself while he was cursing. He soon realized something was not right. Not only were the people whom Ding Yum had seduced demanding his death, even the mags of the Magic Association were unintentionally pushing the dagger toward him. How could you believe her? How could you believe her nonsense? Zhuang Yu yelled frantically when he realized no one was on his side. The danger was already on the doorstep. They just had to sacrifice a single councilman to drive the undead back. Besides, Zhuang Yu had forced Ding Yamian to kill herself first. The people could just assume it was a personal conflict between them. They should just resolve the conflict without involving others. TM losing patience. Cross the river. Ding Yamian pointed to the other side of the waters. The tide of undead broke through the silver curtains and instantly filled up the river before ramming into the wall of humans along the river. The fire mag set the whole river on fire, like a burning canyon. Many of the undead were burned to ashes. However, the undead could not feel pain nor feared death, and they continued to sprint across the river. They could still reach the other side of the river and the streets there before their bodies were burned into ashes. Do you have any idea how many undead there are at the bottom of the sea? The warm seabed is nurturing their shells while the deep sea is away from sunlight. My army is unlimited. Ding Yamian laughed at them. Mo Fan was standing 100 meters away from Ding Yamian in the air. He was looking for a chance to kill Ding Yamian in the shortest time possible. Dragon sense. He was able to observe everything around him. He fixed his eyes on Ding Yamian, trying to find her weakness. The colorful coral dress was most likely granted to her by the sea monster prophets. Ding Yamian must have merged with a powerful sea monster prophet after she killed herself, which gave her access to the psychic element, undead element, and the sea monster prophet's ability to command the sea monsters. How much power would he need to guarantee he could destroy her in an instant? Her mental strength was overwhelming. She would immediately sense him before he could make his move, let alone kill her. Apers, can your mental strength match hers? Mo Fan asked. It's tricky. She's stronger than the Queen of the Netherworld right now, Apers replied cautiously. Mo Fan withdrew his dragon sense. He realized it was impossible to take Ding Yamian down with a surprise attack. The red dagger was his only option. The red dagger was suddenly wrapped in a silver light. The floating dagger suddenly thrust forward and drive itself through Councilman Zhuang Yu's chest. Crimson blood sprayed in the air. The dagger was so quick that Zhuang Yu did not have time to react. Zhuang Yu was a top-seater. He was obviously on his guard and was ready to fight Ding Yamian, but he did not expect the dagger to turn into a deadly weapon. Ding Yamian was also startled by the sudden turn of events. She obviously had not controlled the dagger. She immediately turned to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was the only one nearby. He was also a space mage. She did sense a strong mental energy from Mo Fan. It was very likely he was the one who had controlled the dagger. He had helped Councilman Zhuang Yu make the wisest decision. After all, even if he was not willing to end his own life, Ding Yamian would do everything to kill him. She had prepared the army of undead just to kill him. Zhuang Yu's eyes widened. He also assumed Mo Fan was the culprit. However, another figure quickly appeared behind Mo Fan. Chapter 26-22. Execution. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan turned around and saw a familiar face. Dean Xiao. The space element. Mo Fan had only found out Dean Xiao was a space mage today, and Dean Xiao's space element was even stronger than his. However, Mo Fan did not expect Dean Xiao's space element to be so strong that he could instantly kill a top-seater with a dagger. Exactly how strong is Dean Xiao? He's not going to live. You may ask your undead to stop attacking, Dean Xiao said, his face cold. Mo Fan had never seen an expression like that on Dean Xiao's face. Even though he rarely smiled, the Dean was basically an easygoing person. Ding Yamian did not expect Dean Xiao to be the one who killed the councilman in the end. She was a little guilty to face Dean Xiao, or at least that was what her soul of kindness was feeling. She had not expected things to turn out this way. The green flames in the Revenant's eyes gradually dissipated. She surprisingly kept her promise by telling the undead to stop. The undead stopped crossing the river. They remained close to Ding Yamian, awaiting her order. Such a pity that he didn't do it himself. Ding Yamian looked at Councilman Zhuang. She slowly glided closer to Councilman Zhuang and watched his blood as it poured across the ground. Zhuang Yu was crawling toward the healer behind him. He still had a chance to live if the healer treated his wound in time. After all, the healer was a super mage. He could heal anyone that was still breathing. Unfortunately, the healer did not lend him a hand. No one was feeling sorry for Zhuang Yu. Not only did he fail to resolve the danger the city was facing, he had even murdered an innocent student of the Pearl Institute. A sacrifice could only be made if the person volunteered. Forcing someone to sacrifice themselves was no different from murdering them. Tell the others that you willingly sacrificed yourself to settle the dispute, the healer said cynically. Zhuang Yu's body spasmed after hearing the words. He did not want to be remembered as a hero. He wanted to live. In the end, Zhuang Yu died from excessive blood loss. Ding Yamian smiled in satisfaction. Aren't you going with me? If you don't, I won't mind letting the undead stay here a little longer, the revenant said to the kind spirit. The spirit nodded after taking one final look at the city she loved. A moment later, she flew toward the revenant and became one with her. The revenant seemed pleased to obtain the other half of her soul, as if she had waited a long time for it. She was finally whole, a complete disaster bringer. A girl who had regained her extraordinary talent for bringing death to the world. Not only would she be able to control every undead in the sea, she could also turn living creatures into undead. She might even turn the whole world into undead. She was the real goddess of death. Ding Yamian suddenly looked pained, as if something was stuck in her throat. She grabbed her neck like she was trying to cough something out. You! Ding Yamian pointed at Din Xiao. Her eyes turned vicious and angry. She pounced at Din Xiao. Her pale hand suddenly grew extremely long. Din Xiao backed away nimbly. He did not want to fight Ding Yamian. Ding Yamian tried to chase after him, but she had already curled up on the ground, as if something was breaking out of her body. Meanwhile, the nearby undead started shrieking. They were tearing at their own bodies with their claws, starting to dismember themselves. The presence of death spread rapidly. It was like watching fiends in hell being tortured. You tricked me. You tricked me, the revenant cried out in pain. Her face was replaced by the face of the trench demon. Her voice was piercing. Din Xia. Mo Fan was confused. He had no idea what was happening. We asked Professor Luo to modify Ding Yamian's soul of kindness and turn her into a double-edged sword, Din Xiao informed him. Mo Fan was in shock. That explained why the revenant acted like she had just eaten something poisonous after merging with the soul of kindness. Mo Fan realized Din Xiao had never planned to settle the dispute peacefully. He was planning to kill the revenant all along. He was neither biased nor compassionate. Din Xiao had killed Zhuang Yu so the revenant would feel guilty in front of him. After all, Zhuang Yu was surely going to die in the end, but the person who did it would have to take the blame. However, Din Xiao had executed Ding Yamian right after he had killed Zhuang Yu. He had used the soul of kindness which she would not suspect to kill her. Both Zhuang Yu and Ding Yamian were dead. For a moment, Mo Fan wondered who was right, and who was wrong. However, the moment Din Xiao executed them both, Mo Fan understood what had to be done, instead of being surprised by Din Xiao's cold-bloodedness. Din Xiao was only protecting the city and the Pearl Institute in his way. Zhuang Yu's death would stop the undead from attacking the city. Ding Yamian's death would prevent the undead from returning again. Every undead that Ding Yamian had brought back to life died with her. The whole area was filled with black gas and shiny black liquid. The gas rose into the air and dissipated into the clouds, while the liquid flowed into the drains and returned to the sea. Perhaps Din Xiao was strong enough to kill the revenant, but he had no chance of defeating the army of undead. His only choice was to use the soul of kindness to make sure the undead would perish with Ding Yamian. Mo Fan watched the horrible sight fading away, as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He eventually looked at Ding Yamian's pale corpse. She was truly dead now. Her soul was gone, leaving only a cold body behind. Perhaps the soul of kindness' final decision was the real sacrifice, without any regrets. Take her body back with us, Dean Xiao told the teacher with white brows. What are we going to tell the students? The teacher asked, stooping to do so. The truth. Dean Xiao replied simply. Some people might respect her, while others would despise her, but the truth would remain. Chapter 26-23. Cold Plague. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. After the undead were gone, the water mags and light mags of a high school volunteered to clean up the mess and filth left by the undead in the area of the Skyscraper fortress. The undead were truly gone. They had broken through the dam in the form of a crimson tide and attacked the headquarters of the Magic Alliance, but they were gone in no time after the revenant leading them died. It was like a nightmare, leaving the people who had seen it with lingering fears. By the way, is the tide still falling? Mo Fan pointed at the dried-up sea in the east. I don't think Ding Yumian's revenge has anything to do with that, Dean Xiao guessed. The Shoreline Alliance is already investigating it. They should find something soon, Professor Shi said. Maybe we are finally going to see that thing. Dean Xiao seemed to know something, but he did not explain the details. The undead and the army of sea monsters were gone, but everyone knew there were more sea gods leading the sea monsters. The sea god who had hosted Ding Yumian was not the strongest one, either. The sea monster tribes were several times the size of the tribes of the demon creatures on land. Many species were still a threat to humanity's survival. They could only enjoy a temporary peace for now. The land was colder after the tide had fallen away, and the dried areas began to freeze. There were even icebergs floating close to the shores that were facing the Antarctic Ocean. No matter how dazzling the lights in the city were, everything felt dim and cold. Households kept their doors and windows shut. The houses in the Magic City did not have heaters like the cities in the north. The people felt like they were walking on needles when they were walking around in their bare feet. Many shops closed up. It was the last thing Mo Fan wanted to see, as it meant he would not be able to enjoy delicious food. Life in the city became boring and dull. It was no longer about enjoying life, but a grim survival in a cold season, hoping that winter would pass soon. Many people are sick. Their body temperatures remain lower than the normal temperature. Their bodies are unable to stay warm. Many elderly and kids have died in their sleep, Xinxia reported anxiously. Many people had failed to adapt to the humid weather and the prolonged cold season. Many people were suffering from the cold in the 5 headquarters cities. Even if the environment was warm, their bodies had failed to stay warm. They would feel tired and sleepy. Many had failed to wake up again after losing consciousness. Xinxia was busy looking for a cure. More people had fallen sick to the strange disease. Its symptoms were similar to a normal cold. Only 1/10 of the people had died in their sleep, but that would significantly reduce the population of the 5 headquarters cities. Is it caused by some virus or parasites? Mo Fan asked her. Xinxia shook her head. The Parthenon Temple was experienced in dealing with plagues and viruses. She would not have struggled to find the source and the cure if it were that simple. However, the situation was quite unusual. The people's body temperature had fallen because of the weather. Their bodies were finding it hard to endure the cold. Even if they brought the people who were sick to a warm place, their body temperature would still struggle to return to normal. It was dangerous for a person's body temperature to drop by even a degree for a short time, let alone for a few weeks or a month. Mags are no exceptions, Xinxia told him. What about fire mags? Mo Fan asked. They too have fallen ill. It was Mo Fan's first time hearing fire mags having a problem keeping warm. It was a tricky disease. If it was a normal disease, Xinxia could easily stop it from spreading. I've asked Lingling to collect data about the patients to find those with immunity or those who are prone to it so they could take precautions against it. Xinxia was so troubled by the matter that she did not have any appetite. She only took a few bites. The dishes had already turned cold. Let's go together, I'll help, Mo-fan said. Xinxia nodded. Xinxia was supposed to enjoy her holiday, but she still had to work. She was not expecting to get any rest considering the precarious situation the 5 headquarter cities were in. The two headed to the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. Jing'an District's Longtang was oddly cold and quiet right now. The old men who enjoyed smoking outdoors were all tucked in their beds. They no longer had the freedom to go outdoors. After all, the cold plague had spread through every headquarter city. No one wanted to catch the disease and die in their sleep. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was still open. Hunters who could survive in the wild were in high demand in the current situation. The city was running low on supplies, so the people who were able to collect resources outside the safe zone and reach them safely could still make a living. Are you guys having a hot pot? We haven't eaten either, Mo-fan exclaimed. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was surprisingly lively when they arrived. A large pot was being heated on an induction cooker, and a pleasant aroma had filled the place. It's Mo-fan and Xinxia. Here, take a seat. You came just in time. Old Bao greeted them with a smile. Lingling was sitting beside Lengqing. The two looked even more alike after Lingling had grown up. It was hard to differentiate them without taking a close look. Lengqing smiled politely. She was still not the talkative type. Lingling was happy to see Xinxia and quickly got her a chair. Mo-fan awkwardly discovered there was no seat for him. His 3 seniors of the Clear Sky Hunter Agency were present. He had no choice but to share a seat with old Bao. Sister Xinxia, you should eat more. Illinois tell you my latest discovery after we are done. Lingling was in a great mood, most likely because she had made some discoveries from her experiments. Lingling also blinked at Mo-fan. Mo-fan, I have some interesting information to tell you, too. It was rare to see Lingling so excited about something. Mo-fan roughly had an idea what she was going to say, but his focus was on the delicious food on the table. It was less appealing when only the two of them were eating. It was better when everyone was sharing a hot pot together, especially in a cold season like this. Chapter 26-24. Mysterious Feather. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-fan was picking his teeth, waiting for Lingling to share her new discovery. Xinxia sat down beside him and looked at Lingling. Lingling was drinking a glass of iced cola as a refreshment after eating her share of the hot pot. She brought her laptop over and showed the information she had organized to Mo-fan and Xinxia. The disease can happen to anyone, and it isn't contagious. It's more about a person's body constitution. I didn't find a common pattern between the patients for 2 days. Therefore, I tried analyzing the data of the people who didn't catch the disease, and I found this. A huge list of names appeared on the screen. The size of the list was nearly that of a city's population. Lingling had already compressed the data. The list would have been much longer if she had expanded it. Why are you showing their names to us? Mo-fan asked with a confused face. He did not see any pattern from the names. Ever since the plan of establishing headquarters cities was carried out, the 5 headquarters cities currently have lots of people that have moved over from the cities along the coast. The people of certain cities end up moving to different headquarters cities. Every name on this list is from the same city, Lanyang. I think that's a big city between Magic City and Feiniao headquarters city. Xinxia had a slight impression of the city. There was an institute in Lanyang that was renowned for its expertise in the psychic element. It was ranked top 3 in the country. Xinxia once saw it as one of the options to pursue her studies. A third of the people of Lanyang have moved to Magic City, another third have moved to Feiniao headquarters city, and the rest have moved to the capital and beast capital. The strange thing is, not a single person who is from Lanyang has caught the disease. The city has a huge population, and judging by the ratio of the people who have caught the disease, more than 10,000 of the people from Lanyang should have caught it, but none of them has caught it so far. It looks like they are naturally immune to it. Lingling tapped on the screen to reveal the city of origin of the people on the list. They were all from Lanyang. The people from Lanyang are immune. Mo Fan repeated in surprise. I believe so, but a disease doesn't select its prey according to their city of origin, so I believe it has something to do with Lanyang's environment, Lingling said. Xinxia raised her thumb to Lingling. Lingling was a true genius to find a pattern among the people who had not caught the disease. We should go to Lanyang right away. Mo Fan rose to his feet. Lingling rolled her eyes and said while tapping on the screen, "You don't have to do everything yourself, including the early process of collecting information. I've already hired a group of hunters to collect data on Lanyang. Guess what I found?" Mo Fan saw the adorable smirk on Lingling's face. He pinched her face and said, "Stop keeping me on a tenterhook." Lingling slapped Mo Fan's hand away and snorted, "Take a look yourself." The screen switched to a photo. The photo had a modern city in the background, but it looked deserted. There was a factory close up in the image with complicated pipes. A drinking water factory? Mo Fan asked. It's a drinking water plant. It supplies the whole city with drinking water. The water is clean, so the locals can drink directly from the tap, Lingling pointed out. So the water is the reason why they are immune. Xinxia's eyes glittered. Yes, but they have to drink it for a long period. A normal person will have to drink the water for 3 years to be immune, so it's not the solution we are looking for, but the thing that makes the water special should have a better effect on curing the patients, Lingling said. Lingling switched to another image. The photo showed the same factory, but it was a photo of the main entrance. Mo Fan, take a look at the company's logo, Lingling pointed. The main entrance had a huge logo on it, drawn with light green paint. What about the logo? It's some kind of delicate artwork. Mo Fan did not notice anything special about the logo. Don't you find it familiar? Lingling hinted to the dullard. Mo Fan tried hard to recall, and abruptly realized its outline was similar to a pattern he had looked at for a long time. The mysterious feather. The totem seal he had received from Professor Shah. It was the same as the company's logo. Mo Fan was shocked. He gasped, "Did the totem beast open a drinking water plant?" Lingling just looked at Mo Fan like he was retarded. Xinxia giggled. She had long been brainwashed by Mo Fan's idiot humor since they were younger. The company provided the whole city with drinking water and made its people immune to the low body temperature disease. It must be somehow related to the totem beast with the mysterious feather. Otherwise, it wouldn't use the totem beast's feather as its logo. Lingling declared. That was the big reason why Lingling was so excited. She was initially helping Xinxia find a pattern of the disease, but she had discovered an important clue related to a totem beast during the process. They had been looking around, trying to find the totem beast with the mysterious feather, but they were clueless about where to start. Even Jiang Xiaoshu's brother had only mentioned it several times, but it had branched off to many other totem beasts, which hinted it was a powerful and ancient totem. Beast! Mo Fan did not expect they would discover a clue to an ancient totem beast out of nowhere. What are we waiting for? Let's go! Mo Fan blurted out. The four-eyed bird was also one of the branches of the mysterious totem beast. The four-eyed bird had granted Mo Fan a powerful ability. How could Mo Fan not look forward to the ancient totem beast's power, now that they had discovered a clue about it? The Sharkmen had taken over Lanyang. The hunters I hired could only collect some basic information, as they don't dare to dig any deeper. We can now assemble our team. Lanyang is worth investigating. Lingling smiled triumphantly. Chapter 26-25. Huge Sharkman Beast. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The world had changed. The hunters had to be more prepared to leave the safe zones, especially if they were going to places along the coast. The cold season was not the only thing compressing human territory. The habitats of the demon creatures on land were also affected. The demon creatures had spied on humans for a long time, trying to take their resources. They attacked humans more regularly now their own habitats were being threatened by the cold weather. The cities were not only facing a threat from the sea, but they also had to keep an eye out for the desperate demon creatures on land. Lanyang was no longer a safe place for its people. The sea monsters were invading from the east, while the demon creatures on land were attacking from the west. The people had no choice but to abandon the city. It had only been half a year since the city was abandoned. It had retained most of its appearance. The tall buildings, developed transportation system, stadiums, businesses, and factories were visible from afar. However, there was no trace of humans. The city was deserted. The roads were full of abandoned vehicles, while the streets were covered in litter and stagnant groundwater. Many luxurious buildings were only empty shells left behind. The shops were in a mess, their shelves all over the floors. The windows were broken, and the advertisement boards were hanging loosely in the air. Dark shadows were moving quickly in the darker alleys. It was difficult to tell what they were. The train station was at the north end of Lanyang City. Mo Fan and his crew had followed the train tracks into the city. The train depot was some distance away from the center of the city. The group was currently in Fenghexiang district of the city. Fenghexiang district was not highly populated, so there were fewer buildings and houses. It was the same for many big cities. They would usually build the train station at a remote place, hoping it would help with the economy of the district. The station in Fenghexiang district was new, having been built quite recently. The white building was shaped like a bird's nest and was located on a small hill. It did look somewhat impressive. There were several new stadiums close to the station, but the people were forced to move after they had not used the stadiums that many times. Would think this city was still functioning if there wasn't anyone around, Mo Fan commented. It was a great city with plenty of buildings and facilities. It was a pity that its people had to flee it. The Lanyang drinking water plant is on the other side of the city. Based on the information the hunters have collected, the woods around here have been taken over by a group of lance spine bears. It's not ideal to go around the city through the woods, Lingling informed them. Then we'll have to cut through the city. Didn't the Sharkmen take over the city? I feel like the Sharkmen are stronger than some wild bears or boars, Zhao Manyang mentioned. That's hard to say. The group left the station and headed west, following the roads in the city. They could see several impressive-looking stadiums nearby. The biggest one was a soccer field shaped like a basket. They could hear loud snores coming from the stadium. They saw a huge creature whose body was covered in hard crystals lying across the stadium. It was fast asleep, treating the stadium as its bed. Its long tail was hanging off the side of the stadium, like it was part of an extension of the building. The walls of the stadium had cracks on them. The stadium was obviously on the verge of collapsing, as it could not support the creature's weight. Mo Fan, Lingling, Xinxia, Zhao Manyang, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Mu Bai walked on their toes as they were passing by the stadium. They were scared they might wake up the huge creature. Thud! The Sharkman beast suddenly moved. Its tail almost smashed the stadium into pieces. They have very sharp senses, Lingling noted quietly. It's awake, Zhao Manyang hissed. Sleep curse. Xinxia quietly uttered some ancient curse. An unusual melody floated toward the Sharkman beast that was about to wake up. The Sharkman beast almost opened its eyes, but it suddenly had a strong urge to sleep. Its head slanted to the side, its mouth gaping open, and it started snoring again. Zhao Manyang let out a relieved sigh. That almost scared me to death. They did not want to mess with the Sharkmen beast. The fact that it dared to fall asleep in an exposed area meant it was fearless. That thing must be the Sharkman general who's guarding this area, Lingling deduced. Xinxia, if only you could hypnotize every single one of them in the city. Zhao Manyang had long heard about how savage the Sharkmen were. Xinxia was riding a unicorn, its sacred aura carefully concealed. The unicorn walked gracefully in front of the group while watching their surroundings cautiously. Xinxia had not brought her bodyguard knight Waris and the old woman Tata with her. Whether or not she became the goddess, she needed more opportunities to train herself. She knew Tata would never let her go with Mo Fan to the Sharkman's territory. So, she simply came up with an excuse and snuck away. The Sharkmen are savage and vicious. Normal pacifying spells wouldn't work on them. It's also difficult to hypnotize them, unless they are asleep like that big guy, Xinsha explained quietly. Look, there's a Sharkman beast around the same size as the one before, but it hasn't spotted us, Jiang Xiaoxiu pointed into the distance. They seem to be guarding the city. I wonder what it's like in the city. Is the whole city crawling with Sharkmen? Zhao Manyang wondered aloud. The Sharkmen were a ferocious race in the armies of the sea monsters. Not only did they have outstanding physical strength, they also had high intelligence. As a result, Lanyang was a lot more dangerous than most of the territories of demon creatures. Chapter 26-26. Hunted by the Sharkmen. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. We better split up, Lingling suggested. Aren't we going straight to the drinking water plant? It has the clue we are looking for. Mo Fan asked, surprised at the suggestion. Lingling shook her head and said, I've learned something from the information I bought from freelancing hunters. That logo doesn't belong to just the drinking water plant. It's the logo of a bigger company. She opened her laptop as she was speaking. The company has an office building in the city's center. It has the same logo as the drinking water plant on it. She opened a photo on her laptop. As she had mentioned, the logo on the tallest office building in the city looked similar to the logo of the drinking water plant, only the colors were a little different. In addition to that, the logo of this school is similar, too. Lingling opened another photo. It was a university downstream on the Fenghe River, the Lanyang University. Its feathery logo was red. The logo of the drinking water plant was green. The logo of the office building was blue, while the logo of the university was red. To think there were several of them, Mo Fan's head hurt. He thought all clues were pointing to a single location, so he would definitely find something useful after visiting there. However, there were other places pointing to the same clue. There isn't much information to be found about this city, so I couldn't find the people related to these places. We have no choice but to search them all to see if we can find any files or documents in these abandoned buildings that will tell us why they are using the mysterious feather totem beasts. Feather as their logo. Lingling stated. All right, let's split up, then. I'm going to Lanyang University. By the way, I also accepted a quest. Lingling took out some papers and handed them out to everyone. Mo Fan's face darkened. Weren't they here to look for a totem beast? Why would they bother doing side quests? Our hunter contribution points are too low. Since it isn't worth it for us to do the menial tasks ourselves, I've accepted a quest related to this city so we can accumulate some points, Lingling informed him. Lingling needed a lot of information to look for the totem beasts. If she had to collect the information herself, she would never find all the totem beasts, even if she kept going places until her legs were broken. There were many hunters scattered across the country. High-level hunters could be more efficient than the military at times. The clue of the logo of Lanyang's drinking water plant was discovered by a reliable hunter group that Lingling had hired. Without it, they would still have no clue about where to start. It was expensive to hire a hunter master. Lingling did not want to pay with money since Mo Fan had always been poor. The contribution points were appealing to every hunter. Mo Fan had not done any work for a year since he had been gone. Therefore, Lingling had to accept some quests to start accumulating the contribution points so she could hire others to work for her. It's your fault that we are running short on the contribution points, which hindered us from realizing there were 2 other places with the same logo before we came here. Otherwise, I could have hired other hunters to collect information about these places, instead of doing it ourselves. Lingling grumbled. Mo Fan could only look awkward. It was true that his hunter rank was on the verge of dropping. Luckily, Lingling had been maintaining it for him. If you want clues about the totem beasts, we have to accept some quests and stay active. The quest isn't hard. A disciple of an internationally renowned clan was taken away by a Sharkman when he went off on an adventure. They are confident their disciple is still alive here in Lanyang. Lingling explained. How about this? The girls will form a group. Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, and I will go to the drinking water plant. It's the first place that has the logo of the totem beast and is tied to the low body temp disease. We might spend quite some time there, Xinxia proposed. Sure, but you have to be careful. I's fine, Xinxia and I are both psychic mags. As long as we aren't with someone who stinks like you, those creatures aren't going to hurt us. Jiang Xiaoshu declared confidently. The drinking water plant was not located in the city center, thus it was not particularly dangerous. It was fine for the girls to explore it themselves. The group split up. Mo Fan was heading to the office building in the city center, where the blue logo was. Zhao Manyang went to Lanyang University to look for the red logo. Mu Bai would explore other areas of the city to see if the same logo existed elsewhere. The Sharkmen were called Sharkmen because their legs were similar to most bipeds, allowing them to move while keeping their bodies upright. Obviously, their legs were stronger than human legs. Their toes were longer and had hidden claws. Lanyang was not fully submerged. The main streets in the city center were completely dry. Mo Fan would occasionally see a few Sharkmen walking along the littered streets. The Sharkmen had sensitive noses, especially attuned to the smell of blood. If an enemy sustained even a tiny cut, they could track their enemy down no matter how far they had run. The Sharkmen would not give up on a chase easily, either. To the Sharkmen, letting their prey get away was extremely humiliating. They would be disgraced before their tribe. These sea monsters are really treating the city as their own. They are strolling along the streets. Mo Fan jumped between the roofs and balconies like Spider-Man. The Sharkmen enjoyed walking on the ground, as it was flat and solid. They actually looked like humans from afar when they were walking upright. A Sharkman with fins on its head cried out, as if it had discovered something. 3 Sharkmen immediately ran toward an alley. They were sprinting so quickly that it looked like they were swimming in water, rings of water spreading from their feet. They reached the alley in the blink of an eye. A lance spine bear shrieked and ran out of the garbage truck it was hiding in. It was bashing sideways and ramming into every obstacle in its path. The 3 Sharkmen chased after the lance spine bear and soon caught it. They happily began feasting on the bear. Chapter 26-27. The Kingdom of Sharkmen. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was utterly confused. Lanyang had only been abandoned for half a year. How did it turn into a paradise for the demon creatures? A lance spine bear that was supposed to be in the woods had appeared out of nowhere and was discovered by the Sharkmen that had taken over the city. The Sharkmen clearly enjoyed fresh meat. They immediately started feeding on it without killing it first. The lance spine bear had no chance of fighting back. Mo Fan looked at the pitiful creature. It was just how the world was for now. The demon creatures on land were no match for the sea monsters. The Sharkmen could move freely on land, thus many species of demon creatures on land ended up as their food. While Mo Fan was pondering how the ecosystem had been so disrupted by the sea monsters' invasion, a Sharkmen beast suddenly approached his location from the sky. Its skin glittered, covered by the hard crystalline shell upon it. Mo Fan might even have mistook it for a spaceship if he had not seen its huge head and teeth. The Sharkman beast's stomach expanded. It opened a mouth the size of a cabin and spat out a dozen lance spine bears. The lance spine bears landed in the city, smashing shops, crushing vehicles, and making holes in the roads. The hides of the lance spine bears were tough, and they were not hurt after falling the great height. They immediately scattered in panic and ran wildly through the city that was only a maze to them. The Sharkmen nearby cried out in celebration after the Sharkman beast left. They soon set out to search for the lance spine bears that had just been delivered to them by airdrop. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. It's a hunting game. The Sharkmen are having hunts in the city. The woods nearby were the territory of the lance-spine bears. The Sharkmen could easily wipe out the lance-spine bears with their outstanding strength and ability to move freely on land. However, they did not attack the lance-spine bears. They simply caught them alive and threw them into the city so the rest of the Sharkmen could have fun hunting them. These Sharkmen were not hungry. They were just entertaining themselves. It was like the hunt would make the lance-spine bears' meat taste better. The Sharkmen were indeed ruthless to be playing hunting games inside human territory. Mo Fan soon found the office building, avoiding the ground on his way there. He did not have trouble avoiding the Sharkmen as long as he did not stumble into their leaders. The kingdom of Sharkmen had two groups. The first group was the Sharkmen. Their general outline was similar to humans, but their skin, eyes, fingers, face, and head were different. They also had a spiked tail, were intelligent, and adept at magic. The other group was the Sharkmen beasts. Their intelligence was not as high, but their size and physical strength were crazy. The trench demons were only a branch of the sea gods. They had proclaimed themselves as the sea monster prophets and were leading many species in the sea. The Sharkmen were a powerful tribe of the sea gods too. They were known as the sea god warriors. They had their own king, chieftains, and elders. Sometimes, a reputable elder of the Sharkmen would ride a Sharkman beast into battle. The Sharkman elders were the leaders of a clan. Multiple clans would gather to form a tribe, and the leader of a tribe would be a Sharkman chieftain. Many tribes had formed a kingdom, the Sharkman kingdom. The Sharkman that had tried to take over Hangzhou's West Lake was not the king, it was only a Sharkman chieftain. Humans' knowledge of the oceans was too limited. The Shoreline Alliance had finally declared the existence of the Sharkman kingdom. The people of Lanyang were evacuated as soon as they confirmed the king of the Sharkman kingdom was an emperor. The city would not stand a chance against a kingdom of sea monsters. Mo Fan would never have known these things if he had not come to Lanyang and seen the city that had been taken over by the Sharkmen. He was extremely cautious as he was walking around the city, since he had no idea how many Sharkmen there were or what level they were. He did not want to alert them to his presence. The office building was tall and wide. It was as big as a few shopping malls combined. A Sharkman beast was patrolling up in the air. Mo Fan did not dare stay exposed. He followed an overhead bridge into the huge building. A young Sharkman was sprinting across the road below the bridge like a silver race car. The sound it was making was like a roaring engine. Mo Fan took a quick look around and saw a lance-spike bear running toward a crossroad 500 meters away. It slammed into the window of a shop right before the young Sharkman caught up to it and ran away through the back alley. Mo Fan had a feeling the Sharkmen and the lance-spike bears were filming a sequel to the Fast and Furious. The overhead bridge had a roof. It was unlikely the Sharkmen could see what was on the bridge from below. Mo Fan moved out of the shadows and took the stairs down. Mo Fan was shocked when he discovered a figure curling up in a corner close to the stairs. Mo Fan first thought it was a young Sharkman. He tightened the grip on his dagger and was going to kill the creature with a quick blow. However, Mo Fan realized it was a skinny young man in his 20s. He had curled his body up as much as possible, like he was trying to hide from something on the bridge. The man was trembling and no longer had a brave temperament. He was more like a woman who had been abused, uneasy and scared. The man was facing the other way. He did not notice Mo Fan. He eventually turned around and saw Mo Fan. His eyes were bloodshot and dull, like something had taken out the light in them. L1 tried to protect her, but I couldn't control my legs. I heard her scream. It felt like I was being stabbed in the heart. Wasn't the city evacuated half a year ago? Mo Fan asked the man, who was obviously hiding from the Sharkmen. Mo Fan suddenly thought of something. A strong chill ran down his spine and penetrated his soul. The lance-spine bears were not the only prey in the hunting games. Chapter 26-28. Special Way of Survival. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sound of teeth grinding like metallic gears was everywhere. The Sharkmen liked grinding their teeth, as if it would sharpen them. Most importantly, their prey would start to panic when they heard the sound. When their prey was panicking, they would lose the ability to think calmly and run for their lives, making a lot of noise. As the teeth-grinding noise grew closer, the skinny man began to feel uneasy. He was not injured. His hiding spot was also concealed. The Sharkmen would only notice him if they came up to the overhead bridge. It was unlikely they knew he was hiding on it. However, he started moving as if he was recalling the friend whose cries of agony were still echoing in his head. He had an irresistible urge to flee when he imagined the same thing happening to him. "Don't be scared, they don't know you are here," Mo Fan whispered. "But what if they do? What if they are just toying with me?" the skinny man nearly screeched. The Sharkmen were sensitive to sounds caused by knocks, like a rolling can, breaking glass, and tapping on a piece of wood, but they were not sensitive to speech and shouting. "Don't move," Mo Fan warned him. The man slowly rose to his feet, placing his hand on the rail to support himself. The grinding teeth sound was getting closer. It was coming from right under the bridge. "I told you not to move," Mo Fan told him. "What right do you have to order me around? The others are dead, but I'm still alive. I know how to survive," the skinny man snarled. He ran toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan thought the man was going to escape in the direction Mo Fan had come from. It was not a bad choice, as behind Mo Fan was an alley covered with trash. The pungent smell of the trash would cover the smell of his sweat while he was running away. However, the fellow suddenly took out a sharp tool as he was brushing past Mo Fan. He sliced at Mo Fan's arm with it. A tiny cut was left on Mo Fan's arm, along with a moment of burning pain. By the time Mo Fan realized what was happening, the skinny man had already reached the bottom of the stairs and disappeared into the trash-covered alley beyond. The cut on Mo Fan's arm was very shallow. The box knife was not covered in poison either. However, Mo Fan immediately heard the teeth-grinding sound coming from all directions. He had no idea how many Sharkmen were coming toward him. The cut was so shallow that he was only bleeding slightly, but the smell of his blood had spread through the air with great speed. The Sharkmen were extremely sensitive to blood. The little cut was like a bright light in the grey world they were seeing. They could sense it from half a district away. The man was long gone, leaving Mo Fan alone on the bridge. Mo Fan had to admit he had been well played by the man. Judging from how unhesitant he was, it was surely not his first time using the same trick. Was it the secret to how he was still alive after so long? Mo Fan took out a jar of sacred ointment and applied it to the small cut. It immediately stopped the bleeding. However, it would take half an hour for the smell of blood to disperse completely. Mo Fan would now have to play hide-and-seek with the Sharkmen. Sharkman beasts were patrolling in the air above the city, and there were countless Sharkmen in the city, too. Mo Fan could not afford to start a fight before he investigated the clue about the mysterious feather. It would only attract more Sharkmen from other places. Both stairs of the overhead bridge were now blocked by Sharkmen. The brutes were around 3 meters tall. Their heads were shaped like polygons, with tiny round eyes and the bone of their large noses sticking out. They grinned toothily when they saw Mo Fan. One of the Sharkmen let out a shriek, as if it was extremely pleased with himself. It felt like it was saying, "Little kid, why were you so careless as to cut yourself?" The dark material had spread out from under Mo Fan's feet across the bridge. He had not run away, since the overhead bridge was the perfect cover from the Sharkman beasts. The 4 Sharkmen came closer. Their teeth were still making the same annoying noise. They opened their mouths and exposed their sharp teeth, tightly packed together in circles from their lips to their throats. Their teeth could easily shred every piece of meat they consumed. Mo Fan waited for them to come closer. 3 of the Sharkmen suddenly lunged at Mo Fan. They were incredibly fast, like some of the demon leopards. They were adept hunters. They attacked him from tricky angles, preventing their prey from escaping. Mo Fan stood there, and finally snapped his fingers. The floor of the bridge suddenly turned black. Sharp spikes thrust out of the wriggling dark swamp and plunged precisely through the Sharkmen's mouths. The spikes went through the Sharkmen's throats and heads, killing the 3 Sharkmen instantly. Their dead bodies hungry, impaled on the spikes, like 3 pieces of shark skin that had been left to dry. 2. The last Sharkman was stunned. Just as it was about to call for backup, Mofan stomped the black floor and fired sharp needles at the Sharkman. The needles manipulated by the chaos element drove into the Sharkman's head, preventing it from making any sounds by killing it instantly. These Sharkman elders were experienced in hunting in the city, whether their prey was humans or the lance spine bears. Even though their prey could fight back, they did not expect to encounter a strong human who could kill them in an instant. Mofan used the darkness to corrode away the 4 Sharkmen bodies. However, he could not prevent the smell of blood from spreading. 1. Mofan decided to find somewhere to hide, which should prevent the Sharkmen from trapping him. He did not want them to ruin his investigation. The Sharkman's roars immediately filled the city. A Sharkman beast also picked up the fast-moving scent. The smell of blood would constantly be emitted from its owner for half an hour, even if the bleeding stopped. The Sharkmen could follow the scent no matter where the owner went. 1. Over 100 Sharkmen and a Sharkman beast were chasing Mofan after his scent drew their attention. Chapter 26-29. Huge Silver Egg. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fenghe was a huge river connected to the sea. The harbors along it had long become the Sharkmen's breeding grounds. The sea had a great number of demon creatures who were as strong as the Sharkmen. The Sharkmen usually had to pay a huge price to obtain the resources needed to increase their population. However, it was different on land. The creatures on land were not as savage as the creatures in the sea. The resources on land were abundant, too. The nearby hills alone had seemingly unlimited supplies of food. The human city had stored a huge amount of magic ores, too. Those magic ores could be used to make them stronger. Wasn't living on land better than having to compete with other ferocious species in the sea? A single tribe of the Sharkmen could easily take over a city. It looks like the Sharkmen aren't here. I knew it was smart to choose this place. Zhao Manyang climbed over a fence and entered a building close to Fenghe. He snuck in through a window and realized it was a student's room. There were clothes left on the beds, the kind that were thin, soft, and light-colored. It's the girls' dorm. Zhao Manyang's eyes glittered. 1. It was an easy drive on a familiar path. Zhao Manyang had often snuck into the girls' dorms when he was still a student, and was quite at ease doing so again. He took a quick look around. Many of the books, clothes, and necessities left in the dorm were covered in dust. He occasionally saw insects and demon rats with glowing eyes scuttling around the building. The rats were around the size of dogs, most likely servant-class creatures. The city had been abandoned. Certain timid demon creatures that had enjoyed living in the sewers had come to the surface afterwards. The Sharkmen were only interested in the juicy meat of the lance spine bears and delicious human blood for now. They had no interest in these filthy demon rats. These demon rats were usually followed by a cluster of mice, which looked like a moving rug from afar. It was quite disgusting to see them at a close distance. The Sharkmen were not hygienic. They would not finish their prey after tearing them to pieces, leaving their organs and remains scattered across the ground, which the low-level creatures fed on in turn. The girls' dorm had turned into a demon rat nest. Zhao Manyang did not want to stay there. He quickly made his way to the administration building. He had to look for information that would tell him the origin of the school's logo. This building is so disgusting. Why is it covered in a layer of sticky substance? Zhao Manyang had quickly discovered the main building. The main building had also turned into a nest for some demon species. The windows, floors, and ceilings were full of slimy pods of stuff. One of the pods on the ceiling suddenly ruptured, blue ooze pouring out of it. A fleshy blue insect crawled out of the pod. It was the size of a mature crocodile. It crawled down the wall and headed for the library. The ground was already covered by trails of some dried substance. The insect was refreshing the trails it was following. Zhao Manyang noticed the trails had dried up multiple times, meaning that more of these insects had been born in the building. They had all headed to the library. Are these insects the studious type? Zhao Manyang was curious. He quickly followed the clumsy insect to the library. Point 1. The doors to the library were already destroyed. The library beyond them was extremely large. The ground floor was quite spacious, with a huge hall in the center and stairs leading to the higher floors around it. Zhao Manyang followed the insect through the main entrance. He was shocked to discover a giant silver egg inside the hall. "Oh my, how big is this egg?" Zhao Manyang exclaimed. He had to tilt his head back to see the top of the egg. It was 7 stories tall. It had to be the egg of a Sharkman beast with a pure lineage. Zhao Manyang's eyes glittered with shock. The insect crawled up to the egg and dug into the egg through one of its cracks. "Holy crap, it's eating the yolk!" Zhao Manyang snarled. If he could move the huge egg, he would be able to sell it for a high price. It was an ideal contracted beast for every summoner, but the insects had been eating it. What a waste! Why didn't the insects eat the offal instead? Why did they have to eat the egg? Zhao Manyang felt it was a pity. If so many insects had come here to eat the egg, there was no way the creature in it could still be alive. Zhao Manyang was about to leave, and stepped on a book that was related to animals. Zhao Manyang glanced at the book and immediately thought of something. Hang on. If it was a Sharkman beast's egg, why weren't they guarding it? Why would they let these petty insects from the source eat their egg? Zhao Manyang decided not to give up, and quickly climbed up the giant egg. He poked his head into the crack that the insect had gone inside, trying to see what was left inside. He almost wet his pants after looking within. Inside the egg was a huge infant of the Sharkman beasts. It was eating the insect. The infant had a tough silver skin. The servant-class insect had no way of hurting it. Zhao Manyang thought the insects had ruined the egg, but the infant Sharkman beast was so savage. It was feeding on the servant-class insects before its egg had even hatched. Incredible! It would at least become a great ruler after it grew up. I wonder if this contract ring is going to work. It won't hurt to try it out now, right? Zhao Manyang murmured. A contract ring was a unique magic tool. It would allow a mage who did not have the summoning element to have a contracted beast. The ring not only established a link between the mage and the creature's souls, but it would also provide the creature with a contracted space. It was a valuable magic tool. Zhao Manyang's father did not leave him lots of money, but he had left his son a treasure vault full of his collected items. His father had even applied layers of powerful seals on the vault to prevent it from falling into the hands of Zhao Yujon and any others. Zhao Manyang had been forced to slowly dig out the treasures inside the vault alone. Chapter 2630. Sharkman Beast Infant. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang crawled inside the huge slime-filled egg and saw the huge Sharkman Beast Infant was staring at him. The Sharkmen and Sharkman Beast were supposed to have tiny eyes, but the infant's eyes were surprisingly big. It was licking its lips, as if someone had delivered food to it again. "TM, not your food," Zhao Manyang told it firmly. He took out a colorful crystal ball and tossed it to the infant. The infant was intrigued by the round object it had never seen before. It played around with the crystal ball with its clumsy flipper claws. Its fins were huge, like a pair of wings in front of its stomach, and looked like they had bones. It used the fins to hold the crystal ball with lightning sparkles and grinned like a human. Drool was falling out of its mouth. Zhao Manyang used the opportunity to scuttle closer to the Sharkman Beast Infant and put the contract ring on its forehead. The creature continued to play with the beautiful crystal orb. A minute later, Zhao Manyang looked at the creature and the contract ring with a puzzled face. Has the ring lost its power? Zhao Manyang wondered. He was trying to figure out what had gone wrong. After watching and waiting for a while longer, Zhao Manyang was disappointed when nothing happened. It seemed like the ring was no longer effective. He did not think his father had stored any useless junk or antiques in his vault. He thought he could gain a contracted beast even though he was not a summoner, but it was only a useless piece of jewelry. Forget it, I won't kill it since it's only an infant. Illinois, spare your life and hopefully you can tell what's right and wrong and not hurt humans for no reason. If you really have to eat, you should give your prey a quick death instead of learning from your cruel people who enjoy eating their food alive. It's very disrespectful to a living creature. I hope you remember my words. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you if we meet again. Do you understand? Zhao Manyang told the Sharkman beast infant. The Sharkmen beast infant's attention was on the crystal ball. It completely ignored Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang let out a sigh and climbed back out of the egg. He still had a mission to focus on. He wondered why he had been distracted by the filthy insect and followed it to the library out of curiosity, leading him to the giant egg. Zhao Manyang left the library and went to the archives room in the main building. He felt strange when he realized he had only seen demon creatures from the source around. He had not seen a single Sharkman. Even the Sharkman beasts were nowhere to be seen. It did not make any sense to leave an infant behind without any protection. Was the infant abandoned? Was it being discriminated against because it had big eyes, while the rest of the Sharkmen had tiny eyes? Zhao Manyang arrived at the archives as he was thinking such random thoughts. The archives had a lot of records, including the design of the school's logo. Zhao Manyang was overjoyed. He did not expect to find it so easily. Wonder if Mo Fan is doing fine. I should regroup with him, Zhao Manyang murmured as he took the most important files. He left the school and was about to head to the city center when he heard noises from the library. Zhao Manyang turned around and saw a huge amount of slimy liquid was pouring out of the library, destroying what was left of the entrance and flowing down the stairs. A creature with a silver-blue glow to it slid all the way to the entrance of the school and stopped in front of Zhao Manyang. Its dexterous fins were still holding a colorful crystal ball. It threw the crystal ball up and hit it toward Zhao Manyang with its head. Zhao Manyang almost dropped his jaw when he saw the creature, even as he subconsciously caught the crystal ball. The Sharkman beast infant clapped with its fins like a dolphin. It used its tail to support itself so it could reach Zhao Manyang's height. Zhao Manyang was bewildered. Why did this little creature come to him? Was it a coincidence? Go, fetch it. Zhao Manyang threw the crystal ball into the air. The crystal ball flew over the library and went further away. The creature clapped excitedly with its fins to give Zhao Manyang applause, but it did not seem to have any intention to fetch the crystal ball. Zhao Manyang's face darkened. Was the creature treating him as its pet and clapping to cheer him up? That's the factory producing your food. Go and feed yourself. Zhao Manyang pointed at the main building that was swarming with insects. The creature slid across the dried grass quickly, like it was swimming in water. It went to the main building Zhao Manyang had pointed at and began feeding on the bugs. Zhao Manyang could occasionally hear the squeals of the insects from inside the building. Zhao Manyang quickly left while he had the chance. If the creature's mother came back, she would surely tear him into pieces and make him into a bowl of human porridge for her kid. Zhao Manyang scanned the skies above him as he arrived at an intersection. Luckily, nothing strange or ferocious was chasing after him. His first priority was to regroup with Mo Fan. A huge figure suddenly appeared in the window of a shop behind Zhao Manyang, its fangs jutting out. It looked like the mix of a bear and a boar. It smashed through the window and charged at Zhao Manyang as he was walking along the street. Zhao Manyang reacted quickly and was about to protect himself with a shield when he spotted another figure approaching him rapidly. He was being flanked. Zhao Manyang did not expect to walk into an ambush, but he was shocked by what happened next. The second creature opened its mouth and bit down on the lance spine bear's neck. It pushed the creature down and forced it to the ground. Zhao Manyang's eyes widened when he took a closer look at the creature with such insane strength. Isn't this the Sharkman beast infant? Creator's thoughts. Zephy's. Manyang's got a whittle friend. Well, maybe not so little. Chapter 2631. Are you hungry? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Wasn't it just hatched from an egg recently? How did it kill a warrior-level lance spine bear? Most importantly, how is it already so much bigger after I was gone for just a short while? The Sharkman beast infant feasted on the lance spine bear and devoured it in practically an instant. Zhao Manyang had a strange face. Was the infant a monster? It was only around the size of an adult man. How did it fit the whole lance spine bear, which was the size of a bulldozer, into its stomach? Shouldn't it burst its own body? How did it digest the lance spine bear in such a short time? What did I say? You ate too much, holy crap! Zhao Manyang was about to tease the creature when he saw it growing at a visible speed. It was not bloated. It was growing. Its bones, muscles, and skin were expanding. Even its head was bigger. The creature that had just hatched from its egg was now the size of a full-grown shark. How incredible! It was true that most creatures had to take in a lot of food to grow, but they also needed some time to digest the food. He had never heard of a creature growing on the spot after it was done eating. On second thought, it was not that unbelievable. Perhaps it was normal for Sharkman beasts to grow whenever they ate after they were born. Otherwise, how could they grow to the size of a stadium? Their size was not that out of place in the ocean. Bashya, who was now the size of an island, might also grow whenever it ate. Where are your parents? Zhao Manyang asked it. The creature did not understand him, but it did not leave, either. Don't tell me you are thinking of eating me? I'm not that fleshy, so you won't grow much even if you ate me, Zhao Manyang reminded it. The creature had no intention to eat Zhao Manyang. It stuck its head closer and sniffed Zhao Manyang before rubbing its head on his hand. Zhao Manyang was confused, but then he quickly took out the contract ring he had almost thrown away. The ring had turned bright red without him realizing it. He remembered it was dark red before. Zhao Manyang put the ring on the creature's forehead again and discovered a similar mark was there. Holy crap, did it really work? Was it that easy? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. He had not seen any hints from the ring, nor did he feel any change from his soul. Zhao Manyang had no idea what the ring had done to establish a contract with the Sharkman beast infant. Don't tell me. Did I catch an insanely strong creature of the ocean, just like that? Shouldn't the sea monsters have some pride? Did I really trick the sea monster with a colorful crystal ball? Zhao Manyang was both happy and worried. He still had no idea about the creature's situation. After all, it was rare to find an unguarded egg, especially when it was about to hatch. Zhao Manyang did not have high expectations for the contract ring, either. To his surprise, it had worked. It had successfully signed a contract with the Sharkman beast infant. Everything had gone so smoothly that Zhao Manyang could not help but be suspicious of it. The Sharkman beast infant kept biting at the air and grinding its teeth. It also pointed at its mouth with its fins. Are you hungry? Zhao Manyang asked it. The Sharkman beast infant waved its tail happily. You just ate a bear. Zhao Manyang yelled at it. The lance spine bear had been 5 times the size of the Sharkman beast infant. Its remains were still lying to the side in its own blood. Some of its meat might still be stuck between the creature's teeth, but it was already telling him it was hungry. A disturbing noise came from above. Zhao Manyang looked up and immediately saw a Sharkman with muscles as thick as metal plates looking down at Zhao Manyang and the Sharkman beast infant. Zhao Manyang's head began to hurt. It seemed like the infant's parents were here. They were surely going to kill him to terminate the contract. The dark iron Sharkman jumped down from the building and landed heavily on the ground. Its knee slammed into the concrete and crushed a hole in it. The dark iron Sharkman looked at the remains of the lance spine bear and Zhao Manyang. It walked toward Zhao Manyang while its jaws were opening and closing, making the sound of a grinder. The Sharkman beast infant suddenly pounced at the Sharkman and bit at it. Judging by its excited expression, it was treating the Sharkman as food, not like a parent. The dark iron Sharkman stepped aside suddenly to dodge the Sharkman Beast Infant's attack. It grabbed the Sharkman Beast Infant's tail and flung it to the ground. The Sharkman Beast Infant cried out as its body twitched in pain. Zhao Manyang was startled. He did not expect the two creatures to fight one another so fiercely. It had looked like they were of the same species. The dark iron Sharkman was obviously a commander-level creature, and a lot stronger than the lance spine bear. Zhao Manyang flicked a golden bead at the dark iron Sharkman as it was about to slice into the Sharkman Beast Infant. The golden bead contained great power. It hit the dark iron Sharkman like a truck. The building behind the dark iron Sharkman collapsed. Its tough body was also broken in many places, its blood splattering all over the place. It did not die. It let out an angry cry, like it was calling for help. However, the Sharkman Beast Infant crawled back to its feet. It lunged at the dark iron Sharkman fearlessly and bit its head off. The Sharkman Beast Infant was having trouble biting into the dark iron Sharkman, but it kept munching and swallowing its flesh regardless. "How did you even bite it?" Zhao Manyang asked helplessly. The dark iron Sharkman's skin was as tough as metal. Even an advanced spell could not break it, but the Sharkman Beast Infant was biting the thing into pieces and swallowing them. The Sharkman Beast Infant seemed very hungry. It had eaten the whole Sharkman. A magical sight took place once again. The Sharkman Beast Infant started growing once more. It had grown to the size of a car, obviously having received a lot of energy from eating the commander-level creature. Chapter 2632. How did you survive? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Constant growth after eating. Isn't the efficiency a little ridiculous? The Sharkman Beast Infant was angry just a moment ago after the dark iron Sharkman knocked it to the ground, but it was now in a great mood after eating the creature. It was able to swim around in the air, emitting ripples that gradually dissipated as it did so. Zhao Manyang looked at the remains of the lance spine bear and rubbed his nose. Perhaps the smell of blood has attracted the Sharkman here. I should leave this place now. Zhao Manyang left the street, and the Sharkman Beast Infant followed him. The Sharkman Beast Infant suddenly let out a strange noise as it opened its mouth. It felt like something was vibrating at a high frequency in its throat, like a device transmitting a signal. Zhao Manyang had no idea what the creature was doing. He recalled its reckless behavior a moment ago and scolded, "You are just a baby. Don't just rush at everything you see. You should estimate your enemy's strength first. Do you understand?" The creature acted like it understood Zhao Manyang's words. It clapped with its fins in response. "Speaking of which, those Sharkmen are everywhere. Why don't you go take a nap in the contract ring? The outside world is a lot more dangerous than you think," Zhao Manyang said. The reckless creature was going to attract the attention of many sea monsters in the city. The creature placed its fins on its stomach and let out a cry in response to the chiding. "Holy crap, you still want to eat? It's hungry again." It had only been the duration of smoking a cigarette at most. The dark iron Sharkman was a commander-level creature, its meat full of magical energy and calories. Normal magical beasts that had just been born would have slept for several days after taking in so many calories, but this thing was hungry. Again. A Sharkman beast was flying over the buildings. Its body looked like it was made of some metal alloy. The sunlight pouring down on the city suddenly disappeared when it was passing by underneath its huge dark shadow. The infant pointed its fins at the sky with great anticipation on its face. "What? You want to eat that?" Zhao Manyang's head hurt. Was this thing really a Sharkman beast? Why was it drooling when it saw a Sharkman beast, instead of feeling a sense of belonging? How much can it eat? It is actually thinking of eating such an enormous creature. "TLC if I can find any lance spine bears or Sharkmen that are on their own," Zhao Manyang said in return. The creature insisted on not going into the ring until it was fed. Zhao Manyang did not have a choice. He could only find a way to fill the creature's stomach. What kind of creature is this? A human figure was reflected on the river underneath a bridge. The man was extremely skinny and had a yellow face. He was eating a pack of moldy jerky. The look in his eyes was no longer that of a normal human. It belonged to the filthy creatures from the sewers. Tap tap. Clear footsteps were audible on the bridge above him. The man stopped eating and looked up. An eerie shadow suddenly hung upside down along the railing of the bridge. It slowly took the shape of a human. You? It's you. The skinny man was terrified. He almost slipped and fell into the water. A lot of Sharkmen were patrolling underneath the bridge. He held firmly onto the edge and stared at Mo Fan like he had just seen a ghost. Have you seen this man before? Mo Fan took out a photograph and showed it to the cunning man. The skinny man was spooked when he saw the smile on Mo Fan's face. How had he survived? Any creature that was bleeding would not be able to escape from the Sharkman's pursuit, especially when the chase was going to last for at least half an hour. There were countless Sharkmen in the city. TM asking you a question, so you should answer it. Do you understand? I don't mind feeding scum like you to the fish in the river. Mo Fan grabbed the man and lifted him up with one hand. The skinny man's feet were dangling in the air. Mo Fan slowly extended his hand out beyond the edge. The bridge was extremely high. The fall could easily kill someone, not to mention the sharks that were waiting to be fed in the water. They would instantly tear the man to pieces. I did. I've seen him before, the skinny man yelled. Where was the last time you saw him? Mo Fan asked calmly. Mo Fan had to let the man live for just a little longer so he could complete his quest. The disciple of the renowned clan must have been caught alive and thrown into the city by the Sharkmen as prey for their hunting game. If the client was confident their target was still alive, Mo Fan just had to ask the man for information. He had obviously met other people and had used them as bait to save himself. Even though he had to do it for his own survival, it still did not change the fact that he was an ash *****. Mo Fan had never had any compassion for jerks. Mo Fan was going to let go once he got his answer. Perhaps he might survive if he was a great swimmer. Hurry up, I'm running out of patience, Mo Fan snarled. The skinny man felt like he was going to suffocate. It was hard to lie in his situation, as his brain was lacking oxygen to think properly. Lamb. That's me, the man exclaimed desperately. Mo Fan chuckled. He loosened his grip and dropped the skinny man into the water. He purposely attached a gravity chain to the man, preventing him from escaping with some strange magic. He wanted to make sure the man would fall into the water. Mo Fan dusted off his hands. He was about to leave when he remembered something. Hang on, even though his face isn't as chubby as the photo our client showed to us, his facial features. As Mo Fan was mumbling to himself, he heard a loud splash below. Should I give him a chance? Mo Fan first thought the guy was lying to him, but he realized the man would definitely look a lot different if he had become so skinny after not eating for so long. If he really was the guy their client had asked them to save, it would be a great loss for Mo Fan. Chapter 2633. It Can Still Grow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The man was already unconscious by the time Mo Fan scooped him out of the water. Mo Fan carefully compared the man's facial features with the photo of the man they were looking for, and unfortunately did find some level of resemblance. How annoying! Mo Fan was more than willing to feed an ash **** like him to the sharks, yet he happened to have quite a powerful background. The people behind him had spent a lot of money hiring hunters to rescue him. Forget it, I should keep him alive for now. It was not unlikely the man would die a sudden death after Mo Fan was done with the quest. If you don't open your eyes, I'm going to slit your wrist, Mo Fan stated coldly. No, don't. The skinny man instantly awoke up. Don't even think about fooling me. I only took the quest to bring you out of here alive because I'm looking for something else in this city. However, if you mess with me, I don't really care about the money or the contribution points. Do you understand? Mo Fan did not go easy on the man. Normally, he would just save a desperate man's life after finding him in such a cruel situation, but to his surprise, the man had tried to set him up just to save himself. Tunt. You have my word. I was ignorant. I didn't know you were here to save me, please believe me. I only did it because I didn't have a choice. What's your name? Mo Fan asked coolly. My Chinese name is Guansondi, my English. That's enough, I'm not interested in it. Mo Fan waved his hand to cut him off. Are we leaving now? But there are Sharkmen with sharp noses in every corner of the city. No living creature could escape their eyes. Wait, how did you get in here? You can stay undetected from them. Guansondi blurted out in joy. Mo Fan had not been captured and brought here by the Sharkmen. He was a hunter who had come to rescue him, which meant he was able to get into the city and avoid the Sharkman beasts. There was a chance for them to leave the city alive if they could avoid the Sharkman beasts. He had been trapped in the city for more than a month. There had been hundreds of people brought to the city around the same time as him. Many had been mags like him. However, only a few of them were still alive. New prey had constantly been brought to the city over the past month. It was like a battle royale-style game. Guansondi had been teetering on the edge of sanity for more than a month. He never had a chance to rest properly. He was constantly on edge whenever he imagined the Sharkmen would find him and eat him alive while he was sleeping. Anyone would lose their mind after being stuck here for a long time. He desperately wanted to leave this city. If you bring me out of here now, I can pay you 5 times, no, 10, 20 times the reward. Guansondi exclaimed urgently. You cut my arm. You can think about how you are going to make up for it. I have something more important than your life to do, so you can keep hiding. Illinois find you and bring you out of the city once I'm done. Mo Fan dug into his ear like he did not care about money, even though he had always been. Poor. Don't, I can't even handle a single Sharkman. Guansondi squealed in fear. Lingling had repeatedly reminded Mo Fan that the man was a cash cow. In the end, Mo Fan had no choice but to bring the ash **** with him. He returned to the headquarters of the company and searched the building, but he did not find anything useful. It was just a business logo. It was unlikely he would find any clues unless he could find records about its founding. Left with no choice, Mo Fan could only regroup with the others to see if they had found anything useful. Luckily, he did not end up empty-handed. He had somehow found the person they were looking for. Old Zhao is around here, I should meet up with him, Mo Fan said to himself. It was inconvenient bringing a person with him. Mo Fan had to use the buildings and walls as cover. If he was alone, he could easily move between buildings through their shadows. Pools of blood were scattered across the road. Zhao Manyang was sitting inside an abandoned bus. He was staring dumbfounded at the creature he had claimed as his contracted beast. Other people would bring their contracted beast home and take good care of them so they could grow quickly. They would be a great help once they matured. However, Zhao Manyang's contracted beast was a little special. It had only been a little more than 3 hours since it had hatched. Zhao Manyang had lost count of how many Sharkmen it had eaten, whether they were ordinary Sharkmen or commander-level Dark Iron Sharkmen. It was sending out a strange cry which lured the nearby Sharkmen to it. The Sharkmen thought they would find a juicy lance spine bear. To their surprise, after turning a corner and venturing inside a hotel, a little monster that could never be full was waiting for them. The hotel had a large entryway and was surrounded by 3-storied old buildings. It also had a spacious car park beside it. Mo Fan headed into the hotel with Guansondi tagging along. He immediately saw Zhao Manyang, who was sitting atop a bus. The truth was, Mo Fan was following the trail of a Sharkman, but it had been eaten in front of him by a strange creature that was floating in the air. What's going on here? Mo Fan looked around and saw piles of fresh bloody bones. It was like a mountain of empty plates that had been stacked up during a buffet. The whole place was full of the remains of Sharkmen and lance spine bears. They've no idea. It can eat so much. I feel like it's trying to eat every Sharkman in the city, Lanyang replied with a wry smile. The creature was constantly growing while eating. It was no longer just an infant, it had turned into a giant floating silver-blue whale. The Sharkman beasts in the sky would have noticed it if Lanyang had not hidden it with a light element barrier. Lanyang was now sure of one thing. That creature was definitely not a child of the Sharkman beasts. It was a different species, and the Sharkman beasts were its favorite food, as if it would only be full and evolve after eating lots of them. You managed to establish a contract with it? Your father sure left a lot of precious things for you, Mofan exclaimed. Please stop eating, we really have other serious things to do, Lanyang said to the creature helplessly. Creator's thoughts. Ezephes. Cachalot? Orca? Inquiring minds want to know. Wait, eyes an egg. I have no clue. Whales do put on mass faster than any other species, however. It also had some smart parents. They snuck into the city and put the egg right in the middle of a feeding zone for it. Chapter 2634. Lanyang Earthcore. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Lanyang drinking water plant. Many places in the city were covered by the frost overnight. However, the Lanyang drinking water plant did not have any sign of frost. Xinxia, Lingling, and Jiang Xiaoxiu searched the plant thoroughly and discovered some pipes extending to the sea. The pipes crossed a hill and plunged into the sea. A huge machine was close to the sea. It was pumping the seawater into a huge underground reservoir before the water was delivered to the plant. The underground reservoir was very deep, like an underground cave connected with the ocean. Below the cave was even an underwater world, right under the city's foundations. It was difficult to imagine a completely different world had existed under such a big city. We'll figure out a way to go down after they get here, Lingling said. After finding the source of the drinking water for the plant, Lingling speculated that the underground sea had the answers to why the people of Lanyang did not catch the low body temperature disease. Should we head down first? We aren't sure how long they will take to come back here. I can do some basic exploration to see what's down there, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. TLL go with you, Xinxia said. We can support one another. Lingling, you'll stay here and guide us, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Well. It's fine, we aren't some weak and delicate women. I can even make a ruler-level creature obey me. Jiang Xiaoxiu declared confidently. Fine. Cypress Moon Hotel. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang looked into the sky. It was already dark, but Zhao Manyang's contract beast was still searching for food. It was giving them a huge headache. Left with no choice, Mo Fan could only take a little risk to capture a great commander-level Sharkman beast. The Sharkman beasts were also classified into different levels. Those whose bodies were fully wrapped in metal alloy were ruler-level creatures. Their size was close to that of a stadium. Mo Fan would surely end up attracting the attention of other Sharkmen if he fought them. Mo Fan ended up choosing a black-skinned Sharkman beast. He asked Apis to control its mind and lure it into the Cypress Moon Hotel to feed Zhao Manyang's new contracted beast. Mo Fan had now seen how special the creature was. It was growing while eating. It was around the size of a whale before eating the Sharkman beast, but it had already grown to the size of a tour boat after it was done eating. Go take a sleep in the contract ring. I have something serious to take care of, Zhao Manyang pleaded. The creature finally nodded. It went into the contract ring with great satisfaction. Zhao Manyang let out a relieved sigh when the creature finally disappeared. Why couldn't he control his own hands? Why did he try to see if he could make it his contract beast? In the end, the creature that could eat so much was depending on him to feed it. You will have to prepare food measured in tons just to feed it. Mo Fan was rather speechless. Zhao Manyang was a true genius to find himself such a unique contracted beast. The creature had already eaten so much on the first day it was born. Once it grew more, Lanyang would go bankrupt just from feeding it. Don't bring it up again, I'm tired. I found some information in the Lanyang Institute. Their logo originates from a place called the Lanyang Earth Core. It's an ancient underground temple that has been around for more than 1,000 years, Lanyang reported. An ancient temple? Do you know where it is? Mo Fan asked him. It's right under our feet, a voice suddenly interjected. Mo Fan and Lanyang turned to the voice and saw a man in a white outfit approaching them. His hair was gelled to look stylish. The man was none other than Mu Bai. Judging from the proud grin on his face, he must have made the biggest discovery among them. Mu Bai walked through the entrance that had been sealed off by a magic barrier. He was stunned when he saw all the bloody remains in the area. Why did you two kill so many Sharkmen? Mu Bai had to ask. They were eaten. Eaten? Can we not talk about something that isn't important for now? Do you know where the Lanyang Earth Core is? Lanyang interrupted impatiently. Yes, this city also has a lot of people who are being hunted. I was wondering where I could bring them to. This place is quite hidden. Can I bring them here? Mu Bai asked. Mu Bai was actually a kind man. He had discovered many survivors who were abandoned while he was moving around the city. He gathered them and offered them protection. Bring them here then. Mo Fan glanced at Songdi. Songdi immediately panicked. After all, they could not just turn a blind eye to the survivors. They put the topic of the Lanyang Earth Core aside and settled the survivors in the hotel, protecting them with a hidden barrier of the light element. There were around 15 survivors, all the same as Songdi. They were all worn out from being chased by the Sharkmen. They were relieved after finally finding a safe place to hide in. Didn't our Bow City have an underground holy spring? It provided mags with a special place to meditate in. The Lanyang Earth Core is similar to the underground holy spring. It provides mags with a special pond which they could meditate in. Their cultivation would improve greatly. Mu Bai finally explained what he knew about the Lanyang Earth Core. It must be related to the mysterious feather totem beast. Let's go check it out. Mo Fan urged them. The Lanyang Earth Core has been around for 1,000 years, just like the underground holy spring. Only a few people know how to access it. Even those who meditated in it before had no idea how to find it. We only know it's under the city, Mu Bai sighed, shaking his head. Lanyang was a huge city with 6 districts, each district around the size of a single Bow City. It was not going to be easy to find the hidden entrance to the Lanyang Earth Core. Many people in Bow City knew of the existence of the underground holy spring, but they would never expect it to be right under the Silver Commerce Tower. Similarly, many people knew about the existence of Lanyang's special place, but its exact location was kept confidential. Chapter 2635. Forbidden Lightning Underground Altar. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Songdi came over and said softly, I might know where the place you are looking for is. Don't think I want to trust you. Mo Fan was well aware of what kind of person Songdi was. Tuntiti lie to you. I just want to leave this place, but you won't leave if you don't find the Lanyang Earth Core. It's in my interest to help you finish your mission as quickly as possible. Songdi said quickly. Tell us what you know, then, Mo Fan replied coolly. I met a bunch of survivors before. We stayed together to hide from the Sharkmen. One of them was a mage. He mentioned that if the city had fallen, there's only one place that is absolutely safe, the Lanyang Earth Core. He said the same thing as your friend. The Lanyang Earth Core has raised many brilliant mags for the city, Songdi explained. What happened next? Mo Fan asked. Songdi shook his head and said, we headed to the place, but it was surrounded by Sharkmen who blocked our path. I managed to escape, but the rest of the group died. Your law of survival has saved you many times, Mo Fan scoffed. Songdi blushed, but he added, I can bring you to the place, but you must bring me with you. I don't want to stay with these people. It's more dangerous to go with us. Why don't you want to hide here? Mo Fan asked with a confused look. Humph, most survivors who are still alive in this city have most likely abandoned their friends, too. The Sharkmen are vicious and have sensitive noses. The only way to escape from their pursuit is for other living creatures to bleed and distract them. They are oddly passionate about the scent of blood. Guan Sondi conveyed his distrust of the other survivors. Fine, let's move out while it's still dark. Mo Fan did not want to talk to the guy anymore. Mo Fan had already searched the headquarters of the larger business not long ago. He had not found anything useful. To his surprise, the entrance of the Lanyang Earth Core was close to the same building. It was located in a basement that looked like an underground car park. If Guan Sondi had not brought them here and pried open the elevator shaft, they would have had no idea the shaft would lead them to a deeper level under the ground. There are a few corpses over there. It seems like he was telling the truth, Mu Bai mentioned after he noticed them in the basement. MN, let's head down. The other survivors are well protected at the hotel. The Sharkmen won't find them as long as they stay indoors, Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan led the way and jumped into the shaft. The elevator had fallen to the bottom of the shaft after losing power. Mo Fan had jumped into the shaft from basement level 2, but he was surprised when he had not reached the bottom after falling for more than 30 levels. The Lanyang Earth Core was hidden so deep underground. It made a lot of sense to hide the city's heirloom treasure in a place that no one would find easily. Mo Fan blended into the darkness as he reached the bottom. He was hovering above the elevator like a phantom. Come down here, I'm at the bottom. Mo Fan shouted up, before prying open the elevator door. The group left the elevator and saw an altar built from all kinds of magic ores and crystals. The altar area was not dark, the whole place being illuminated by crystal lamps that could last for several dozen years. The center of the altar was empty. They found a spiraling staircase imbued with lightning element crystals hovering magically in the air. The staircase was floating. One had to be extremely cautious around it. It looks like some kind of protection. If anyone doesn't take the right steps, the altar will unleash a strong lightning magic to kill the intruder, Mu Bai warned them. Zhao Manyang glanced at Mu Bai and exclaimed, how did you know all of that from just observing the strange staircase? Didn't you see the huge red warning sign over there? Can't you read? Mo Fan pointed. Zhao Manyang followed Mo Fan's finger and saw a huge warning sign, like something above a circuit box. How awkward, he coughed to himself. It looks like it's the only way down, Mu Bai went on. The altar is supported by the energy of the magic ores. We might be in trouble if we don't go down the stairs in the right order, Guan Sondi said. Why don't you go first? Mo Fan asked. Please don't. I'm just a weak mage. You can just treat me like I'm transparent, Guan Sondi answered stiffly. If only Lingling is here, things would be much simpler, Mo Fan sighed. Humph. The sound of a woman came from another entrance. The four turned that way and saw Jiang Xiaoshu and Xinxia approaching them. It looks like it's a draw between us. We have all found this place. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled. Jiang Xiaoshu and Xinxia had followed the pipes of the drinking water plant to the underground. They broke down a wall to reach the altar the pipes were connected to. Mo Fan went over and noticed Xinxia's hair was still wet. She must have swum through the canals to come here. "I can solve this," Xinxia declared firmly. Xinxia's mental strength was outstanding. She closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she could see the flow of magic around her. Even if the pipes and crystals were blocked by walls and obstacles, she could still see their colorful energy in her eyes. "Follow me," Xinxia led the way. She landed on the left side of the first platform. It began to fall like it had lost its support. It gave Mo Fan a huge fright. He quickly went over to help Xinxia, but the platform came to a stop after falling for 30 centimeters. Xinxia continued forward and jumped to the third platform. The first platform quickly bounced up to its original position. Remember to stay on the left side of the platform so you won't fall to the area where you will be attacked by lightning, Xinxia warned them all. This altar has an interesting design. It's like jumping to the right tiles while memorizing the order, Mo Fan murmured. Chapter 2636. Maple Leaf Blazing Feathers in the Deep Lake. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A strong heat rose from below after they crossed the magic lightning formation. There's a lake below us, and it's boiling, Mubai pointed out for everyone. Great, it's been tiring since we came to this city. We can enjoy ourselves a bath in a natural hot spring, Zhao Manyang smiled back. The temperature of the water was extremely high. Just as Jiang Xiaoshu, Xinxia, and Lingling had guessed, the underground lake was the source of the water for the drinking water plant. The water of the underground lake was delivered up through clean pipes. The water is clearly from the bottom of the sea. There must be a crack at the bottom of the sea that causes the water to leak into here and form a lake under the city. However, there must be something in the lake that is heating up the water, Jiang Xiaoshu deduced. We'll soon find out. Mo Fan jumped into the water. The others followed him. The water was hot, just like a hot spring, explaining why Lanyang was known for its hot springs. There was a natural hot spring underneath it. The lake was surprisingly deep. The group had been diving deeply for some time, but they still could not see the bottom. The world under the water was a lot bigger than they had imagined. The subterranean lake they had seen was only a narrow entrance. The group eventually found themselves in an open area. Even the walls around the waters were nowhere to be seen. Do you see those round things like rocks floating in the water? Are they pebbles from the bottom of the sea? Zhao Manyang asked, pointing at them. Maybe. The heat grew stronger as they dove deeper. The strange thing was that the heat was not coming from the boiling water. It felt more like the heat of some light shining on them. Look below, something is glowing. The wall started to close in and formed the shape of an underwater pond. A lump of scorching red liquid was rolling around inside it. The scorching light was coming from the pond, including the heat that had warmed up the whole lake. Is that lava? TM not sure. Mo Fan, go check it out, Zhao Manyang suggested. Mo Fan swam closer and saw a large number of the same rocks they had seen drifting around the pond. If the pond was a burning red planet, the rocks were like a ring of asteroids around it. Mo Fan had no idea what they were. When he slowly swam into the hot pond, he realized the thing rolling around in the pond was not lava, but bundles of feathers blazing as red as maple leaves. The pond was full of feathers as dazzling crimson as autumnal leaves. They were also glowing as brightly as lava, and so they looked like a lump of strange scarlet liquid from afar. The feathers had been soaked under the water for a long time, but they were still releasing a special energy that not only created a cultivation ground under the city, but made the people of Lanyang immune to the cold plague. Most importantly, even though the lines on the runes were not the same, they all resembled the shape of a totem seal. The mysterious feather totem beast. Its feathers had filled up the pond. Had it been dead for several centuries? How strong was it when it was alive, if its feathers were still burning endlessly even today? Mo Fan went closer and scooped up the feathers with both hands. The feathers were huge. Even the tiniest quill was the size of Mo Fan's palm. The feathers at the center of the pond were the size of banana leaves and emitting different kinds of red light. The feathers in Mo Fan's hand suddenly erupted into flames. At the same time, Mo Fan could feel his heart pounding heavily and his blood boiling, like he was going to erupt into flames just like the feathers. Mo Fan could feel that the flames were scorching but gentle. The heat rising in his body from the burning feathers were not trying to hurt him. Most flames would spread as they burned, but the flames on his hands remained in a certain area. For some reason, Mo Fan could see the ancient totem beast through the flames. It was as calm and noble as a glamorous woman, just like the maple leaf blazing feathers in the pond. It continued to shine and display its unique brilliance while being surrounded by disturbances and noises. They are indeed from the same branch. Mo Fan felt his heart responding to the feathers. The four-eyed bird and the mysterious feather totem beast were from the same ancestry. No, the four-eyed bird was most likely a descendant of the mysterious feather totem beast. Only the ardent-hued feathers burst into flames when he touched them. There were feathers of other colors in the pond, but the four-eyed bird only stirred up the ardent feathers. The feathers started moving as if a wind was blowing into the pond, but how could there be wind under the water? Some of the feathers rose from the deep pond and spun about in the water. Their tips were pointing at Mo Fan, as if something was attracting them. The feathers flew at Mo Fan before he could react. They all burst into flames in the middle of their flights. Mo Fan's heart and blood were already burning. As the feathers rammed into his body, they slowly melted into the flames of the four-eyed bird. The pool had a large number of dawn-hued feathers. Mo Fan was soon surrounded by several layers of feathers. They were merging with Mo Fan's phoenix flame in an orderly manner, strengthening his furnace heart and its flames. Mo Fan was caught off guard by the actions of the feathers. However, he felt extremely comfortable as the strong energy of the fire element wrapped around him and poured into his body. Chapter 2637. Stamping the World with the Fire Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Phoenix Flame was comparable to a heaven-grade flame. It had granted Mo Fan the ability to be reborn in the presence of pure flames. It was also incredibly powerful, allowing Mo Fan to crush super mags of the same level as him. Little did Mo Fan know, the Phoenix Flame had not reached its maximum potential. After the feathers of the same color as the Phoenix Flame merged with it, Mo Fan had a feeling the furnace in his heart was filled with feathers constantly releasing heat, just like logs in a hearth. The flames were stronger as a result, but they were still under his control. They seemed to have granted the flames the unique temperament of the mysterious feather totem beast, powerful yet gentle. Did the Phoenix Flame level up to a greater heaven seed? Mo Fan could not withhold the joy rising inside him. The Phoenix Flame was already incredibly strong, but Yushusha had only ranked it as a lesser heaven seed. In other words, the Phoenix Flame had only been completed now, and was now equivalent to the level of a greater heaven seed. Another gust of wind blew at the remaining feathers. They were also set on fire as they flew at Mo Fan in an orderly manner. Mo Fan was astounded. He only had the Phoenix Flame. Why would the feathers that represented other totem beasts fly at him, too? As Mo Fan was thinking he was the chosen one, he abruptly noticed Little Flame Bell had come out of her contract space. She was now standing in the center of the feathers. It turned out the rest of the feathers were not flying toward him. They were circling Little Flame Bell instead. It looked like Little Flame Bell was being reborn again as she was surrounded by the feathers. She was emitting the purest light of the Calamity Fire. She was also growing. The feathers, save for those that had merged with Mo Fan's Phoenix Flame, were unusually friendly to Little Flame Bell, now unleashing a strange light upon her. Little Flame Bell was like a small sapling being nurtured by the rain and sunlight simultaneously, slowly growing into a huge tree. Little Flame Bell was evolving. She had already reached her adult phase, which was called the Flame Bell Empress. However, Mo Fan knew the Flame Bell Empress had a stronger phase after it, which Little Flame Bell was currently growing into. The completion phase. Little Flame Bell is about to reach the completion phase. Most contracted beasts had several phases in their life cycles. The adult phase was the usual limit for most creatures, but if contracted beasts stayed healthy and had access to plenty of resources throughout their growth, they had a chance to reach the final phase, the completion phase. The completion phase would not occur to every contracted beast, as it required certain strict conditions. Mo Fan was overjoyed. His Phoenix Flame had just evolved. To his surprise, Little Flame Bell was evolving toward the completion phase, too. The Flame Bell's completion phase was none other than the soul shadow resembling a fiery goddess who had been attached to Mo Fan's back whenever he demonized. Little Flame Bell had finally reached her strongest phase and become a real goddess of fire, the ruler of all flames. Little Flame Bell was not a totem beast, but she had earned the affection and favor of the ancient totem beast. Perhaps the ardent-hued feathers would have circled Little Flame Bell and aided her growth along with the others if the four-eyed bird had not replaced his heart. What's happening? Why does it feel like those mysterious feathers are giving him all the benefits as soon as he approached them? Zhao Manyang grumbled jealously. How lucky could Mo Fan be? It seems like the mysterious feather totem beast died a long time ago. It only left its feathers, which are endlessly releasing heat. Mo Fan had the phoenix flame, allowing him to absorb the feathers that were of the same branch as the four-eyed bird. Meanwhile, Little Flame Bell is a sacred fire spirit. So the rest of the feathers have given her the energy to evolve into the final phase. Speaking of which, Mo Fan absorbed the feathers, but Little Flame Bell did not absorb them. It looks like the feathers have retained their future uses, Jiang Xiaoshu said after watching carefully. The ardent feathers had merged with Mo Fan's body and become fuel to the phoenix flame. They were burning permanently inside Mo Fan's heart. On the other hand, the feathers that surrounded Little Flame Bell had returned to the pond and continued to release their heat. Little Flame Bell is not a totem beast, so she can only obtain a portion of their power, instead of absorbing them, Xinxia deduced. That being said, Little Flame Bell had benefited greatly from the portion of power she had received. After all, her calamity fire was already the strongest flame in the world. She just needed to improve the calamity fire, it was unnecessary for her to replace it. The ardent feathers of the mysterious totem beast have allowed Mo Fan's phoenix flame to evolve to the level of a greater heaven seed, while the rest of the feathers have helped Little Flame Bell to reach her final phase. It means there is more than one strongest flame in the world. Mu Bai exclaimed. Each of the mysterious totem beast's flames were unmatched. If the mysterious feather totem beast was still alive, it would obviously be stronger than the black totem snake or Baxia. By the way, the logos of the drinking water plant, the Enterprise, and the school have different colors, just like the feathers. Zhao Manyang recalled suddenly. Yeah, we have found an ancient totem beast, but it's no longer around. However, its feathers have given Mo Fan insane benefits. Jiang Xiaoshu agreed with a sincere smile. She had achieved an important goal. Mo Fan is seriously becoming a demon king. Meanwhile, I didn't receive any benefits from it, Zhao Manyang sighed gloomily. Mo Fan's fire element was already outstanding. He could easily crush fire mags of the same level now that his phoenix flame had reached the level of a greater heaven seed. Furthermore, Little Flame Bell had also reached the completion phase. She was already a fire empress. Many ruler-level creatures would have to kneel before her and regard her as their queen. Most importantly, Mo Fan and Little Flame Bell could also transform into the combined King of Hell form. The two of them could conquer the world with the fire element alone. Didn't you find yourself a strange beast with an insane growth speed? Mu Bai teased Zhao Manyang back. Don't even know what it is, huh? When did it come out of the ring? Holy crap! It's eating those rocks! Zhao Manyang yelled. Chapter 2638. Seabed Breeding Ground. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang had a terrible headache. It was normal for his contract beast to eat the fleshy insects, lance spine bears, and sharkmen since they were full of protein and nutrients that were useful for its growth. But how was it going to digest the stones that it had just swallowed? And yet, the silver-blue creature was enjoying itself. The floating pebbles were arranged in a perfectly straight line. The creature was swallowing the pebbles one at a time, like the video game Snake, without even having to change its direction. Zhao Manyang was wondering what the pebbles were when a bigger pebble close to him suddenly cracked open. A claw reached out of the crack and swiftly broke the hard shell open. An ugly head with deep wrinkles poked out of the crack after the claw made it bigger. It opened its mouth and used its sharp teeth to bite the shell into pieces. Zhao Manyang, Jiang Xiaoshu, Mu Bai, and Xinxia were left in awe. Did an ugly fish just pop out of the rock? Zhao Manyang asked. Those aren't rocks. They are Sharkmen's eggs. Mu Bai blurted out. The Sharkmen have laid their eggs here and are using the heat of the mysterious feathers to incubate them. No wonder their numbers have suddenly increased. They are treating the Lanyang Earth core as their reproduction factory, Jiang Xiaoshu exclaimed. The eggs were hard as stone. No one would expect the floating rocks to be the Sharkmen's eggs. Their numbers were as great as the stones on a mountain. How terrifying would it be if every stone hatched into a Sharkman or a Sharkman beast? The Sharkmen had treated the city's sacred cultivation ground as their breeding ground. It had to be why the Sharkmen had insisted on taking over Lanyang. It was rare to find such a perfect and suitable environment in the dark and cold sea. The Sharkmen might be cold-blooded, but they also needed a source of heat to incubate their eggs. Normally, a Sharkman will only grow its teeth after 3 days, but not only did that Sharkman infant already grow out its teeth, it is also bigger than normal Sharkman infants. However, judging by its fins and its head, its lineage isn't that impressive, Jiang Xiaoshu said as she observed the little Sharkman. These eggs are absorbing the Lanyang Earth core's energy. Xinxia hissed in alarm. The Lanyang Earth core was ideal for nourishing young creatures. Humans had used it to increase their rate of cultivation, while the Sharkmen were using it as their hotbed to incubate their eggs and make the newborns stronger than usual. It was the most likely reason why the mysterious feathers had taken the initiative to merge with Mo Fan's flames and granted their energy to Little Flame Bell. They did not want the power of the totem beast to be abused by the Sharkmen. A crisp sound came from the spacious area of the lake above the group. More sounds followed, like the heavy clanking of a harvester's blades. Zhao Manyang looked up and saw hideous figures approaching from the darkness above. They had long gathered to surround the pond where the mysterious feathers had gathered. The figures moved closer like a net that was slowly contracting, leaving their prey with no escape. We are done for. We are going to die. Guangxongdi screamed as shrilly as a woman. If he had known so many Sharkmen and Sharkman beasts would appear out of nowhere, he would rather have stayed with the survivors on the surface. 1. We have poked the beehive. A battle is inevitable, Mu Bai said calmly. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the water in front of him. The water around his hand froze rapidly, turning into an ice brush in less than a second. He swung his other hand around, and the water within his reach began to thicken. He dipped the ice brush into the thickened water and drew a long stroke above him. A white sheet immediately spread outward, taking the shape of a magnificent mountain. The mountain blocked the Sharkmen who were closing in on them. They tried to ram through the mountain with their strong bodies, but the mountain Mu Bai had drawn was made up of silver marrow ice amber. Mu Bai's strength had greatly improved over the last year when Mo Fan was not around. Guangxongdi was stunned when he saw the mountain suddenly appear in the water. These people were only around his age, yet they were as powerful as gods. The mountain had stopped hundreds of Sharkmen instantly. He had thought the Sharkmen were going to tear all of them into pieces in mere seconds. A huge rumble came from the mountain. The group saw 2 enormous Sharkman beasts slamming into the mountain Mu Bai had drawn. The sturdy mountain began to crack. The Sharkmen and Sharkman beasts were attacking the mountain madly. After all, the Sharkman beasts were ruler-level creatures, not to mention adding in the combined attacks from around 1,000 Sharkmen. The mountain began to fracture. Mo Fan, you have stolen the source of energy of their breeding ground and driven them crazy. You should lure them away so we can escape through the pipes. Zhao Manyang called out. They could not be trapped down here. They were deep in the Sharkmen's territory. Only a small portion of the Sharkmen had gathered here. If they were pinned down here, more Sharkmen would come soon. They would have no chance of leaving this place alive. Sure, TL go this way, Mo Fan nodded. He was a super space mage. If he wanted to run away, the Sharkmen would not be able to stop him. Mo Fan purposely unleashed the Phoenix Flame to attract the Sharkmen's attention. However, Mo Fan soon noticed the Sharkmen that had broken through the mountain were completely ignoring him. They were heading toward Zhao Manyang instead. Holy crap, why are they coming after me? I didn't steal. Zhao Manyang abruptly realized that the silver-blue creature had grown round and plump after enjoying a delicious meal was right beside him. It was still carrying several dozen eggs that were about to hatch on its fins. For heaven's sake! This thing is taking away the food since it didn't have time to finish them all. Is taking away even allowed during a buffet? Chapter 2639. Battle of Wits. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Old Zhao, I'll bring them to safety first. You should find a way out yourself. Mo Fan immediately passed his difficult role off to Zhao Manyang. Don't. Zhao Manyang was about to turn it down when Jiang Xiaoshu, Mu Bai, Xinsha, and Guan Songdi quickly swam toward Mo Fan, leaving Zhao Manyang, the silver-blue creature, and the Sharkmen that were approaching him rapidly behind. Zhao Manyang was left speechless. He glanced at his contract beast, which had a blissful look on its face. It's all your fault, I don't care about you anymore. Zhao Manyang snarled. He turned into an arrow and propelled himself toward a hole below him. He could sense a vague current in the hole leading toward some pipes. They might bring him to another exit. His teammates had abandoned him. He had to figure out a way to escape by himself. Zhao Manyang could not help but turn around after he swam 500 meters away. Either way, the creature was still his first contracted beast. It might be a little gluttonous, but he could not just abandon it and let the Sharkmen slaughter it. Zhao Manyang touched his ring. He was not actually going to abandon it. He was only using it to distract the Sharkmen. He would summon his contracted beast back into the ring at the maximum distance. However, as soon as Zhao Manyang turned around, he felt a strong current flowing at him. It felt like he was driving his Lamborghini along the road when a Ferrari suddenly passed him with an arrogantly loud howl. And left him eating its dust. Holy crap, it's fleeing faster than me! Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The silver-blue creature was like a torpedo. Zhao Manyang could see its mystical glow in the dark water. Zhao Manyang's pride was hurt. As a super water mage, normal sea monsters would have no chance of matching his speed in the water. On the first day he became a mage, his father had immediately told him it was fine to lose a fight, but he must run faster than others if he did. For some reason, his contracted beast had already figured out the truth itself, before he even had the chance to pass down the teachings of his ancestors. The silver-blue creature swam in front of Zhao Manyang and stuck out its tail within his reach. Zhao Manyang was extremely touched. It still knew enough to lend him a hand. He did not raise it for nothing. A strange gas suddenly erupted under the silver-blue creature's tail and propelled it over 1,000 meters away. On the other hand, Zhao Manyang was knocked 200 meters in the opposite direction. Zhao Manyang was unsure what the gas was made of, but it smelled like the rotten corpses of the lance-spine bears and the Sharkmen. He almost vomited. You little piece of shit ***, I'm going to cook you in a stew. Zhao Manyang's face flushed with anger. You dare run ahead of me? Come back here. Zhao Manyang pinched the contract ring. The ring started glowing, the silver-blue creature was suddenly bound by a blue light. Its huge body shrank into a ray of light, which was quickly absorbed by Zhao Manyang's ring. The contract ring was initially transparent, but it now had a little tadpole swimming around in it. It had plenty of space in the ring to swim around. Come out now! Zhao Manyang was a vengeful man. He immediately summoned the creature back from the ring. Zhao Manyang grabbed a puff of light that was wrapped around his contracted beast and tossed the creature at the Sharkmen chasing behind him like it was a pokeball. The silver-blue creature cried pitifully, as if it had realized its wrongdoings. Its speed was crazy. Even though Zhao Manyang had tossed it a few hundred meters back, it only used half a second to catch back up to Zhao Manyang. Hurry up and give me a ride if you have already realized your mistake. Zhao Manyang snarled. The creature immediately swam over to Zhao Manyang. It did not reach its stinky tail for him this time, angling its back to him instead. Zhao Manyang jumped onto the creature's back. There were two soft fins sticking out of its back close to his hands. It felt like he was controlling the creature when he placed his hands on the fins. Listen to me. If I pull this fin to the right, you will go right. If I pull them forward, you will increase your speed. If I pull them back, you will reduce your speed. If I pull them upward, Lanyang went on. The silver-blue creature might be fast, but it only knew to move forward. The Sharkmen were slowly surrounding it from different angles. If the pair wanted to break through the surrounding Sharkmen, they would have to trick them first, so they had no idea where the two wanted to go. The silver-blue creature was very obedient this time. Even though it was only born a few days ago, it was quite intelligent, roughly understanding Lanyang's words. Lanyang was treating the creature's fins as joysticks and using them to avoid the Sharkmen. He pretended to swim right into the Sharkman's envelopment, but he suddenly broke free through an opening. His experience at street racing and video games allowed him to control the silver-blue creature. Adept. Do you have any attack moves? I need to study our surroundings and figure out the right path. Using magic is going to distract me, Lanyang asked it. Chirp. Clear a path for us, Lanyang told it. The silver-blue creature waved its tail in response. It sped up and opened its huge mouth. Lanyang thought the creature was going to spit out flames, gusts of wind, icicles, or a destructive ray like most demon creatures, but it simply kept its mouth open. A strange shadow came out of its mouth and expanded rapidly. The shadow instantly devoured the Sharkman beasts in their path. The creature had swallowed the Sharkman beasts that were bigger than its mouth with a single bite. The thing was, the silver-blue creature's body did not expand, even after it had swallowed several Sharkman beasts at once. It was like the Sharkman beasts it had just swallowed were just several tiny shrimps. Lanyang was dumbfounded. Does this creature only know how to eat and swallow its enemy? He had asked it to clear a path for them, but it had eaten the obstacles instead. Chapter 2640. Earth Flame Pistil. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Seabed. Edited by Aelrianth. Did I find myself a Kuan? It does look like one, Lanyang suddenly suspected. TL note, a Kuan Peng is a mythical sea monster. Getting a Kuan right at the start of the game, it only needs to eat to evolve. As a matter of fact, the creature ate a lot, and it would grow whenever it ate. While Mo Fan was retrieving the mysterious feathers, this creature had eaten countless boiled Sharkmen eggs, and had grown significantly in size. Sharp bone spikes were starting to emerge across its body now. Lanyang recalled how the creature had been knocked flying by a single slap from the Dark Iron Sharkman. The dark-skinned Sharkman beast and the Dark Iron Sharkman were of the same level, but it had just eaten the dark-skinned Sharkman beast in an eye blink. It could now eat commander-level creatures in mere seconds. Most importantly, it had only been born recently. Its rate of growth was insane. Lanyang was now even more curious about its species. He had first thought it was the infant of a high-level Sharkman, but it had been acting like the Sharkmen were the most delicious food in the world. It treated them like meat buns. Lanyang decided to name the creature. Forget it, you no longer look like an infant now. I'll call you Little Blue Kuan. 2. He remembered how a dazzling advertisement for a web game had once gotten his attention by saying he would be given an ancient Kuan as soon as he registered an account. It also claimed the beast would only have to eat to grow stronger. But in the end, Lanyang had to constantly pay up throughout the game to make any progress. The beast did not grow through eating, it had grown through paying more money. The more money he spent, the stronger it became. For some reason, when he saw how gluttonous Little Blue Kuan was, Lanyang had a feeling he was being tricked by that shameless video game publisher again. On second thought, he realized it actually was not a big deal. If Mo Fan were to take care of Little Blue Kuan, he might end up a little worm in the end. On the other hand, he was the son of the richest man in the country. Once he reclaimed the power in his family, why would he have trouble raising a little Kuan? No matter how much he ate, could he possibly eat up all the money that the Zhao family had? I have plenty of money. Eat whatever you want, as long as you will become stronger. The pipes were quite large, and the filters and pumps inside them had long stopped operating. Mo Fan and his crew swam into the pipes, escaping from the Sharkmen. They swam up to the surface of the lake after most of the Sharkmen headed after Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan, Mo Fan. Lingling's voice reached them through their communication devices. There was no signal deeper in the lake. Their comms only started working again when they were closer to the surface. The devices had been improved, so low-level demon creatures would not detect the signal. What is it? We found the things left by the mysterious feathers totem beast. We are on the way out. The Sharkmen are treating this place as a breeding ground to raise their army, Mo Fan reported to Lingling. You can't leave yet. I've just done a geographical analysis of the area. If I'm not mistaken, there's an earth pistil close to where you are, and it's of the fire element. Lingling informed him eagerly. An earth pistil? Mo Fan exclaimed. The earth pistils were the single most valuable treasure nature had given to humans. Without the support of earth pistils, it was impossible to establish a barrier that protected against demon creatures around a city. Mo Fan recalled how international organizations, renowned clans, local governments, and many associations had competed fiercely in Taklamakan Desert just for an earth pistil that was close to depletion. Countless people had died because of it. On top of that, many hordes of demon creatures had a great desire for earth pistils, too. Every earth pistil that was discovered would result in a terrifying war between the hordes and tribes. Was the earth pistil used to protect the city? Jiang Shaoxiu asked sharply. No, the earth pistil guarding the city has already been taken away. This earth flame pistil was never discovered. The feathers might have retained their energy despite being left in the water for so long because they absorbed a portion of the earth pistil's energy. Lingling conjectured. Lingling, are the people of Lanyang immune to the low body temperature disease because the water they normally drank was cooked by the earth flame pistil over a long time? Xinxia asked quickly. Mo Fan had discovered the mysterious feathers, but they were not the cure for the low body temperature disease, nor had they found the reason why the people of Lanyang were immune to the disease. Yes, the earth flame pistil is extremely important. The Sharkmen have sharper senses than we do. They discovered the earth flame pistil first, which is why they took over the city. Lingling confirmed. No wonder they didn't seem to hate me after I took the feathers. There's something more important down there. Mo Fan muttered aloud. There was an earth pistil hidden down below. An earth flame pistil could maintain the temperature of an entire city, even in the current extreme weather. The people there would not catch the low body temperature disease if they stayed within its barrier. Lingling, do you know its rough location? Jiang Shaoxiu asked. He can confirm its location, but you might be able to use the feathers of the totem beast as a clue, Lingling proposed. All right, we are no longer in a rush to leave, but the Sharkmen have already seen us. We have to be more careful, Mo Fan sighed. A lot more Sharkmen are coming to this city now. Illinois update you when I know more. Illinois let you know if the Sharkman chieftains are here. You must leave at once if they arrive. Lingling said. Got it, we'll be careful, Mo Fan agreed quickly. The water pressure was very strong deeper in the lake. Zhao Manyang had to use higher-level spells just to protect himself. Little Blue Kuan was a sea creature. It was able to move freely in the water without being affected by the harsh conditions. Speaking of which, where the hell are we now? Wasn't there a current down here? Why have I not seen the exit? Zhao Manyang thought. The strange thing was, it was supposed to be dark in the underwater cave, but his surroundings were being lit up by an unknown light source. It was rather dazzling, like it was currently dusk. On the other hand, it was also eerily quiet. Creator's thoughts. Zephies. A. Kuan Peng, huh? Okay, I was wrong, not a cachalot. Keep forgetting there are fantastic beasts here. Chapter 2641. How to bring it away. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Little Blue Kuan suddenly wriggled his body and reminded Zhao Manyang of their situation. Zhao Manyang looked around him and saw countless black figures moving freely. Their sinister fangs were glowing in the dark. There's nowhere to run. Zhao Manyan's face darkened. He had not found an exit. They had arrived at a dead end. That way. Zhao Manyang had no choice but to ask Little Blue Kuan to go deeper. There was only stone below them, but there were irregular cracks cutting across it. Some were as tiny as alleys, while others were as large as canyons. Zhao Manyang had nowhere else to go. He could only hide in the cracks. Zhao Manyang was surprised when he saw the cracks were interconnected. It was like a complicated maze, and allowed him and Little Blue Kuan to shake off the Sharkmen. Certain parts were extremely narrow, leaving the bigger Sharkman beast stuck outside. Zhao Manyang was under much less pressure after the Sharkman beast stopped chasing them. Strange, why is it so bright down there? Shouldn't it be dark? Zhao Manyang was puzzled. They swam deeper into the cracks and felt a strong heat in front of them. Zhao Manyang looked below him and saw a red light spreading from the bottom, like the light of the sun as it was setting on the horizon. The lake bottom was a huge pit nearly the size of the city far above. The spectacular light was wrapped around it like an oval curtain. Zhao Manyang came down from the crack in the stone above and was shocked to see there was no water around them. As a matter of fact, the cracks above the opening were more like a floating lake flying above them. Its waters were pouring through the cracks. They looked like brown flying dragons diving to the ground. However, the waterfalls turned into colorful mists and soon returned to the cracks above. The light Zhao Manyang had seen at first was produced by refraction from those mists. Holy crap, did I fall into a wormhole which sent me into space? Zhao Manyang blurted out in shock. The sight was utterly shocking. It was like stumbling into a scorching sun while floating around in a dark universe. Even the biggest creature was as tiny as a speck of dust when compared to it. Old Zhao, stop running. Come back to us, we have something important to do, Mo Fan's voice suddenly came from his comm. Zhao Manyang eventually collected his thoughts and looked at the device with a puzzled face. The communication device had not worked in the lake. Why would it be working now? Was it because of the magnetic field? It did not make any sense. I think I'm lost. Can you come and pick me up? Zhao Manyang had to ask. What can you see around you? Assen. Son my F*** king ass, enough with your lame jokes. Mo Fan scolded him. TM not joking. There's really a huge sun here. It's enormous. It's spitting out fire too. Zhao Manyang insisted. Holy crap, you found the earth pistil. Mo Fan yelled. What earth pistil? How is it so big? Don't move, we'll be there right away. Mo Fan exclaimed. Hurry up, I'm scared. The strange thing was, Zhao Manyang's device did not have any signal before he found the earth pistil. His badge had been completely dark. But now, the signal was strong and clear. Mo Fan could even pinpoint Zhao Manyang's location through the badge. They could not explain why there was a signal underground. Mo Fan could not be bothered finding out the truth, either. He simply followed the signal into the cracks. Many Sharkmen were roaming through the cracks. The rocks, holes, and ravines were perfect for hiding. The group was able to avoid the Sharkmen with Xinxia's psychic element and sneak past them. The signal was gone by the time they reached the cracks. They simply followed what Zhao Manyang told them and ventured deeper. They finally reached the depth where the water was being held back by the red light. Mo Fan could see a tiny blue dot floating there, completely clueless about what to do, on the other side. There's old Zhao. Mo Fan pointed toward the dot. The location of the earth pistil was quite astounding. The whole place felt unreal, as everything was blazing red. They also felt minuscule, as if they were going to melt at any second. You guys are finally here. I almost thought I was in hell. Zhao Manyang felt like crying in relief. The place had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They had an urge to simply deny what they were seeing. It felt like everything they knew was being devoured by the sight before them. It's very different from the earth pistil we saw in the desert, Mo Fan told Lingling over the comm. The earth pistil in the desert was depleting, but this one is still full of energy. Of course they are different. The Sharkmen are cold-blooded, and they can't endure the heat of the earth pistil. They can only stay in the cracks above it. That's true. I don't see a single Sharkman here, Mofan confirmed. Can we even bring this thing back? Mubai asked Riley. It's going to be tricky. We didn't bring any equipment. We can only mark down the location and let the military take over, Mofan sighed. They clearly could not move the earth flame pistil. It would take a group of professionals to get rid of the flames on its surface, lower its temperature, and retrieve its core. The Sharkmen already know we are here, and they are eyeing the earth flame pistil, too. By the time the military arrives, this place will be heavily guarded by the Sharkmen. They would have to fight the Sharkmen for the earth pistil. I don't think it's worth the risk, Jiang Xiaoshu shook her head. She's right. Either way, you won't be taking the earth pistil, Guan Songdi, who had been a coward throughout the journey, suddenly spoke up. He had been following them around like he was transparent, but his expression had now changed. He was sporting an eerie grin. Mofan looked at the man calmly. My men are in position. On behalf of the Northern Sacred Bears, I thank you for finding the earth flame pistil for us. Guan Songdi said. Chapter 2642. Northern Sacred Bears. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Northern Sacred Bears? What are those? Mofan asked blandly. Jiang Xiaoshu and Zhao Manyang were wearing grim faces now. It was obvious by their expressions that the Northern Sacred Bears were a bunch of troublesome people. They are a group of mercenaries from Northern Europe. Their influence is strong enough to affect some countries. Many countries hire them to do their dirty work. Xinxia explained, having also heard of the organization before. The Northern Sacred Bears were mainly active in Northern Europe. It was strange for them to travel so far to the east. It seemed like they had long been aware of the Lanyang Earth Core's existence. Mofan, the client that hired us to rescue Guan Songdi, is from the Northern Sacred Bears, Lingling relayed after hearing the situation through their communication devices. It seemed like the Northern Sacred Bears had been looking for the Lanyang Earth Core. However, Guan Songdi, who had been sent here to scout the city, had used up his energy and been trapped in the Sharkman's hunting game. Guan Songdi had found the entrance to the Lanyang Earth Core, but he had not found the Earth Flame Pistil. Mofan and his crew happened to be going deeper into the Lanyang Earth Core, so he conveniently tagged along and constantly updated his group about the situation. No wonder our communication devices are working now. He must have a military-grade device with him. Jiang Xiaoshu pointed at a watch on Guan Songdi's wrist that was glowing dimly. Guan Songdi had transmitted a message to the Northern Sacred Bears after they had discovered the mysterious feathers. The people of the Northern Sacred Bears had to be on their way. They would be here very soon. Mofan, how dare he set us up? Let's feed him to the sharks. Zhao Manyang snarled. 1. Mofan shook his head. He did not seem angry at all. We have no means to transport the Earth Flame Pistil, either. It doesn't matter if they take it. Guan Songdi, our job is done once you leave with your men. You still have to pay us. Do you understand? Mofan said calmly. Guan Songdi was startled. Why were they giving up on the Earth Flame Pistil so easily? He had already prepared himself to fight these people after his peers arrived. They are the ones who hired you. You can ask your client for the money. You have done your job as long as I'm alive, but are you really going to leave the Earth Flame Pistil to us? Guan Songdi was having trouble believing Mofan. Guan Songdi knew how strong Mofan and his crew were. The Northern Sacred Bears only stood a chance with their advantage in numbers. We only came here for the totem beast. The Earth Flame Pistil is an unexpected discovery. I wouldn't mind if you are willing to share a portion of the profit with us. We can cooperate with you and help you take out the Sharkmen outside, Mofan proposed. Well, Guan Songdi did not know what to say. He was surprised by Mo Fan's change of attitude. He had waited for this moment to get back at Mo Fan, yet he no longer had any reason to do so. While they were talking, several figures came in through the cracks above them. Their cultivation was obviously impressive, displaying why they were able to take on difficult jobs given by other countries. They were a powerful organization. The people were dressed in light armor with the emblem of a vivid golden bear on their chests. It felt like the bear was going to lunge out from their chests at any second under the bright light of the earth flame Pistil. A bulky man with auburn hair was leading the group. His hair and beard were thick and shaggy, hiding his facial features. His nose was twice the size of a normal person, with lots of blackheads on it. If he draped a brown coat over his shoulders, he would have looked like a ferocious bear standing on its hind legs. Another man whose hair was like Santa Claus was standing right beside him. His hair was dirty blonde. He perfectly resembled a golden bear in the shiny golden armor he was wearing. The two of them were clearly brothers, looking and feeling very similar. They are the Sacred Bear Brothers. They founded the Northern Sacred Bears when they were younger. The organization grew very quickly in Northern Europe. It easily took over the hunter groups in the region. Xinxia had heard of the brothers before, and easily guessed who they were after seeing them. What a surprise, I didn't expect we would be robbed one day. These two are very strong, not to mention the others with them, Zhao Manyang sighed openly. It took them great effort to find the treasure, but they could not claim it in the end. It could not be any worse. We aren't far from Fanxue Mountain. We can still call for backup, Jiang Xiaoxiu whispered. The Northern Sacred Bears had sent a lot of men. Even though they were more renowned than Fanxue Mountain had many strong mags, too. They had a good chance to win if Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were able to handle the two brothers. Besides, they did not necessarily have to win. They were in Chinese territory. They just had to hold on until the military arrived. The Northern Sacred Bears would be executed for trying to steal the country's resources. There's no need for unnecessary sacrifices. These people aren't easy to deal with. Mo Fan shook his head, disagreeing with Jiang Xiaoxiu's suggestion. Jiang Xiaoxiu wanted to say something, but Xinxia shook her head, telling her to stay silent. They did not want to mess with the Northern Sacred Bears. The Parthenon Temple had once had a conflict with them. In the end, the troop that the Hall of Judgment sent out had suffered heavy casualties. The Parthenon Temple demanded an explanation from some of the countries in Northern Europe that were involved, but the nations had completely turned a blind eye to the incident. The insiders in Northern Europe knew the Northern Sacred Bears were more or less the army for several nations there. They were not as vile as bandits and mercenaries, but they were cruel and merciless when huge interests were involved. The military tribunals of the countries there had naturally overlooked their actions as a result. Mo Fan's crew was short on numbers, and they were currently in the Sharkmen's territory. It was meaningless to fight the Northern Sacred Bears. You want a share of it, the man with brown-red hair repeated. We won't take it for nothing. We'll help you with the Sharkmen, Mo Fan proposed. Ha 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 ha, we are confident that we can deal with the Sharkmen ourselves. Thank you for finding the Earth Flame Pistil for us. I will sincerely express my gratitude to you, the man said, bowing to them. What the heck? What's the meaning of that? Can I kill you and then burn joss paper in front of your grave, then? Zhao Manyang snarled. He was not willing to give up on the loot so easily. Then I guess we have to do it the hard way, the man with dirty blonde hair said, his eyes cold. Chapter 2643. Robbery? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai stepped forward and stopped Zhao Manyang. Old Zhao, forget it, these people came prepared. They even brought the necessary equipment to retrieve the Earth Flame Pistil. We won't stand a chance against them. We have already found what we came for. Let's pretend we didn't see the Earth Flame Pistil. If you have any other ideas, we are right here to play with you. However, you should think twice before doing anything. We don't mind getting our hands dirty, the man with auburn hair proclaimed. Do you think I'm going to give it up so easily? Mo Fan glared at the man. You seem pretty strong. You are worthy to be my opponent. The man with auburn hair was ready to fight. You are the client. You should pay me first, now that I've brought him back to you alive. Don't you forget about that. Mo Fan threw the job letter at the man. The man was ready to use his magic. He did not expect the guy to be asking for the reward instead. Ha ha ha. Don't you worry, the Northern Sacred Bears keep their promises. It does say bring the man back to me alive, instead of bringing him out of the city. You have finished the job, so I'll pay you as soon as I get back, the man laughed. He was amused by Mo Fan's actions. The leader of the Northern Sacred Bears was willing to play along with Mo Fan. He carefully put the letter away. Mo Fan immediately took his leave after he saw the man put the letter away. The leader of the Northern Sacred Bears grinned. He thought they were serious about challenging the Northern Sacred Bears, but they were only cowards in the end. Mo Fan and his crew did not stay any longer, turning around and leaving. The Northern Sacred Bears did not lower their guard, making sure Mo Fan and the others left. They then set up a magic barrier and went to work. They had a team of professionals who were skilled at the job to handle the earth flame pistil. They knew how to get rid of the flames on its surface and take out the core of the earth flame pistil without damaging it. Even the Chinese military could not have matched their skills. They clearly had the skill and technology advantage in retrieving earth pistils. Their boss quietly observed his men as they put the earth flame pistil into a box made from fundamental crystals. He could not help but express his joy. I don't think it was appropriate to let them leave. Once they spread the news, we will have trouble leaving the country, Vice Leader Yang said quietly. TVE already sent a signal to our men outside to jam every signal coming out of the city. They won't be able to contact anyone for the time being. Once they get somewhere that is out of the jammer's range, we will long be gone with the earth flame pistil. We will stick to our escape route. Even if their whole military came to intercept us, they won't be able to stop us, snickered the leader, Kunoi. You're right. If we wasted too much time on them, the Sharkmen would seal off the entire city, making it difficult for us to leave. How long is it going to take? I don't want to be trapped by those vicious creatures, Yang nodded after a moment. The person in charge of the professionals was an Asian, but judging from the way he spoke and acted, he had long gotten used to the lifestyle in Northern Europe. He glanced at Guan Songdi. Guan Songdi was his nephew. He was sent here to look for clues and almost got himself killed. To everyone's surprise, he was able to discover an earth flame pistil. 5 minutes at most. Boss, you should clear a safe passage first. Guan Mingzhong said. Very well. Once the objective is brought back to our territory safely, the two of you will earn your reward. Yang agreed heartily. Mo Fan and his crew left through the pipes. The underground lake was full of Sharkmen, so it was impossible to go back the way they had come. However, they could just take the drinking water pipes back to the drinking water plant. Once they regrouped with Lingling, they were told their communication devices had stopped working. They would have to move at least 100 kilometers away to get a signal. Mo Fan, it's not too late to ask Fanshua Mountain for backup. Jiang Xiaoshu said urgently. An earth pistil was extremely valuable to a nation, not to mention that many headquarters cities were struggling against the low body temperature disease. Jiang Xiaoshu was unwilling to let the Europeans get away with the earth pistil. Yeah, since when are we able to swallow our anger? Zhao Manyang grumbled. They were not afraid of the Northern Sacred Bears. It was hard to tell which side was going to win in the end. Those people had no clue how strong Mo Fan's team was. If we fought them close to the earth pistil, even if we beat them, we would still be surrounded by the Sharkmen. What good was that going to do to us? Mo Fan replied. But anything is better than giving them the earth pistil for free. If we can't take it, they aren't getting it, either. Zhao Manyang insisted. Why bother? Isn't it better to rob them once they are done retrieving the earth pistil? Mo Fan grinned. You're planning to rob the Northern Sacred Bears. Exactly, Mo Fan nodded sagely. They did not have the equipment to harvest the earth pistil. If the northern sacred bears had not shown up, the earth pistil would most likely have ended up in the Sharkmen's hands. The northern sacred bears were doing them a huge favor instead. Mo Fan, I don't agree with your words, Lingling interjected sternly. This is our homeland. Every resource that we have discovered belongs to our people. We are stopping thieves from stealing what is ours. We are not robbing them. We are protecting the country. Mo Fan was left speechless. The others stared at the young woman. They did not see any cunning in her eyes. It was impressive how she had justified their motives when they were clearly trying to rob someone. The northern sacred bears aren't stupid, either. They will surely keep an eye out for us and stop us from learning their whereabouts. We have no clue if they have already retrieved the earth pistil or how they're going to leave the city, Jiang Xiaoshu reminded them all. Chapter 2644. Treasure Hunter Special Force. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Elrianth. The Northern Sacred Bears naturally sent 2 men to follow Mo Fan's group for some distance in case they suddenly changed their minds. They returned only after Mo Fan and his crew had gone far away. It was too late to go after the Northern Sacred Bears now. The underground lake had too many tunnels. It was impossible to tell which way they had gone. They are now to the east of Lanyang, Lingling informed them all after referring to her laptop. How are you tracking them? Zhao Manyang stuck his face closer to the L might have done something to the job letter, Mo Fan said, grinning cunningly. Everyone raised their thumbs to Mo Fan. They initially thought Mo Fan had given the job letter back to demand payment for the job, but he was actually setting up the Northern Sacred Bears. They had seen the leader of the Northern Sacred Bears put the letter away. Lingling just had to track the letter to discover the Northern Sacred Bears' position. But didn't they jam our signal? Mu Bai remembered. That's where they are being overconfident. They are not jamming our signal, they are stopping signals from being transmitted. Otherwise, how would they communicate with their men outside? They are clearly a balanced team of explorers, executors, technicians, commanders, and lookouts. The Sharkmen are coming in huge numbers, but they did not seem worried at all. It means the whole team is constantly communicating. I've done some tests and confirmed the signals of our comms aren't being jammed. They only work within a certain area, Lingling corrected him. Lingling showed the map that was tracking Mo Fan's dark material to everyone. Mo Fan's dark material had the ability to track its target. After his dark material received its full upgrade, it was able to mark anything that Mo Fan could touch. Lingling had made a device some time ago specialized for tracking down the dark material in order to make their jobs easier. Mo Fan had never planned to give up on the Earth Flame Pistil. He was only using the Northern Sacred Bears to take the Earth Flame Pistil out from underground. The signals only work within 40 kilometers of where they are, so we have to follow them closely. If they have a teleportation portal as part of their escape route, they might shake us off in an instant. It'd be impossible to track them down again, Lingling warned everyone. Which means we don't have time to call for backup. We'll have to go after them ourselves. Jiang Xiaoshu exclaimed. The Northern Sacred Bears were a disciplined organization. Guan Songdi had only contacted them and told them about the Earth Flame Pistil a short time ago, but they had already planned out the extraction and the escape. The surface was swarming with Sharkmen. Normal people would have struggled to evade their overwhelming numbers. And yet, the Northern Sacred Bears were already east of the city, having avoided the Sharkman beasts. They had no trouble evading the ruler-level Sharkman beasts' outstanding senses, either. They are moving very quickly. No, they let us go so easily. They are already gone by the time we move our eyes away from them. Jiang Xiaoshu exclaimed. Even the specially trained military troops could not match the Northern Sacred Bears' efficiency. They were like a breeze sweeping through Lanyang before quickly heading to the mountains on the other side. They headed east after leaving the city and immediately turned southwest. They have reached Fenghe Mountain City, which was taken over by the Lance Spine Bears, Lingling said. How are they moving so quickly? We have to be extremely cautious throughout the journey to avoid the demon creatures. Zhao Manyang had to wonder. The Sharkman beasts were patrolling the area heavily. The number of Sharkman beasts flying above the city had multiplied. The Sharkmen must have found out that someone had stolen the energy source of their breeding ground. They were searching for the thieves frantically. Mo Fan and his crew were still around 20 kilometers away from the northern sacred bears, but the distance was gradually increasing because they were struggling to avoid the Sharkman beasts. The northern sacred bears had more people. It did not make any sense that they were moving faster than Mo Fan and his crew. They stopped moving at Fenghe Mountain City, Lingling said nervously. Isn't it better if they stop moving? We can catch up to them, Zhao Manyang pointed out. Lingling shook her head and explained, judging by how they have been acting, they are very decisive and adaptive. They had no reason to slow dovel at Fenghe Mountain City after they left Lanyang so quickly, unless they have set up a magic formation in Fenghe Mountain City. A teleportation portal. Everyone immediately had the same thought. The northern sacred bears would have no trouble setting up a teleportation portal with the resources they had, especially since they had retrieved the valuable earth flame Pistil. The cost of using the teleportation portal was worth it. The teleportation portal would send them extremely far away, easily 100 or even 1,000 kilometers. Once they stepped into the portal, Mo Fan and his crew would completely lose track of them. The northern sacred bears would then be able to leave the country. We can't let them escape. Everyone immediately felt a sense of urgency. Mo Fan could easily catch up to the northern sacred bears with the wings of dawn and dusk, but the airspace around Lanyang was occupied by the Sharkman beasts. If he flew high enough to avoid them, he would have trouble finding the right location. It would be meaningless to fly so high up. Mo Fan, you are faster than us. You should go ahead, Lingling judged. All right. Mo Fan left using the space element. Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, Xinxia, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Lingling would reach Fenghe Mountain a little later. Fenghe Mountain City was set up at a high altitude. There were many abandoned villages and towns scattered about it. Most of the villages had been destroyed by the lance spine bears. The bodies of livestock were rotting everywhere. Mo Fan could see the Fenghe Mountain City after passing the village at the mountain's waist. Fenghe Mountain City had been managed by Lanyang. Its size was similar to Bo City. Its main river meandered down the mountain toward Lanyang River Port. Mu Bai suddenly turned around and asked, "Look, did the river expand?" They could see the river that was flowing down into Lanyang from their point of view. The water of the river was rising. It had started overflowing the streets, making the river even wider. Chapter 2645. Wall of Fear. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A white mist, like a thick boat made of clouds, was approaching rapidly from the east. A sea monster covered in a heavy purple-red shell was riding the mist as it swept across the sky above Lanyang. The river had turned into a raging dragon under the sea monster's control. It was overflowing and destroying the villages, hills, and forests along its path. The raging dragon turned out to be countless Sharkmen. They were riding up against the rapid currents, which gradually grew into a ferocious wave as it cleared a path on the ground. They had obviously sensed the earth Pistil and were heading toward the mountain city. They would soon surround the city completely with their numbers and speed. The whole horde of Sharkmen is coming. The creature in the sky is most likely a Sharkman chieftain. Lingling pointed at the huge beast in the sky. What should we do now? If we don't leave now, we will be trapped here. We can't afford to fight the Sharkmen. That huge beast in the sky is at least as strong as the Sea Skeleton King. Zhao Manyang gasped. The Sharkmen were well aware of the mischief happening in their territory. The group had no time to go after the northern sacred bears. We have to reconsider our plan. Even if we take back the earth flame Pistil from the northern sacred bears, it's unlikely we will leave Lanyang alive, Mu Bai said somberly. There's only one way out for us. Xinxia looked at the mountain city and said, "We'll wait for the northern sacred bears to prepare the teleportation portal. We'll take the earth flame Pistil and escape through their teleportation portal." Zhao Manyang looked at Xinxia with a gaping mouth. Did everyone enjoy dancing on the tip of a blade and having a disco in front of their graves after hanging out with Mo Fan for too long? What if they could not beat the northern sacred bears? What if the magic formation was destroyed? What if the Sharkmen arrived before the magic formation was completed? Why must it be so exciting? Good idea. Ling Ling nodded, agreeing it was a viable plan. Can I be your backup, them? Zhao Manyang suggested gloomily. The others rolled their eyes at Zhao Manyang. He shrugged and followed them. Fine, these guys never had a plan B. They preferred to go all the way. The city on the mountain was split in half by the river, with smaller towns scattered in its vicinity. The towns and villages had been taken over by the lance-spine bears within the past year. The spike-covered creatures were frequently seen running amok and smashing walls down across the place. The lance-spine bears had a natural urge to destroy things. Woods, rocks, vegetation, everything that blocked their path was like a waving piece of red cloth, urging them to smash it into pieces. The abandoned city was now covered in debris. The farms nearby were also in ruins and covered in old blood. The northern sacred bears were treating the desolated city as their temporary base. They had set up a wall of fear. The lance-spine bears that accidentally stumbled into the wall would be overwhelmed by fear and run away. There was a nursing home located up on a hill. Its walls were used as a convenient barrier for the wall of fear. The demon creatures would only roam around outside its walls. The Sharkmen were not active in the area. Even though they were able to walk on land, they preferred to stay close to water. The icy river running through the city was too small for them. Mo Fan frowned as he drew close to the wall of fear. It seemed like there was someone good at white magic with the northern sacred bears. Mo Fan did not like fighting enemies with the psychic element or the sound element, as they could greatly suppress his abilities. Dragon sense. Mo Fan closed his eyes and scanned the surroundings with the special ability of the Black Dragon Helm. The wall of fear looked like trees full of thorns from the dragon sense's perspective. Their branches and leaves wrapped around the hill perfectly. It was unlikely Mo Fan could go over them. He had to look for an opening elsewhere. The two brothers crossed their arms in front of their chests, safe inside the nursing home. They were standing beside some fitness racks in the garden that had been painted pink. They looked like two ferocious bears who could tear anyone into pieces with their shaggy hair and beards. Behind the two brothers was an old man with a goatee. He was dressed in a tight suit with a red bow tie, the handkerchief in his chest pocket, the golden watch on his wrist, and the silver staff he was holding were showing his older style. The old man suddenly moved his lips. "What is it, Santel?" Kunoi asked. "Nothing, a lance-spine bear just accidentally broke through my wall of fear," Santel sniffed. "Oh, is it going to be a problem?" Kunoi asked. "Even though I know a cunning guinea pig has used a lance-spine bear to break a hole in the wall, it's nothing serious," old Santel declared confidently. He had seen through the intruder's trick with ease. "I'll go take a look with you," Yang Gel said. "That won't be necessary," old Santel replied. "It's fine, you can handle it yourself, I'll just watch," Yang Gel persisted. The two jumped down from the hill and quickly reached the middle of the area. Old Santel had sharp eyes and was scanning the trees and shrubs like an eagle. Even a worm could not escape his eyes. Some guinea pigs enjoy pulling off some smart tricks in front of their predators, but they can never hide from the eagles that are looking down from the sky. Old Santel stared at the shadows with a smug expression. Yang Gel followed his gaze. He was confused. Was there really someone over there? A figure walked out of the shadow. It was an Asian man with a handsome face. "In the end, you still didn't want to give up. Don't you know it's going to cost you your life? As a strong young mage, you might be less wary of the consequences of your actions, but you should really use this thing of yours to balance whether you are being reckless or simply asking for death." Yang Gel shouted, pointing at his head. Chapter 2646. Mind Maze. Exodus Tales? Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Old Santel took a step forward. His eyes were stabbing at Mo Fan's heart, like a scalpel dissecting the complicated emotions within it. Old Santel was good at attacking a person's mind. Understanding his enemy's strengths and weaknesses, what they were confident in and afraid of, would make him unbeatable. People often called him the spirit surgeon, as he was too familiar with a person's inner thoughts, allowing him to land his scalpel at the perfect spot to take out an enemy. To old Chantel's surprise, the mental strength of the young man before him was higher than anyone he had ever met. Even when his sharp scalpel was closing in on Mo Fan's heart, it was still beating at the same frequency, as if he knew the scalpel could never penetrate its hard shell. Every person has a weakness. The only difference is how good you are at hiding it. Some people expose their weaknesses quite easily with a little probing, while others wrap themselves up tightly without any gaps. However, the place you are protecting the most is often the weakest spot. Old Santel continued to dissect Mo Fan's heart. He could sense a lot of emotions from Mo Fan. The young man was not an assassin who had undergone special training, so he could not control his emotions perfectly. It was quite the opposite. The young man was brimming with emotions. In old Santel's view, he was like a huge castle with sturdy walls. Interesting, you are afraid of the psychic element and the sound element, but your mind is stronger than ordinary mags. However, I have still found a way to take you down, old Santel proclaimed with a cunning smile. Yanggel remained at the side, with no intention of intervening in the fight. Their goal was not to take out their enemies, but to finish constructing the teleportation portal and leave this place. The Sharkmen would soon surround the mountain city. The teleportation portal was the only way out of here. Mo Fan looked up the mountainside and saw a dim silver light behind the trees. It was exactly what Lingling had guessed. They were trying to escape with a teleportation portal. A strange mist was coming from behind them. It was cold and moist, as if a huge storm was approaching. Mo Fan knew the Sharkmen's army was on their way. The mist was merely preceding them. We are running out of time. Let's make it quick, but I have to say that we have the upper hand since we have the Earth Flame Pistil. You will have to defeat us to get it, while we just need to hold on for a little longer, old Santel went on confidently. He was telling the truth. Old Santel knew the young man was not a normal mage through his observations. It would not be wise to fight him head-on, so his best option was to drag out the fight. I've constructed a mind maze in front of you. I wonder if you can find the way out in time, old Santel smirked at his opponent. He had constructed an illusionary maze after peering into his enemy's heart. The maze would feel extremely real to his opponent. Mo Fan had to obey the rules of the maze, regardless of how strong his cultivation was. Old Santel's mind maze was an absolute domain from a heaven-grade seed. An enemy trapped inside it would have to fight themselves. The scenery in front of Mo Fan changed like a spinning vortex. Even though Mo Fan knew it was just an illusion, he had no idea how to stop it. Why were his emotions behaving wildly when he knew it was just an illusion? It was like watching a horror film. Everyone knew the horror elements and the story were fake, yet they were still terrified as they were watching the film. The illusion Mo Fan was seeing worked the same way. Mo Fan's mental state was strong, so old Santel was not hoping he could trick Mo Fan into believing the illusion was real. He did not mind telling Mo Fan it was just an illusion, nor was he hoping the illusion would break him down. He just had to waste Mo Fan's time. Old Santel's winning condition was not defeating Mo Fan. He just needed to buy some time. As time went by, an enemy would feel anxious and worried. Their fear would be their biggest weakness. Why don't you take him out straight away? Yanggel asked old Santel. Old Santel shook his head and said, that young man is a monster. I can sense more than one heaven-grade seed and powerful abilities on him. It might even take you a long time to beat him. Is that strong? I can't even tell. Yanggel blurted out in surprise. Back in Northern Europe, not many people could last for more than a few hundred rounds when fighting him. He did not expect the young man to be so strong. I know you enjoy pinning your enemy down on the ground, but today isn't the time for it, old Santel warned him. I see. I'm indeed curious about that young man, but I can't risk blowing the operation for it, Yanggel nodded. Santel, get back here at once. Some goddamn woman has taken over one of our space mags and disrupted the magic formation. Kunoi suddenly yelled from the communication device. Old Santel frowned. 14 woman? The young man was the only one who snuck in. How did a woman appear out of nowhere? It sounded like she was an expert of the psychic element, too. Yanggel, I have to head back. I'll leave him to you. Try not to waste too much time on him, old Santel said. Got it, I hope so too. Yanggel smiled. He stretched his arms and raised his hand, forming a fist before throwing a punch at Mo Fan. An enormous fist swept across the air with incredible force. It erupted into flames in the air, leaving a scorching trail behind it before splitting into several rays of light. Mo Fan was trapped in the mind maze, and had found himself in a city that looked just like Bow City. A huge meteorite suddenly fell from the sky and destroyed the buildings and the one-eyed magic wolves that were swarming it. Mo Fan abruptly found himself back in the woods, facing a deadly punch. The burning fist had lit up the whole area. Mo Fan thought it was a fire spell at first, but he immediately realized it was a light spell after he sensed the destructive light rays capable of penetrating everything in their path. Chapter 2647. Master of Pen and Sword. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mind maze had crumbled on its own after being struck by an external force. It was like a fast-asleep man waking up from a dream because of a loud noise. By the time Mo Fan came to his senses, the exploding star fist was right in front of his face. He immediately faded into the shadows like a phantom, entering another dimension and making him invulnerable to the attack. It was a waste to use the phantom slink like this, but he did not have a better choice as his enemy had the upper hand at first. Most importantly, Apis had successfully disrupted the enemy's space magic formation. Old Santel knew time was of the essence. Why would Mo Fan not realize it, too? Mo Fan knew there was a strong psychic mage on the mountain after he saw the wall of fear. Since he knew he would not be able to avoid the psychic mage detecting him, he blatantly exposed himself while letting Apis do her thing. If old Santel had remained close to the magic formation, Apis might have struggled to find an opening. I don't like being fancy, either. I would rather settle it the easy way, by using my fists instead of my brain. Mo Fan swung his arms around after dodging the enemy's punch. Old Santel says you are very strong, but perhaps he's losing confidence because he's getting too old. Doctors like to make a patient's condition sound worse than it is so the patient will pay more attention to them. The pattern of a bear in front of Yangle's chest erupted into flames. Mo Fan could not help but fix his eyes on the golden flames of the burning pattern. A golden bear suddenly sprang out of the flames and pounced at Mo Fan. It pinned him hard to the ground. His arms, face, and necks were rapidly covered in burns. He quickly turned into shadow birds and scattered across the place, just like a vampire turning into a swarm of bats. The bear seemed to know which bird was the real Mo Fan. It immediately chased after one of the shadow birds and lunged at it. Order manipulation. Mo Fan swiftly manipulated the natural order and replaced himself with a fake shadow bird. The enraged bear bit at the shadow bird, but it dissipated in the form of a black mist. The bear immediately turned around with burning eyes. Mo Fan created some space between him and the bear. He realized the bear was actually Yanggel covered in golden flames after he took a closer look at it. The man had transformed into a bear, and his fists had turned into claws. Not only did his speed rise significantly, he was as powerful as a beast now. How does it taste? My sacred bear blood is better than those boring tricks. Yanggel grinned wildly. Mo Fan checked his wounds. They were not deep, but he could feel them burning. The blood on his wounds had clotted. Mo Fan hesitated briefly, deciding on the approach he was going to take. Mo Fan had 3 ways of fighting at close quarters. The first one was to let his blood spread on the ground to transform into the heavy armored stance with his heaven-grade Earth Seed. It would grant him incredible power in its absolute domain, the Kingdom of Sand. The second way was transforming into the King of Hell. Both his Fire Seed and Little Flame Bell had grown a lot stronger recently. Even Mo Fan had no idea how strong the King of Hell form was. Mo Fan would excel at both close combat and range battle in that form. The third way was by equipping the Black Dragon set, which he had never had the chance to use. The Black Dragon sleeves made with the Black Dragon claws could be used as fists and claws. Together with his Space Element, Shadow Element, Chaos Element, and Earth Element, he would turn into a deadly assassin capable of taking out the enemy's commander even while being surrounded by the enemy. The heavy armored stance, Judgment, he had not bled a lot, and the environment was not suitable either. As for the King of Hell form, it might be overkill. He decided to try out the Black Dragon set to test its strength. Black Dragon set. Mo Fan summoned every piece of the Black Dragon set, except for the Wings of Dawn and Dusk. The Imperious Black Dragon helmet, Black Dragon sleeves, and Black Dragon boots immediately covered him. He had put on a full set of black armor with a unique sheen. Yangle's transformation into a sacred flame bear was quite impressive. Mo Fan had looked like a deer waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. However, the Black Dragon Emperor's aura easily overwhelmed Yangle's flames as its dragon soul circled Mo Fan. The smirk on Yangle's face immediately disappeared. The Black Dragon set was even more impressive than the sacred armor Yanggel had seen his enemies wearing in Northern Europe. The aura of death the dragon soul was giving off made the bear look like a cowardly dog playing in a pool of mud. There's no way your magic equipment is comparable to my golden bear lineage. I'm going to tear your armor into pieces. Yanggel snarled. Bears were noble animals of strength and beauty in Northern Europe. Yanggel was extremely proud of his ability to transform into a bear. He enjoyed competing with other ancient clans with the metamorphosis ability, too. The sacred bears were the best in terms of strength and aesthetics. But Yanggel had to admit the black armor attached to his opponent like an ancient black dragon looked even more impressive. Its sheen, its material, its lines, and its delicate horns and decorations. He had to smash the armor into pieces. It was nothing but show to him. Sacred bear explosive claws. Yanggel was hot-tempered just like a bear. He did not have to use any magic to increase his speed. The blood burning inside him was the source of his power. The golden flames engulfed him like a full set of armor. The sacred bear charged at Mo Fan like a golden flame. He did not swing his claws around wildly. It was a simple hit using brute force. The claw struck Mo Fan's chest and sent him sliding, gouging a huge ravine across the ground. Break! Yanggel ordered, and the claw mark on Mo Fan's chest immediately exploded. The explosion knocked Mo Fan flying a great distance. The Black Dragon scales were immune to magic, but it was still vulnerable to physical damage. The explosion of the golden claw mark was imbued with the power of an ancient beast, so the Black Dragon scales were not immune to it. However, the immunity was only an additional effect from the Black Dragon soul. The armor alone possessed outstanding durability. It had fully absorbed the shock and force Mo Fan had received, leaving him unharmed. Chapter 2648. Beating Up the Sacred Bear. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm afraid you have underestimated my strength. There's nothing in this world that my golden bear claws can't tear apart, Yanggel scoffed while staring at Mo Fan's armor. However, he was stunned when he saw Mo Fan was perfectly fine. Mo Fan's armor had not broken and had blood pouring out like he had expected. There was not even a single scratch on it. It was still lustrous and metallic, like it had just been taken out of a forge. Yanggel tried hard to recall whether this young man had nullified his attack with some kind of magic, but he clearly remembered he had landed the attack and left the claw mark on his chest. How did it not have any effect at all? Yangle's eyes were protruding like a goldfish. He was trying to find the tiniest scratch on Mo Fan's armor. He felt like he had lost his pride. "What kind of armor is that?" Yang Gel snarled after giving up on looking for a scratch. Mo Fan did not bother answering the question. Either way, Yang Gel would soon feel the pressure from the black dragon armor. Mo Fan stomped the ground and sprang forward like a serpent flying out of the water, charging at Yang Gel fiercely. His speed was comparable to a wind mage, even though he was not using any magic. Mo Fan clenched his fists. The black dragon sleeves absorbed the air around them and gathered the energy in Mo Fan's fists. The sleeves were imbued with dragon wind. As Mo Fan threw a punch forward, fierce gusts of wind burst forth and sent the golden sacred bear spinning. Yang Gel was using his golden flames as a shield. His defense could break the bones of a ruler-level creature that collided with him, but the dragon fists were even stronger than a ruler-level creature. The golden flames shield struggled hard to absorb the impact. Yang Gel was smashed to the ground, surrounded by debris. It looked like a huge dragon had just flown past him. His muscles were aching badly. His legs were trembling as he climbed back to his feet. The golden flames in the shape of a sacred bear were no longer intact. Yang Gel clenched his teeth to unleash more power from his sacred bear lineage to restore their appearance. Was the enemy's armor just for looks? Yang Gel no longer thought so. He was a little scared to face Mo Fan after being injured. He had underestimated his enemy. Old Santel was right. He was a strong opponent. "It's a dragon. I can't think of other creatures that can match my sacred bear." Yang Gel shouted confidently. "Well done," Mo Fan smiled. However, it was not just any dragon. It was a black dragon, the species with the purest lineage among the dragons. The red dragons, green dragons, flying dragons, and crimson dragons were no match for the black dragons. Yang Gel would only stand a chance if he could transform into a golden dragon. A petty bear was nowhere enough. Dragon bones trample. Mo Fan jumped into the air and hovered above Yang Gel. Mo Fan was around 100 meters above the ground, but his armor was projecting the shadow of a huge dragon down on the ground. Yang Gel was under great pressure, as if a real dragon was hovering above him. Bang! The impact razed every building in the vicinity to the ground. It was like a real dragon had slammed into the ground, cutting off rivers and destroying woods on the mountainside. Yang Gel could not move, as his body was forced deep into the ground. It felt like his organs were smashed into pieces and his bones were shattered when he reached the bottom of the hole. He would have ended up as mincemeat if it weren't for the golden sacred bear's defense. Such an extraordinary power meant a half-beast like Yang Gel was no longer considered a normal mage. Normal mags in Northern Europe were like mere mosquitoes he could smack to death with a casual swing of his arm. Even those with impressive cultivation could not withstand a single blow from him. However, Yang Gel now realized there was someone in the East whose physical strength was more impressive than the Northern sacred bears. Every move Mo Fan made was deadly enough to kill Yang Gel. Yang Gel could not leave a single scratch on the enemy's armor. Meanwhile, every hit he took was close to breaking his bones. How was he supposed to fight this enemy? Mo Fan jumped into the hole. He was planning to give Yang Gel a final blow. As a matter of fact, the Black Dragon set had exceeded Mo Fan's expectations. After all, he had yet to use a single spell. It felt like he was possessed by a real dragon. He could destroy hills with just his punches and kicks. A golden flame was swaying in the cracks. Mo Fan closed in on it, turning his hands into claws. The black dragon boots also transformed rapidly, allowing Mo Fan to move around like he was floating. Did he run away? Mo Fan realized the flame was not Yang Gel after taking a close look. He had left the bear's flaming image behind and run away. It turns out the Northern sacred bears are the real cowards. I could never master the skill of digging holes and running away. Mo Fan chuckled when he saw a hole nearby. Mo Fan was not going to chase after him. Yang Gel was obviously going back to the top of the mountain to regroup with his men. Mo Fan just had to go to the top, too. Vicinity. He blushed angrily when he heard Mo Fan's words. The fiercest organization in Northern Europe was being called cowards, yet Yang Gel could not find any words to refute him. "I'll show you the true strength of the Northern Sacred Bears if you dare come up here," Yang Gel yelled down. "You know my magic equipment isn't going to last. You already admitted defeat when you tried to drag on the fight," Mo Fan retorted with a laugh. "It proves your tricks are incomparable to my Sacred Bear blood. Besides, the Sacred Bear brothers have always fought side by side," Yang Gel yelled back. Chapter 2649. Maple Blaze. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Yang Gel returned to the nursery home hastily, surveying the people who were setting up the teleportation portal. They would be done very soon, and the team could finally leave the Sharkmen's territory. "How did you end up like this?" Kunoi asked him. "I underestimated him. He will be here soon. We should figure out a way to take him out," Yang Gel replied, ashamed of his failure. "A demoness who came out of nowhere has messed up our magic formation." "It will take us a little longer to set it up," Kunoi snarled impatiently. Anyone who was not deaf could hear the loud rumbling approaching from the lower mountain. The horde of Sharkmen would arrive very soon. If the magic formation was disrupted again, they would surely end up as food to the Sharkmen. "We'll settle the score with them after we leave this place." Yang Gel nodded. "Why wait? We can settle the score here now," Mo Fan contributed. Yang Gel turned around and saw Mo Fan standing there in his black armor. He immediately burst into a fit of anger. "Brother, he's a formidable enemy. We should take him out as quickly as possible to prevent him from messing with the magic formation." Yang Gel snarled. "No one can last for more than 3 minutes against the two of us." Kunoi was even more confident in himself than Yang Gel. "His armor is a little special," Yang Gel warned his brother. "There's no need to be afraid of him. Let's go." Kunoi did not waste any time. The young man's intention to destroy the magic formation was no different from trying to feed them to the Sharkmen. Kunoi could not care less about the ethics of being a mercenary. His only concern was to take out his enemy. CE. Auburn flames emerged from Kunoi's body. They did not look sacred like Yangel's flames, but they were clearly stronger in comparison. Yang Gel engulfed himself in golden flames once again. The two brothers transformed into sacred bears, standing side by side. Their bulky and muscular physiques could easily intimidate great rulers. For some reason, Mo Fan noticed Yangel's power had grown when his brother was around. His eyes had grown fiercer, too. The red-brown flames and the golden flames were complementing one another. Mo Fan immediately felt a strong aura coming from them, like two suns. It seemed like Yang Gel was not lying about how the brothers had always fought alongside one another. They were stronger when they were together. Little Flame Bell. In that case, Mo Fan had no reason to fight them alone. Mo Fan summoned Little Flame Bell. She appeared beside Mo Fan in her Flame Bell goddess form. Burning maple leaves were now circling her slender figure. New burning leaves rose continuously under Little Flame Bell's feet. They dissipated in the air after drifting around her in circles a few times. Mo Fan also unleashed the Phoenix Flame. It was brighter after its full power had been awakened by the mysterious feathers. Its color was changing constantly. The ardent flames were not as elegant. They were more like lingering flames, with a strong embodiment of darkness. Under their calm surface lay a fierce nature. The Sacred Bear brothers' main element was fire. Mo Fan and Little Flame Bell were like a fire demon and a fire demoness standing side by side. Their auras were not necessarily weaker than the two half-beasts. For different flames were clashing fiercely in the air before the battle even took place. "I'll handle the elder brother while you fight the younger brother," Mo Fan told Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell nodded. Her unseen face had a noble temperament under her new burning veil, as if the mysterious feathers had granted her a totem beast's pride. Kunoi and Yang Gel were stomping the ground simultaneously. Mo-Fan initially thought the two clumsy bears were just playing around, as the soil was splashing around like mud. However, the mud turned out to be scorching flames. Their temperature was even higher than lava. The scorching mud began to spread across the ground. The scorching mud was spreading slowly, but it posed a huge threat to Mo-Fan and Little Flame Bell, as they had no idea what it was. The tarry stuff suddenly splashed into the air, and a blazing creature jumped out from it and lunged at Mo-Fan and Little Flame Bell. The muddy creature opened its mouth and engulfed Mo-Fan and Little Flame Bell in fire. Its insides were full of boiling oil. The bubbles on the surface of the oil were exploding like bubbles on a pool of lava. The creature's throat was somehow as large as a canyon. The whole place was filled with boiling oil. "I think we are stuck in some kind of domain," Mo-Fan remarked. It was unlikely for the creature's insides to be so huge. The two brothers were clearly using their true strength. The boiling oil was flowing like a landslide, and the whole place was now sealed up by the boiling pitch. There was no escape for Mo-Fan and Little Flame Bell. They could only watch the tarry stuff closing in on them. Ling! Little Flame Bell cried softly as burning leaves appeared under her feet. The leaves scattered across the canyon as if a strong wind had just swept across a forest of maple trees. The leaves drifted dazzlingly in the wind. The leaves flew at the approaching oily muck. The creature's throat was filled up by explosions as the two clashed fiercely. The boiling oil had covered the entire ground, while the leaves were scattering to fill the air. Chapter 2650. Fire Sorcery Bear. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. The mud-like creature with an enormous space inside its body soon exploded into piles of mud and tar amid the burning flames. The burning pitch set the nearby buildings and trees on fire as soon as it touched them. Kunoi and Yanggel suddenly appeared as the mud was splashing across the place. The flame that looked like red oil was Kunoi. His fire was sticky and long-lasting. The red oil was oozing out of the ground even after Little Flame Bell had just scattered it. In addition to that, the trees that were on fire did not burn into ashes. They gradually turned into the same red oil and spread across the mountain. It was flowing down the mountain in a viscous tide. "Sacred bear burning throat!" Yanggel yelled, spitting out golden flames from his mouth. The red oil that had spread across the area burst into flames, like it had just been ignited. The flames resembled thousands of fire bears roaring in the same direction as Yanggel. The flames merged continuously, growing bigger as they did so. Mo-Fan and Little Flame Bell were blown apart by a pillar of flame. Mo-Fan ended up at the middle of the hill after being knocked back by the explosions. The red oil immediately poured down on him, and it felt like he had fallen into a boiling pot. He almost felt like his skin was cracking from the heat, even though he had a greater heaven fire seed. The flames also devoured Little Flame Bell. She was no longer visible through the dark smoke. The maple blaze leaves she had gathered were concealed beyond the smoke in no time. They are a lot stronger when they are fighting alongside one another, Mo-Fan thought. Mo-Fan was indeed a little surprised by Yanggel's strength, and the way one of them was spreading oil about while the other was igniting it. The combo had made their fire seeds deadlier than they were. Mo-Fan's skin was suffering from severe burns. He knew he would not heal or be reborn in the enemy's fire, and the boiling oil had made the pain worse than a normal burn. Those who offended the two brothers must have suffered greatly under their combo move if they failed to beat the two brothers. The black dragon set had disappeared. Mo-Fan could only rely on his flames. Phoenix Flame. Countless brightly glowing burning feathers appeared. They formed the image of a godly bird slowly descending onto Mo-Fan. A glowing mantle draped over Mo-Fan's shoulders and wrapped around him protectively. The red oil pouring onto the mantle did set it on fire, but the mantle was keeping the fire away from Mo-Fan's body, which felt a lot better. The feathers on the mantle were absorbing the energy of the fire around them. The feathers grew brighter every time the red oil was poured on them. The mantle soon erupted into flames of its own, giving off a blazingly strong heat. Blink! A polygon made of silver lights appeared around Mo-Fan. It shrank into a tiny dot before vanishing into thin air. Mo Fan had disappeared with the polygon. A second later, he reappeared in front of Kunoi, and immediately threw an uppercut at the man. The spectacular mantle drifted in the wind as Mo Fan gathered all the force on his fist. It gradually turned into a godly bird soaring into the sky amid fierce flames. The godly bird soared higher. The force of the punch seemed to have awakened a godly beast. Every living creature was trembling in fear as the godly beast broke free from the chains that it had been tied down by. Kunoi reacted a little too late. He did not expect Mo Fan to be able to launch such a strong counterattack under the circumstances. However, Yang Gel was standing beside Kunoi and stepped forward in time, blocking the punch with his golden bear flesh. Yang Gel was engulfed in golden flames as the punch knocked him 100 meters into the sky. The golden flames protecting him were falling off like broken pieces of armor. By the time Yang Gel fell back to the ground, his chest had already sunken in. He was in a worse condition now than when he had been fighting Mo Fan alone. Yangel's golden bear flesh gave him an impressive level of tenacity. He was almost on par with certain ruler-level creatures. He was still able to climb to his feet while grimacing in pain. Kunoi and Yangel's abilities differed greatly. Yangel's ability allowed him to transform into a golden bear engulfed in golden flames, granting him outstanding physical strength. Kunoi was more like a mage. Even though he could also transform into a bear, his main ability was abusing his strange fire sorcery in the form of the red oil, burning his enemies to death. As the red oil spread continuously, Yangel's golden flames and metamorphosis would grow stronger with it. Yang Gel could also use his golden bear flesh as Kunoi's shield. "You're asking for your death." Kunoi's eyes burst into flames of anger when he saw his younger brother's condition. His body was engulfed in dark red flames, as if he had transformed into a fire sorcery bear. A long burning staff appeared in his hand. A huge burning forest appeared behind Kunoi after he swung the weapon at Mo Fan. The dense forest of tall trees was devoured by fierce flames. Countless animals that had been badly burned ran howling out of it. This was Kunoi's fire sorcery. In northern Europe, the bears were the king of all beasts, ruling over the forests. In order to master his fire sorcery, Kunoi had often turned wild forests into a sea of flames and trapped all the living creatures inside the burning land. Every life that was sacrificed in the fire would become his warrior. Mo Fan saw strange-looking beasts that had appeared out of nowhere like a mirage charging out of the burning forest. Among them were wolves that only had half of their bodies left, bulls with only bones remaining, deer with faces that were burned beyond recognition, and tigers with charred flesh. They were all charging out of the burning forest under Kunoi's command. They were neither in a panic nor spooked, as they were not escaping from the fire. They were also emitting a strong evil aura. Their eyes were filled with hatred and the urge to spread the suffering to every living creature they came across.